Yeah, if you have not been paying attention, it is a Hwadunk morning. Sean and I were just sort of saying it's the first time in a long time that we can remember being down 1% and it looking this bad post-Fed. Check that. Yeah, it's 1 1/4 now, and it just keeps
You just got a huge tank right there.
Yeah, we're going even further on the
jobless claims. Yeah.
So the NASDAQ has retaken 15,000, which was a big support level to the downside. You just had jobless claims take the market down even further. You have current account that just came out, not a big deal, but the jobless claims was actual 201 versus 220. Previous was 225. So jobless claims 201,000 versus 220. So resilient labor market after what they just said. You're basically going to be looking at a higher chance of
get rid of this. What the hell are we even
doing?
We
only had the bear and the bull.
That was from yesterday.
From yesterday. We haven't really updated.
Good call on that one. Someone said, what the hell is that bull doing there?
No, it has no business being there.
Bullshit. I mean,
you don't want a resilient labor market now because that puts the Fed under the gun.
We talked about this yesterday, man. We said the NASDAQ, if you come to my screen real quick there, the NASDAQ, we said that yesterday, this level was key 15.2, and it was. We landed there, and now you're breaking, man. We just took 15,000. That was a pretty key level as well, and there you go. So you're going to go back down. Look, it's not the end of the world. These August lows will be tested. Trust me on that one. 14.7, 14.6 here on the NASDAQ. Whether or not it happens today or not, we are heading to the downside. Higher for longer is not a good thing there, Brendan.
The numbers here, my apologies, guys. We'll get right into what happened there. 201 versus 221 expected there week over week. Continuing claims down here, 1.6 million versus 1.68 million, so 166. So continuing claims also downside. And as Neil was mentioning there, the resilience in the overall employment market here coming off of what happened yesterday with some very hawkish comments coming through from Fed Chair Powell. Not going to be too pleasant for the overall market here so far this morning. Early on this morning, meanwhile, we also got a rate decision in the UK. We got a rate decision over in Norway. The Swedish bank as well comes through. They all paused. They were expecting another 1/4 point in the UK. They came out, left things unchanged. So a little bit of a surprise right across the board. So far this morning, the market under pressure in a big way here, extending these declines that we saw yesterday. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, and it was essentially the dot plot yesterday that really got things going because they put their projections, I'm talking about the Fed members, with respect to where they feel rates are going to be at any one given time. And they're all markedly higher, about a 1/4 point above, whether it's for the end of this year or the end of next year, or going into 2025 as well. So the rate cuts that were projected for next year are not going to be, instituted, at least for now. But looking at the Fed rate tool, the market's not pricing it in. So irrational exuberance as always.
16-year highs for the 10-year right now. Just took out the high from yesterday. Worth noting as well, coming up at 10 o'clock here, guys, this conference board leading index number could be a market mover as well. We are expecting a negative, or that was the prior negative print on that. So the leading index coming up this week, and then next week we get the conference board's consumer confidence number as well. So more to come at 10 o'clock, but yeah, that's not going to help things at all today.
No, and at 8:30.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, at 8:30 we also got Philly Fed manufacturing, and that was a miss. I'm seeing expected 0.7 down, 13.5. So from bad to how's about worse-ish? The ES, we almost hit 4,400 on the ES just now. The ES isn't down 1% yet because obviously tech's going to be hit a little bit harder. Yeah, it's not necessarily a good look. Sharif mentioned how you looked at the dot plot, and basically every single forward outlooking expectation on the rates from the last decision was 0.5% higher. So like you were 0.5 pip higher on every single one. It was 2024, 25, 26. June of next year, people were highlighting on, and that's a big shift. So while people are expecting, the market had been expecting and pricing in that you were going to get some cuts next year, that looks like the expectation is pushed back, and that's what the dot plot told us. Obviously, the markets aren't going to like that. The crazy thing to me, and it's amazing that this is actually true, is that despite all the weakness, ARM and Cart are where they close. Like they're both, ARM's at 51 and holding the IPO price, and Instacart's actually holding its IPO issue price to 30 despite being there in the aftermarket. Like since then, the market's gone squashed down, and those two are still getting defended. So we're going to be watching a couple of those. I mean, obviously they're going to be in play. We'll see what happens if we like KVYO as much, not as liquid. But Instacart and that 30 level IPO issue price, this was held like a champion. I'm going to assume the underwriters were on that bid, and it's still holding 30 despite the fact that the market is flushing. And if I look at ARM, it's basically the same thing. That 51 level, I chuckle because I'm expecting there to be a bid on this level when we come in, and it's already holding it like an absolute champion. If those go, could be a little bit nasty. We were talking about something before.
That?
The market turning, not just on the Fed, but if you're pricing an IPO or you're coming to market, you want to make sure you pick like the most hype. You want the market to be strong. You want everyone to be exuberant, and you want to try and catch a little bit of that fire. So by the time a couple of big names finally come back into it, oh, by the way, we signaled a high. ARM this was an IPO that pretty much everybody and their mother was telling you was overpriced, and still opened up higher. Let me go to the 15 because it's been a week. Still opened up higher, and then was just sold off every single day after that, culminating in, if you got the IPO issue, you're going to be flat as of this open, and you can't be feeling too great about it. This is why we always say, you trade the IPOs, they're not a great place to invest early on. I mean, you're getting rinsed if you buy that early.
I mean, you had that thought that maybe after 2 or 3 days it would start to fall down. But the funny thing about this IPO round right here is that it started basically immediate day of
right
the
away.
IPO. I mean, Cart didn't see a better day than its first day. Didn't see a better day than its open, actually. And then CVY, because remember it opened at 42, and then went right down, immediately down into the ground. And the highest it got was 42.75 or something like that. And then Clavio yesterday, again, like this is its IPO. Right there, 36, what was it, 36.25, something like that, and then boom, its best print was its IPO print. There was a wick up there to 39 and change. I can't confirm that. Anyways, that might have been a dark pool print. If you got it, you got it, but there's no way in hell most people got that because I don't think it was real. And then it just fell down to the downside right now. And then there was a nice little move up. We talked about this on the after show, and it caught me by surprise because I was kind of trash talking all these things, saying like, oh, we finished the day at 30, but we actually finished the day at almost 33 there yesterday. So we'll wait for a little bit of a dump down in there. But you know what, guys? Look, I said this over to the professor today as he was sitting here working on the watch list, and I said, hey man, NVIDIA's gonna take 4 bills. This is down 25% from its record-setting quarter that we had right here on August 24th. So I remember we were talking about it on the recap show. It came out, it hit 515. Everybody was like, this is great. And then boom, all the way now down to the downside, starting to take out some more levels on NVIDIA. So down 25% on a name that's supposed to lift this market up. That's never a good sign there, boys. And then also we do have AMD. You can find, these are all on all of our watch lists today as well. We actually talked about it on our watch list, big tech, everything down now pretty close to 2% leading the way. There's AMD below the $100 marker as well. And we signaled that at 130 for downside moves. So look, man, I don't even think it's dip buy opportunity time. And we mentioned this yesterday that the S&P on average, and I don't know what the S&P is, on average down 0.7 in September. Right now, the NASDAQ's down 4.5% this month. The NASDAQ, 4.5% this month. That's big. It's September 21st, by the way.
It is.
That's not including today.
Yeah.
So you're going to be down 5%, and we still have 7 trading days or something.
Exactly. Over a week to go.
So. This guy misses South Park. What's up, righty tighty? Yeah.
I love
South Park. Done? Here in Canada.
I don't watch traditional TV, so I don't really.
It's still going, yeah, because here in Canada, we don't get it. You have to wait for it to go on to Hulu or Paramount or whatever it is before you
love South Park.
Before you get to see it. All right, back over to the desk. Lots to cover today, man. We're going to be looking one way, at least I am.
Yeah, we were mentioning, just yesterday, we were talking about the fact that, it was 1% for the S&P, it was 2% for the NASDAQ. Here we are just a day later, and yeah, pushing 4+ now. So how a day can change things. Wanted to mention this real quick. Some deal making this morning. Big deal making. Cisco picking up cloud name Splunk here for roughly $28 billion. Was it 157 per share in cash as well? So huge deal.
Yeah, still trading $10 below the buyout price. Interesting look here because this shores up Cisco's security, the IT security, which is a big thing now that there's competing between East and West. We'll have to keep an eye on that. If the deal falls through, Cisco has to pay about $1.5 billion in a breakup fee. So we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, in this environment, market doesn't like this on the Cisco side of things. 4.5% here, guys, downside.
I mean, the timing of paying a 30% premium in a deal that's upwards of $28 billion, the day after the Fed, as the market's making a bit of return, you generally speaking, the acquirer usually goes down in the situation. It's just probably a little more extreme because of the day that it's happening. This is probably a good pickup for Cisco. And it's not necessarily an egregious premium when you factor in that all the security names have been, generally speaking, validating the premiums that they've been trading at. But I think it could be a rough day for Cisco. Just looking at the chart, where's my 200? I'm going to zoom out so we can actually get the 200 showing up. There you go. The 200 period feels like the way to go when you're in a correction or a pullback, whatever you guys want to call it. You're breaking down through the 50 period already. And I'm talking about let Cisco settle down for a couple of days because there's a 50 and a half, 50 change, that 200 period moving average. There's some support on the daily chart there as well. So, it's in a bit of a gap. I think if it gets down to 50, settles in there, people digest this deal, it can be a little bit less crazy. As far as trading it, this morning, oftentimes I always say if you're trading the acquirer, kind of look at the first half an hour. If you start to see higher lows get put in, sometimes you get a nice little bounce to VWAP as people digest the whole fact that they made the deal, they're spending a bunch of money, stock goes down. They can start to rise going into lunchtime and you can get a VWAP retracement trade. I don't think Splunk's going to be very tradable. It's always very tricky when people are pricing in this much of an issue of the deal closing, right? A 157 deal, when you're down here 10% underneath the price, that's not indicating it's going to take a long time to close the deal. That's heavy bet questioning whether the deal gets closed at all. And then the only reason for that, like Cisco's legit. Like they're not, they make an offer, they're gonna be able to close it, no problem. This is like the Microsoft ATVI, it's the regulators here. And so it's gonna be a big issue with the regulators and that's implicit with the pricing. If it were to pop, I just can't see it getting to 50, so I'm not even sure it's worth talking about where we'd short Splunk because I don't see any chance that it's getting there. It probably has a good shelf on it somewhere in terms of buying a bid. But if you got down to like 140, maybe you look at something like that. It's just too far down. Like 10% is already pretty decent. You saw ATVI though. It did not trade like a buyout. You got to treat this still like a momentum stock.
All right, so for me here, we'll just talk about Cisco quickly because it's funny because when this deal was announced, I was sitting here and I actually said to Neil, I probably should be buying some of this in the long-term portfolio because I don't have any Cisco and I've really liked Cisco for quite a long time there. I really like the cybersecurity spot. But Lewis is ready. Oh, he's back. Okay, that's nice. But I'm not done yet. So come over to the screen. Okay, so right now, I just want to talk about this price to earnings ratio right now of 18. So I think that's not including with this current move to the downside right now. So it's going to get better on Cisco. You can see that's being calculated with this kind of a price, $56. So I feel like, down to 17 or whatever it's going to be with this 3% move down, 4% now on Cisco. Look, man, I like this name. You're now below the 50-period moving average. I don't think it's time to buy anything yet, but now this puts Cisco right back on the radar because I still feel that if you're going to pull down, I feel like most stocks now have 5% even more in them right now. So if Cisco can get into this like 51, 52 area just on market making moves down, then I do want to buy Cisco because this is not a re-rating at all for Cisco. This is just like Neil said, man, when you're going to spend $28 billion in cash, when cash gets you 5% in the bank right now, you better be making sure of that purchase. And then now you're going to have, like we said, FTC and some worries about this. They don't like it when these big tech conglomerates sort of merge together. So I feel like this will be okay. This is not like anti-competitive or anything. So as far as I know. But all right, the return of the Barcelona kid himself. Let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, it's great to have him back. Luis Barbedo from the Day Trade the World office in Barcelona, Spain. I just checked, Luis, it's a sunny Barcelona, Spain today, but it hasn't been this summer absolutely crazy weather throughout that entire region this summer. First of all, good to see you. How are you, and how have you been this summer?
We have been very fine here. I'm sorry for my, summer that we didn't connect so much here in Trader TV. I miss you guys. I know you miss me too. We learned something. You never cut Sean from the screen, even if I'm the one coming in. He get angry. He want to finish his speech. That's cool.
There you go. There you go. A general rule around here, but yes, no, it's great to have you back. Let's talk about some stocks. Let's talk about the market and what we've been dealing with over the past few days here. Obviously, focus on the Fed, which means focus on the overall market, not necessarily individual names. That being said, there has been over the past couple of weeks lots of low float, high flying stocks that have been popping up. It seems like just randomly more than with an actual news catalyst. How have you been approaching things lately?
Yeah, you're right. We had a couple of weeks with crazy runners, sometimes only because of stupid sympathies like reverse splits or sector sympathy or something like that. Not really news behind some of the movements, but low float, high relative volume comparing to the float. So we got a couple of very nice weeks with crazy pumps and dumps down all the way back. So that's nice for us. We knew this week is going to be more calm because people, as you say, look for the overall market, waiting for the Fed decision. So the traders are more expecting yesterday to come more than trading, but it's been very nice weeks. Yeah.
A couple of interesting looks here this morning. NEPT, one of those, moving around early on some positive news. This thing's already basically come all the way back to this gap. What are you thinking here for Neptune?
Yeah, all the way back, as you say. So it's not really on our radar anymore. We should have taken these shorts on the parabolic movement, or maybe along in the pullback in the first early pullback pre-market. Right now, all the way back, it's not really important levels where we can find a nice risk-reward trade. Not enough volume, probably. So it's not on our radar anymore, this one.
A little bit of
a
little bit of a broader picture and a good look in the sense that when it comes to these types of conditions, when really the overall market might be in focus, some of these smaller stocks kind of have to take a back seat. Is there a way or a signal maybe that you're looking for to say, okay, maybe we get back involved with some of these?
We mainly work in our traders, in the patient, in the psychology part. Like, guys, maybe there's 1, 2, 3 days that there is not a lot for us. Let's wait for the A+ setups. Accept that what market gives you. If you cannot make $10,000 today or 1,000 or whatever, if you can make 10% of what you really want to do every day, that's fine. Our days will come back. It's all about cycles. And psychology, save mental capital and energy when the good trades come in and the good days. So it's more on that side. We don't force to move to other kind of stocks, other kind of strategy. We stick our plan and we wait the game to come,
No, absolutely. Great words. I want to touch on some SPACs. We mentioned the fact that some of these low float names have been popping up randomly over the past few weeks. This is one of them. UPTD back to the upside in a big way here this morning to the tune of about 30%. This is definitely on the low end of the float scale. Again, with the overall conditions, though, some caution needed, I think.
Yeah, this is an interesting stock. It's one of it's in our radar today, in our watch list. There is some volume, not enough volume yet, I think, but if it breaks those highs, it might get in play for us. It was in play a few days ago, so it's a stock that we are looking into. I don't know if this is a SPAC. I didn't check yet, but as you say, it was yesterday. I think it was DTOC. It ran for a second day from $14, $15 to $29, $30. So it's interesting movement. Be aware of the halted here, okay? You really don't want to be in a halt fest, as we call a festival of halt after halt. It's a very tricky situation we try to avoid. So we check days before if the halting system is very active or not, and we try to avoid to be in the trade if the halted come, at least in the first halt. If we see like 3 or 4 halted, we have a little bit more statistic about what's likely more to happen. But try to avoid this halt with low volume and low float.
Yeah, it's definitely a candidate for that. Just having a look right now, the liquidity is very, very low on this, so it's not going to take much to.
It's a very narrow level too, so
Yeah,
halt
exactly.
is going to be very likely.
Yeah, caution needed. It's been a week full of IPOs, ARMCART, and one yesterday, KVLU, or KYVO.
KVYO.
One of those, yeah. Give me your thoughts on these IPOs.
It was good. It was good, actually. Not the kind of stock we used to trade, but there was a lot of volume. All of them opening slightly above the price of the IPO, but all of them very weak on the opening. So since it opened above the price, but as soon you could see people are selling, so you start to think, okay, who is selling? The people who went before the IPO, everyone is selling. So you go into the stock market with a company that first day and second day, everyone is selling. It's not a very good signal, right? If you are the CEO or the owner of the company. So we try to scalp those 3 tickers on the short side on the pops. That was our main strategy on those one. And it's good that we have some IPOs and some new movements on the stock market.
Some of these types of ideas coming back. It's been a couple of years. Anything else on your radar today?
Yeah. AVGR for the third day gapping up is a micro float. I think 700,000 shares only. It's the third day. We have been trying to long this stock, looking for the short squeeze, a huge short squeeze on the short side because of the micro float. Not a lot of short interest, not a lot of institutional, but yet it was working all the longs on the dips. VWAP reclaims. It was very nice to trade. Today, maybe third day, is the first day where you're going to look for some shorts into resistance of $12, $13. If it doesn't work, you got to get out because it's a micro fall. It can run over $15. There is no resistance anymore. So short side until 13, we feel pretty confident with this one.
Stuff. Luis Barbato from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Great to see you. Great to have you back. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you very much. I want to say hi to Arun from here. He was in Barcelona visiting us, and we had a very, very nice time here.
Great stuff. He's a world traveler. We'll definitely pass along the message. Thanks, Luis.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good to have Luis back there. And yeah, I mean, office in Barcelona, there's worse places to visit and be able to do a little bit of trading while you're there as well. We love the look. What I love about what he said there, and it's very important, like you have a strategy. And so we've seen cycles where these, like the small caps have been flying and there's breakers and runners every single day. That's what you focus on. You know, stick to your guns. And if there aren't any that morning, it's okay not to trade, right? It's like if you get a crazy inside day in the market, and we're not having one today, then maybe you want to trade your big cap tech a little bit differently, not expect the breakouts, be very patient, waiting for key price levels. Avenger, doesn't really matter what you want to call it. It's going to be down today, so it is like SSR. Not that that necessarily matters for a stock like this, but it had a good run in the afternoon before this pullback. You always try to remember what these have done in the past. Like look at the daily chart before you start thinking that any dip buy is a good dip buy, right? Like this is a reverse split breaker that it broke out at like 630 from the reverse split price, and it's still a bit of a double up, or at least close to a double up from there. So it easily could pull back pretty severely before it makes any kind of a bid. So when I say be patient, like being patient on this, if this ends up being the back end and it's pulling back, this stock could be in the $6 range before it catches a bid. Like I wouldn't anticipate that any level's going to hold. I would see something hold and then look for that entry point at that point. So, be very, very patient with these. It looks like it's going to be a, big cap tech market kind of day, and there's plenty of opportunities out there, whether it's the new IPOs or some names that I think are pulling back in after big runs. Firm would be one of those types of names. Maybe you like looking at something else, earnings, like a FedEx, but there's plenty to look at, even though you don't have many small caps running this morning.
Yeah, shout out to Luis, a good friend of ours. I've known that guy for a very, very long time. Shout out to Arun. I haven't seen Arun in a long time, but shout out to Arun. I hope he's doing well there. Yeah, look, again, just to sort of repeat what Neil said there, I think you got to stick with what you guys do best. I know the Barcelona office does like to trade a lot of those sort of, higher or lower float, higher short interest stocks that are moving around. We're going to cover those on the show today as well. I think a lot of the pressure, obviously, in the NASDAQ. So we're going to be looking at some chip names here as we go over to our watch list. But thanks again, man. It's great to have Luis back. Some of those ideas and some of those names really, really key if you're looking to trade. I just saw a note right here. Cannabis, it's nothing. It's just something about Cresco, but it just made me think about where this name has come, and this is probably another thing. Just talking about Luis, and we didn't mention cannabis, but ACB, CGC, Tilray, like they're all starting to come back into some interesting levels again, where you're now below $1. We shorted this yesterday at 98 cents and wound up covering it at the end of the day around 87, which was a great trade now that you're below $1. So I just want to keep these on a lot of traders' radars because you could break back above $1 at some point here on more headlines. So we'll keep our ear to the ground on that. But like I said, I've been way underwater for years and years and years on these names, but I just wonder if you do put some more money into play here if you get back into some of these bottoms. The 50-period moving average is at 60 cents. Let's just see what Tilray's doing right now. And I said I would never invest in these again, so it's probably a bad decision. But okay, Tilray's still holding out at 250. All right, so Tilray is nowhere. Well, I mean, I guess percentage-wise, they're all probably the same, but maybe Tilray down here at 150, 160. I'm going to have to go back and watch that Raheem Alani clip from, well, it was last week, I guess, at this point, where we were talking about some cannabis names. I think there's going to be a lot of winners here. We just got to make sure that we pick the right ones as we get into the election year as well. FedEx stock is up today, and I know that's on our watch list as well.
Cannabis note, they're going to reintroduce the banking bill once again, which was one of the things that Raheem was touching on the last time we discussed that. Here's some analyst moves. Meanwhile, upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. Enphase, Truist, CrowdStrike, FedEx. Yeah, FedEx with a really nice look on their report. Carnival, General Mills, they reported yesterday. Goldman Sachs and Philip Morris.
You're looking for anything in tech that's going to be up today, at least temporarily. You can expect it. I mean, CrowdStrike with an upgrade, you can expect it to be in cybersecurity. That's because of this Splunk deal. So, obviously Splunk's up a heck of a lot more than that, but that's because they're the ones being bought. CrowdStrike holding out, baby, like higher lows and all that good stuff. The 162 previous top, that's been the bit of a base. Actually, check that 163. Let's get it right. 163 has been the base. That was also the Fed bottom. Double bottom the last couple of days. Given it's a strong name, if the market were to come down here, continue to come down, let's just say, which kind of feel like the way things feel, is this not a 2% kind of day? And if we have a 2% kind of day and you're looking for bottoms, at least this is a strong group. That's all I will say. Like this is the only part of tech I can find that is not red. So 163 on CrowdStrike looks pretty decent. You can also be looking at like a Palo Alto, and this is all again just because of Splunk. 163. I don't know if we get there. It's $3. You're kind of diddling in the middle. Probably the only thing worth looking at. Carnival was in there on the downside. My flat bottom, the flat bottom break that I wanted on CCL. On a morning like today, if you've been staring at a bunch of flat bottom breaks, especially after Fed yesterday, like they happen. Like they either happened overnight or they happened in the afternoon yesterday. And CCL's did, breaking that 1490 flat bottom. And it's still going to the downside. So I think CCL, I mean, there it is. I just think it's a short underneath that line, which is right around the 15. So if we pop, short the pops, short the pops.
What's up to Reliable Rudy? Because we've been talking about Enphase for a while. And again, just trying to base out down here at the bottom, and now today it gets an upgrade. So I've been looking for some information on this name. I know it has to do with borrow costs and where the rates are and everything like that. So I wanna read about that because I really think that Enphase down here is probably a decent buy against those bottoms. I mean, you can get out of the way if there's a problem there, but I still think the market has lower to go. But check out this. This is from Y Charts. This is the historical PEs. And I mean, right here. So I mean, Enphase is all the way down at 31. Back in July, we were at 50s, as you can go all the way up. I mean, forget about where it's come from. But again, it's never been this low. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Enphase right now. So again, the PE, just has, that can change dramatically. I mean, based on, obviously, the earnings, right? And if they're not getting any more clients coming through and putting these, dealing with solar, I don't know if it's going to be the right play, but we've seen FSLR bouncing a little bit off. I mean, obviously it's not going to be bouncing today, but FSLR, another name there for First Solar. This has been a big spot. We talk about that TAN ETF, TAN. You could check that out as well, as these are two big components of it. But look at First Solar as well. Here's a downside move, and you're trying to break out some of that. So it's not at its very bottoms, which is what I was getting at, but you're starting to break below on a lot of these names. So I don't know what's going on with these solar names, but I do want to look at it now. It's nice that we get that upgrade, and there's the TAN ETF that we've been talking about. That's at the bottom as well. I mean, when these two big components are there, I'm more interested in ETF trading now, because some of these individual names obviously are just moving quite rapidly and wildly. But look at this. I mean, again, you know, if there's any plays for solar, I mean, you're getting all the way down here. Kind of reminds me of that home builders ETF, which is at a tipping point as well right now. So watch out. Some of these names definitely need to be looked at. And I like that end phase. Possibly something to buy if you're feeling like you could get a little rebound on that note. I don't know who it was from, but I'll have to look it up after.
All right, just reading a Spruce Point short report on Samsara, which is IoT is the ticker, so just heads up on that. All right, let's get into the overall market. Sharif's going to lead the way here with a look at the futures.
44.47 is where we closed off yesterday. We're obviously a lot below that. Now, as we retrace down overnight, 4,400 is the level I'm looking at. That was the August low that we made on August 18th. And we're just a smidge above it right now. 44.0325 is the low. If we can stay above 4,400, let's see if we can get a bit of a bounce, but look for resistance at 44.47.
Downside we go 2 days in a row here after Fed Chair Powell comes through. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. You can use that QR code as well. Enter your email address, and then you get everything you need to know in one neat package for free every single day. Here is that IoT before we jump into big tech. Down 6%. There's no volume behind this, but just a heads up, it's $25 for IoT or Samsara on that Spruce Point short report. Yeah, big tech breaks in a big way to the downside here. There's a number of different angles we can take here. The big one, obviously, going to be these are the stocks that are most sensitive to higher rates. We get that higher rate for longer narrative once again for or from Fed Chair Powell yesterday. There's this as well, obviously. Broadcom going to be ditched by Google in favor of Marvell, possibly for AI chips. So we'll get to Marvell in a second here. We'll talk about that separately. But from a Google perspective, I mean, it's down anyways with the rest of these.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. Look, they're dropping Broadcom. Broadcom had been looked at by a lot of analysts as a possible NVIDIA play. A lot of people that couldn't stomach the valuation that NVIDIA was positing looked for Broadcom as a possible substitute. They're going to do it in-house. TCUs, the TPUs, Tensor Processing Unit, is what Google's going to do here. But I want to talk a little bit about the dot plot. This is what I was talking about, guys. So the median estimate for 2024 was previously 4.6. That's where the majority of the members thought rates would be. Now, that's been bumped up to 5.1. This is the reason for the sell-off. And in 2025 as well, it was supposed to be 3.4. That's been bumped up to 3.9. So big tech, very rate sensitive, and this is why we're moving down.
Yeah, we go from indicating 100, I guess it is, basis points worth of cuts to quarter, half, possibly, by the end of next year. So, yeah, huge change. Worth mentioning here, Broadcom down huge, but also an $800-ish stock. So a lot of different angles, as I mentioned. There's also a couple of minor stories when it comes to Amazon. We'll touch on that coming up here as far as the FTC is concerned, but going to be a weekday here for these guys.
It is. I want to make one comment about IoT, and I'll just leave it at this. Yeah, you didn't put up the short report up here at the double top. You wait until it retraces the entire range back into support on the daily. Feels like exit liquidity. If it never breaks the 22 low, then that's probably a decent bottom. A lot of times that's just true when you have a short sell report that comes at the tail end of what could be a bottom, a move to the bottom, you can get a little bit of a bid. So if that holds 22 in the next couple of days, it actually doesn't look that bad for an R&R. But looking at Alphabet, we'll say this probably I'll say this probably a million times today. You're gapping underneath obviously big levels. The 50 period is going to be at around 130 on Google here, but yesterday's close was just around that support level. Was looking for it to, I mean, obviously yesterday to hold on. It got to that price. There was no time for it to bounce. So underneath the line, that's resistance, short the pops. That's the take on Google. What I just noticed and was pointed out in the chat as well, because I looked up on my Apple chart and saw the market bounce a little bit. I mean, not a lot, but a little bit. And there was a couple of green candles for the first time, like 2 in a row on my 15-minute, if it can hold up in the next few. But Apple, look at the barcode off 174. So a bit of a seller here on Apple at $174 early in the pre-market. And it doesn't necessarily mean a lot. It's just I always like to take note of these things on a big event day, that you do have somebody holding it underneath 174. Apple feels like it's got room down to the 71 on the daily. If not, if it breaks 71, the 200 period I think will be the next support level. But if you look at the 74 in particular that we're holding, this is the range bottom the last 2 weeks. So the fact that you have an iceberg order selling there at 74, I just don't think you want to fight that price. Like, I don't want to be long under it, that's for darn sure. I don't want any longs under 74 on Apple that don't begin with 171 or 170. And if we get above that price, let's say it breaks it at the open, I think you can look at the previous close on a lot of stocks. If you get up to the previous close, just start respecting that. Let's look 175.5. But yeah, don't fight the trend today. I might think about we'll get to Marvell in a second actually, because it has its own news.
Yeah, I know we'll talk about big tech. We'll keep talking about it all day. You can find the sticky note. I don't even have Apple written on there. I have AMD, Intel, and Tesla. Also, watch out for that $400 level on NVIDIA. But I just want to bring something up because it was mentioned in the chat as well. So like the NASDAQ rate now, so this is Apple on the top, obviously right here, and the NASDAQ right here. So the NASDAQ just made a nice little run. I mean, it didn't really. It went up about 20 handles there. Apple, absolutely nothing. It didn't do anything. And then on this move down right there, Apple started ticking down. So obviously it's great to know that there's that 174 seller there as well, but it's also treating itself, even though it's only down 0.95, like this is what I'm saying. So I may leave Apple alone right now, especially off the open. It was my biggest red stock yesterday because we bought that, what was it, 179 or something crazy yesterday, thinking that it was going to break this 180. Like, look at Apple from yesterday, just about how sick it was all day. And then we had that long right off the open, thinking that it was going to break right there. So we got that 179.50 long, and then that was basically the worst trade of all time because it just, well, not really, but then it just kept going back down. We're lucky to get out at 179, but it just kept on going. So it was my worst stock yesterday. Apple kept going even into the close. Look at that. Obviously, we had Fed yesterday come through, so that was a disaster. But Apple never got that bid yesterday. You know, we've seen some stock kind of bid itself up there yesterday in the afternoon. We got a little bit of a run there into the close, but then a big move to finish on the lows again yesterday. So I don't know, man. Apple to me is pretty ill with it. So I'm short 175. I don't know about short right away, but we're going to be shorting Apple here today at some point. I'm a little confused about the relationship because I thought Apple would have been weaker than the market. I know the iPhone 15s are selling like hot fire, but I'm a little bit surprised right now. I thought Apple would have been bumping up here with the NASDAQ bumping up as well. And by bumping up, I mean, talking about a couple of handles.
Yeah, a couple of handles, not much.
All right, so that's our talk about Apple there. I'm going to leave it alone, but I do think the short is there.
All right, I was just reading 92-year-old Rupert Murdoch stepping down as chairman of Fox. Time to retire, I guess. MRVL to the upside here in a big way, 3.6%. Nice look. Obviously, same story. Out goes AVGO, in goes MRVL for Google.
Yeah, we were just talking about this. Marvell was known to me to be more of a 5G play. They were the maker of processors, the 7 nanometer that were put in for the 5G networks and the chips that go into cell phones for that. So I didn't know them as ones that were going to be able to scale on this level, but Google obviously knows something I don't, so let's see what they do the rest of the day. On
a day when obviously the market's showing a ton of weakness, you know, you come into a 4 or 5% move for MRVL. It's notable for sure.
Yeah, you want to respect relative strength and weakness where you can. Like there's only, unless you're looking at one of those cybersecurity names, it's not as if there's going to be a tech name that's in the green right now. So you've got Crowd and Splunk and Palo and and then you've got Marvell. And the other thing that it's working in its benefit is it's at the bottom of it's bouncing off the bottom of a downtrend. So if we still flush further and see a 2% day, then it's got 52 in here for support. So, I kind of like that. I kind of like the notion that it could drop, and at least there's somewhere you might want to buy it. I'm looking at the 55 for the don't fight it zone. It feels to me like, okay, this is something that might happen a few years down the line, and it would be a big deal for Marvell. Obviously, if this were to happen, I just don't know that we're going to get any confirmation on this or anything come further out of the story in the short term. And if the market decides to fall further, maybe previous resistance coming back in. That's a wide gap to fill underneath 55. So if we fall under 55, and this is looking like it's still a trend down day, like the NASDAQ can't get past 15,000, I think Marvell under 55 looks like it could play a little bit of catch up. Now I prefer, we already talked a little bit about big tech and where Google's at, and I still like the last 2 days I've loved the Intel short and I still like it. But yeah, this one at 55 makes some sense. If we do see 52 today, I think that can be a good level to at least attempt to buy. Like there's not many stocks which are showing you something down there which wouldn't be crazy because it's got at least a positive catalyst here for Marvell.
Look, I'm thinking, just grab some of those. Those egg things are there again. They're great. Thanks for coming to me, by the way. Okay, just playing around. All right, that's Marvell. Look, I've talked about AMD breaking that $100 level. I like the AVGO trade as well. I think that's going to be obviously a negative catalyst for them. Google working on those new chips. The Pixel phone's going to have those in them. I don't know. It's a too expensive of a name. But look at AMD, man. I mean, AMD is one of the ones that was pretty easy. We broke through $100. Nice downside move there. Hey, there it goes. I guess Neil just went to go get one of those things. There's the break of $100. This is what we're looking at. You want to talk about a stock that's relatively weak versus the market. This is down almost double what the market's down right now. AMD continuing to make new lows. Do we have, okay, good. We don't have NVIDIA on there, but the same type of thing here as we talk chips. I mean, there we go. I mean, NVIDIA is down now 25% from its $500 level. I mean, remember when they had that record quarter that was amazing and everyone was like, okay, here we go. The market is kind of not saved, but now justifying these kind of valuations. Well, now you're down 25%, right? It went to 515 there in the post market, and now you're all the way back down to 400. I think a 400 break is imminent. We could even have that today on a possible flush down through. I do think it's a little bit irresponsible, and I know that there's people in the chat talking about this, and I'm already thinking about it. It's irresponsible to hammer into the short right away. I think there could be a little bit of a relief rally coming through here, but then when the bears take control of this market, then we start to short it. So right now, you can see that in the NASDAQ, we are having a back and forth right now. So we got to wait. You got to let this stuff settle down. I'm still looking at 15,000. VWAP is up here at 1520. So I do feel like there is some potential right there to come through. And we'll see what happens now with some of these chip names.
All right, let's go on to Amazon here. Downside, obviously in the big tech group, but has its own catalyst today. So we'll touch on the FTC angle here, the increased fees for merchants. Causing this. In this note, it actually says the FTC here will likely file. CNBC this morning reporting that they have. So this lawsuit is already a thing. So Amazon a little bit worse off here than the rest.
Yeah, Lena Khan has made no bones about the fact that she's going to go after these anti-competitive measures. Essentially, what Amazon was planning was a 2% fee to be added on the already 15% commission that you pay to use their service and use their shipping network. So that's the look there. They brought in last quarter, $32.3 billion. That's up 18% from the previous year and even surpassed AWS's earnings, Brendo. So they're looking to take some of that.
On the other side of things, I also was reading this morning, they're going to launch or maybe they have already, a new smart speaker, Alexa smart speaker with heavily AI-assisted Alexa in it as well. So when you ask for the weather, she'll tell you, I guess, in your neighborhood. I don't know. But new smart speaker, guys, for Amazon.
Maybe that. I don't think we're moving the needle on that today for the news. I like the idea. I mean,
that was yesterday, I think. The TV one, the sound bar, or is it maybe it's a new one?
Maybe it's a new. I don't know.
Oh, the Alexa. Okay, new Alexa. Yeah, I saw like a TV sound bar.
No, I saw that. I don't know what you're talking about.
For $120.
And those are solid.
I think so. I have a Samsung one hooked up. I really like it.
We have one. I'm looking for one for the basement. So, I mean, that looks cool. I don't know if that's moving the needle today. Like, this is going to be, today is going to be momentum. And I feel as if we haven't had many days where all of big tech is generally going in the same direction. You'll have like two of the Mag 7 up and 2 down and a couple flat, and it's just all over the place. I'm not sure it's going to be that way today. I kind of feel like we're going to be, you might have ones that are stronger or weaker than the others, but the general direction is going to flow. The 135 that I would have loved to be playing off of is a little bit far away here on Amazon, but you broke down underneath it. Let me just go back and show you. Okay, so 50 period right there at 135. You're breaking down. You've got room to next support, which is 130. So that $5 range is what I think I wanted to look at today. You're $3 away from that. So if you're looking at a bounce here, you might be, if you wait for 135, there might not be an opportunity to get it. Now, if we break 15,000 on the NASDAQ, I wouldn't want to short anything until it got to 135, particularly on Amazon. Google feels like it's a little bit more in the pocket in terms of getting an opportunity to get a short that I like. But Amazon, maybe you just look at the pre-market levels, like the 133.5, halfway from here to the 135 level. That could be a little something there. Just wish, if you like the short, sometimes it's fallen so far that you're closer to the support level than you are to the resistance you want. And if there's a pop at the open, I think it's absolutely fine in front of 135.
Yeah, so I looked at Amazon today, and the thing is that it is a name that I want to buy on any dips, and you're getting one right now, and it's a pretty decent one too, from 145 all the way to 130, and it looks like you're trying to break lower. So I don't have any problems whatsoever shorting absolutely everything today. I just think we got to wait. I just think we got to wait and be patient as possible. Honestly, today on some sort of FTC release, we saw that with Google. They went after Google about was it about their search? But it was the FTC, so it wouldn't have been in Europe. But anyways, Amazon with a nice move to the downside. It's been really getting kicked over the last week, man. 145 high, all the way now down to 130. Like, it's just so crazy because, like, it's 10%. Like, you're down, like, some of these moves, like 10% is a great move on the year. Now, obviously not for a lot of these big tech names, as we see 10% sometimes in a week. But just as easy as it went up there and everybody's celebrating, now you're all the way back down. So, like, the FOMO is real on a lot of these names, man. And if you bought up here, are you going to start to average in? I mean, where is the dip buy opportunities right now with Amazon? So I'm going to look at the 200 period moving average. I know I want to be short. We had 135 yesterday close. I think a lot of these names can get back to the close yesterday. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous. Like, I don't think Amazon has a 2.6% bump in it, but I think it can try. I think we can get somewhere like back to 133, 133.50. So when I say close, I don't mean like the exact close, but a bump up here somewhere where we could look to short this name. So again, I don't like the NASDAQ today. I don't like tech. But if Amazon can get bumped, which I always think there's some good stories, and the reason why I think Amazon is a chance to get going back to the upside is that I know there's a lot of dip buyers out there looking to get into this name. Retail's been really bad, and I just think Amazon does have a lot going for it. And not only that, look, I don't know what this means, Neil, because on a day like today, but you actually have a big market game tonight. You have the Giants versus the 49ers, and Amazon it's their game.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put that out there. No one's going to talk about it today, but, you know, just thinking about it, because I'm thinking about Wan'Dale Robinson and everything, if I'm going to start.
Wan'Dale Robinson, you're not starting.
I'm just playing around.
Against
the last time he played, he was 9 for 100.
They're playing San Francisco. Is going to.
Don't worry, Neil.
Okay.
But without Barkley, yeah, there's going to be a problem there. And Daniel Jones, I don't know. I mean, that guy got paid, what, 40 a year for 4 years? But the thing is that
it's a bad deal.
I'm just wondering about Amazon on a possible bump. I mean, that would be one name that I'm going to look to fade if it gets going. Anyways, that's a little bit of a
Their Thursday Night Football, like the new way they're able to show some of these
I looked for it
angles.
last Thursday. I didn't see it.
I think that some of the new stuff, I don't know if it's all out there yet, the new features.
But it wasn't even on my Amazon Prime. I don't know if it's in Canada. I think Canada's blocking it because of TSN and all that has the rights to
I do know that with all those deals that are going on, like I still use DAZN because we're international. So for everything, if you're in the States, so you have all these different streams battling it. But I NFL, it's still DAZN. It's DAZN is what I watch everything on still. But I like the new product. I think it's when people watch games on the streaming services now, like they've got features that make it look like you're playing Madden. and it's really, really cool. But yeah, I mean, Amazon, I like Amazon in the long term. I just don't know how much I like it today.
Yeah, maybe I talk too much about football there because we sometimes don't stop. I just want to say something to Eduardo here, because if this is true of everybody, I don't know. He's just saying that like everything is flickering and everything right now. I mean, we see it as being fine. I don't see anybody else complaining, but if there is any issues right there, please, guys, let us know, because maybe there is a problem, and we want to be able to give the absolute best. It is flickering a little bit, eh? Yeah,
when I full screen my YouTube, I see like a little bit of a flicker.
Okay, and he's saying that never had happened before, so we'll look into it. But thank you, Eduardo, for that, and we do apologize because it's the Trader TV Live's basically goal is to give you the best quality as completely possible. So we'll get Fabian and Mark and all those guys to look into it, but thanks for pointing it out. Eduardo, we only have 10 minutes now, Brendo.
Yeah, interesting. Thanks for that. We'll look into it, as Sean mentioned. Let's talk IPOs here from this week. Nothing new in the way of news today, outside of the fact that in these conditions, it's going to be tough sledding for new listings here. So, I mean, just this note just highlighting essentially what I was saying there. All of these downside in a big way. Once again, ARM, CART, and even KVYO from yesterday. Yeah,
and they're all trading near the launch of the IPO prices. But here's a very interesting data point, Brendo. Recent history suggests that newly listed stocks, which drop below their IPO price within the first week, generally have further to fall. And Dow Jones did an actual data set on this, and those stocks actually fell by an average of 20% from their first week low over the following 12 months. So we'll have to keep an eye on these three.
I was reading a note last night that was essentially pointing to that and the fact that it's September, and we have highlighted on this show over the past couple of weeks how September's not a great month for the market anyways, but here's all these IPOs coming in September, guys.
Yeah, and I think you're going to be highlighting the IPO issue prices
today.
Typed
in IPO into the stocks.
Exactly. I do it all the time. If someone's saying a word, I type it into the stocks.
IPO we're talking about, okay.
I'm going to start with Instacart. I mean, we'll look at ARM too, but Instacart, $30 was the issue price. $30 held at the end of the day. It's been back and forth off that price. I think if you hold under 30 and break the lows, I'm only looking short. If you pop to the upside, I know I want to short around 33. The issue with shorting yesterday was you had to give it some room. Like that's all you had to do. I mean, I was short CART and didn't make any money on it yesterday because it may be just a little bit early and not catching it after it kind of ran everybody's stops above 33. So if we get back into, if it pops enough to get to 32 or 31, I think if you short the even dollar level, you give it through the even dollar and maybe try to catch it on the way back down. Like let it break 31 if it starts to go to the upside, and then try to catch it on the way back down. Let it break 32 if that's what it wants to do, and I'll try to short it on the way back in. I only want to be looking short on the stock today. If I have to be long one of them, and you don't have to be, ARM feels like the one that has never broken the 51 just yet, so it has a decent chance. If at the open a few million shares pop up at 51, then I think there's a scalp trade there. If it sniffs 53, 54, I want to short that level. I want to short every resistance level. And if we get underneath $50, forget about the defense of the IPO price at that point. You're just looking short on these IPOs. Klaviyo is not as liquid as the others. It's probably going to drop too, and I would apply the same plan of action. But ARM's got better liquidity. CART's got better liquidity. Klaviyo, it's good. It's just, and I was in it in the afternoon show, but the spread is starting to open up, and I like to trade something which has more liquidity. ARM is true. It's got the best.
Well, yesterday I was short CART, I think 2 or 3 times and wound up losing, and then it basically ended at the low of the day. So it's actually pretty pathetic to have traded that yesterday and lost on it, especially to the short side. But this Klaviyo yesterday, again, we talked about it. Its best moment was when it opened. It hadn't gotten any higher than its opening price. I mean, it was faded out all day, and then right there, right at the close, you got to bump up. And I don't know what that was about. Probably just some short covering, or somebody wanted to get it going and thought that maybe 30 would be some sort of a key level, which is fine. So we're going to test that again here today. 30 was a bouncing spot. We had a huge move up there into the close yesterday. So I just say, what's up with that? And then we'll short it either when it gets to 33, could be a good short. Now, I did not pay for any shorts here today, so I am channeling my inner Arun here. I'm going to stay away from them unless look, if we break 30, I won't have the share. I mean, maybe I should pay for some of these shares in case it does break 30. Instacart, Neil just went over some of those levels as well. It's just for today, with what's been happening with the NASDAQ and everything, I feel like I better focused on some of those than some random plays yesterday, because like I said, CART threw me for a little bit of a loop yesterday. So by the time I look over and you say, oh, well, I just blew a couple $100 or whatever it was there, which it was on CART yesterday, just getting stopped out every time we broke some of these levels, and that was it. And then obviously when Fed came, there it goes down to $30. So the fact that I lost on 32 and 32.50 short yesterday is really bad. So I don't really want to look at that, but there's 32.50 again on Instacart. So if anything comes through, I think there's high levels that you want to be short on these names, right? But if the market is ripping, is the only way that I could see people wanting to put money into new issues. Like, hey, we had a bottom there, we got to buy some of these names because they're also bottoming. And if that's the case, then I want to be long NASDAQ names. And before we go back, I know we have one more second to go here because we have one more topic, but I just wanted to get over this because we just had the NASDAQ imbalances come out, and I know there's people that are interested in it. There's nothing really on here, man. CGC is a sell, the SQs. Google, maybe the biggest name on here, that's a sell, 150,000 shares. As you can see, that's not really reacting. Other than that, there's nothing. But look what's here, Brendo. The biggest name on the board today, besides CHPT, charge point there, is going to be NIO, and we've got a story on that.
Yeah, here is the NIO phone. I mean, yesterday we were talking about NIO homes, and now a day later, here is the NIO phone, and the CEO in this presentation actually points directly at Elon and Tesla, and essentially says, "Come at us. We're going to be break even before you are." Remember, if we go back a year or so ago, Elon came out and said, or there was rumors floating around that Tesla was going to make a smartphone. And so here's NIO beating Tesla to the punch. And I wanted to highlight this real quick because this is a no joke kind of phone. 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte of storage comes standard in this thing, 5,200 milliamp battery, 50 watt wireless charging. So it's $900, but I mean, pretty decent numbers there.
Yeah, interesting. I just think the comments, whatever that guy is smoking, I'd like a little bit of it, especially with respect to what he's saying, Elon. Look, let's talk a little bit about the company because I have no faith in this company. NIO shipped 94,352 vehicles in the first 8 months of this year. Their annual target was 250,000. They're not even close to half of that yet. So I think before they start making phones, they should perfect the cars and try to meet the deliveries.
Yeah, so never mind Huawei we were talking about for Apple yesterday. Maybe NIO is now a smartphone player.
The positive thing I will say is, from what I read, the phone, which has some decent specs, is going to be priced 10% less than the equivalent Huawei phone. So obviously that makes sense. All they're doing is giving you an extra benefit, like the connectivity issue and the convenience. And if it gets a few extra people to like your car because of the convenience factor, then why not? That being said, let's talk about the stock for a second. It's trying to bounce off an 840 support. Here's the daily chart. Here's your 840. On the news of the offering, convertible bond offering, it got down to 840. Ooh, bad wick there on the 15. But it bounced off 840 once. If it cannot hold on to this, it looks like a quadruple low. I'd be at least a little bit cautious of a liquidity grab underneath on these Chinese ADRs. Like if it breaks 840, remember that's your support line, immediately holds. If it gets right back above and takes out 855, like if this holds 840 at the open and you start taking out above 850, 855, you could have a bit of a relief rally. It is not SSR because it's 2 days ago that it was down 10%, so you're not really going to have that juice behind any kind of a bounce to the upside. But if it holds on to 840, that is a bit of a decent level there. Only 90 seconds to go. We kind of got this one under the gun.
Yeah, look, one of the things about this is we had a great trade the other day off NIO, $10. Obviously, it was $9.60 short. We covered it like at $8.60. We basically made $1 on that. Now today it's going down to the downside. Look, honestly, I don't know. I didn't read the tweet that Sharif was mentioning there or the note, but the thing is like, yeah, good job, NIO. Not only are you in the EV business, which is super competitive right now, but now you're going to enter into cell phones. Like, hello, there's legacy players in here that are not going to give up market share to you. So I think this is a bad decision. I don't think anybody should get into. You got Huawei, you've got Google, you've got Apple, you've got Samsung. Like the list just goes on and on. Like why don't they just get into the chip business while they're at it as well? NIO to the downside. That's my thoughts on that. So sorry if it's a little bit negative, but I think it's ridiculous for them to get into a new business, especially one that is as competitive as that. But at least now when your car breaks down, you're connected to something, so you can call them real quick. But let's just see what happens, man. I mean, back up to $10. I still like Neo if it can fade for a fade down to the upside. Okay, so 10 seconds, 20 seconds right now until we're open. I'm just going to watch Apple. I really want to see what the price action on this name is.
Yeah, we got 15 seconds to the open. I want to throw in there.
260.
I might have said this already, but I do like a short to pop on Affirm. That is a trend down trade. Not one that we got to be able to cover there, but 23's first look, 22.5 if we get a pop and curl. In 4, 3, Adara's on the bell. Get it off me and to her, ring it. There we go. The market is open. ARM already bounced off the issue price of 51, so that's headed a little bit higher. Do want to short the pop on ARM if there is a decent enough one. Load. Wow, that didn't like it had just popped off 51 and was challenging 52. It's already back at 51. That took no time at all. That's insane, man. You're right back at that 51 level. Thank you very much, Randy. There's a false break of 51 even. Oh, false break of 51 even. Look at that. It got down underneath 51 to 95, and the buy support came in at the IPO issue price for ARM. I wasn't even fast enough to try to get it back through that 51, and I was sitting there staring at it and couldn't even get the order in fast enough.
Okay, so here is the move up that we talked about in the market possibly, right? So here we go. We're actually going to wait to see if Tesla can come through. Intel as well up to that level. Here comes Tesla, man. We're sitting right here right now. I'm going to short it. Actually, we were at 75, sorry. So we'll take a short right now on Tesla. We didn't get the 75, Phil. I just had to punch this short myself. So we'll take that right now. We're trying to get $1 early on this name. Can it join the dollar club? We'll see on that one. But I don't even want to get out for $1. What is that pre-market level? 257. All right, let's see if we can get a 257 fill here on Tesla. Hopefully going to the downside, but we're short right now and it's kind of flat right here as we wait for 260 to come through again. So here it goes. That's an initial position. We're short at 259.57, so it's just short right here right now. AMD, and again, we're going to wait for 262, sorry, on that one. That's a sticky note level 262 from yesterday. We said that if Tesla can get back to yesterday's close, that would be kind of fun to see where that goes.
Apple's almost there.
Yeah, okay, that's okay. So that was a good move. My next play. Why don't you take it? Because I have to deal with this position.
So Apple is within 20 cents of yesterday's close. First of all, ARM's almost at 52. That's an insane bounce off the IPO issue price. As I said, sometimes old man hands couldn't even get the long in there off that false break. But Apple, we talked about the previous close. That's 175.49. I just got in. Tried to get a first leg in the 30s and only got a little bit at 31. Didn't even get it all. Kind of a wick top up there. If it holds 175, I want to respect the fact that 75 turns into support and then play the 50-cent range. Let things calm down a little bit. So we are in that. I'm not in Intel. Intel, going to give it some. It's at yesterday's close as well, or ish. I think it's very close to yesterday's close. 35, I think, has been the big level. Every 50 cents on Intel seems to be pretty large. And Instacart as well. We're talking about a lot of short to pop opportunities. Instacart, let it get through the even. And if it gets back down under, then I look for the short. Or maybe just wait till it gets to 32. So I'm trying to be very patient with the IPO plays. There goes Apple back to 175.
Really?
Unfortunately, it just didn't get, it didn't quite get to the close. It got into the low 30s. But that's 175.50 is what I was looking for. And it didn't even give you the press that far.
We got $1 plus right now. We are now almost $2 in the money right now on Tesla. As there it goes, man. We are still have more than half of this trade. Oh no, we've got it on right now. Let's go Tesla. Almost $3 now in the money and still making that move down. And hey, if you're not a member of Sticky No Nation, okay. But there it is. Now it's $4 in the money. Here we go. This is a big move to the downside right now for Tesla. So see you later, alligator. As there it goes. Nice downside move for TSLA. We can get something out down here at the pre-market. We just hit 256 flat. So let's go 256.50, something like that. Let's put a bid out there, see if we can grab that. But that's a good move early for us here on Tesla. So thank you, Jay Lee. Thank you to everybody out there as well as we continue to rock that one there, Tesla. But I am interested in Intel because that's actually heading to the upside.
It's starting to go up. It's going to challenge that 35. Now. I did jump into cart. I said if it gets back underneath 31, let it go above 31, and then try to add on the way back down. It's the same thing with ARM here, but ARM is holding 52, so it could get into the 53 level for a bit of a short. So I just want to try to stick with these ones to the downside. The problem with CART yesterday was you had to be able to hold on to it and give it a little bit more room, because what happened was it just washed everyone out early, and if you had paper hands, you got kind of punked. Might be missing the opportunity there on ARM at 52.5. I'm going to try and nibble in front of 53, but I don't want to be shorting 52 if the 53 level is going to be my out. Go back to Apple for a quick second. It held 175 just now. So Apple looking a little bit strong, was able to get a fill in there in the 30s. Now I'm going to see if I can't get something better to the 40s. If it turns green, it's got to go a little bit better than green, but Apple showing some relative strength here, going to get my stop just above that previous close price. This is why we took profit in front of 175. This is looking like it wants to at least attempt to hold green with the market bounce happening. Want to get to Affirm. That was the other name we talked about, shorting a pop, because as the market's coming to the upside, I was thinking short the pop on Affirm. Affirm only went down, so I can cancel that 23. Suddenly, I'm looking at the pre-market resistance at 22. That went straight down while the market bounced. Same thing happened in Google. Google went straight down when the market bounced. So I'm short Apple, short CART, short Intel, looking for ARM as well. Brendo.
Pretty good start here for Palantir, guys. Still negative on the day, but straight to the upside. There was a new deal for Palantir with CAZ Investments, selecting Palantir for its artificial intelligence platform. So heads up on PLTR.
All right.
Palantir's up? No.
No. Palantir was down. We will have a quick double check on it, though, of course, as we go. So we took 6 cents there on Intel, or sorry, 5 cents on Intel, only for 10%. But yeah, this has really bought itself back up, man. It went down to the 50-period moving average on Tesla. Like I said, we're out of 40%. I wish we were at a 50. So now I put a bid down at 257. We were waiting at 256 flat. We talked about that. That didn't come in. The lowest it went to was 256. 40s, which was huge, man, because that was 350 in the blotter immediately on that move down. But here it comes, retracing almost all the way back up. So watch out for 260. I was still gonna, I'm only in Intel. We'll talk about that in a minute other than this, but there's 262. So that was a little bit of an area for me that if we retake that level, then yeah, we'll get back, or we'll get out and then reassess. But for right now, we are $1.50 in the money instantly here on Tesla. So that's going to be a good trade. I'm hoping so anyways. And then now I have a 257 bid. So watch out for that. If it comes back down, let's just make sure we take something out. And then right there, Intel as well. Look, little float down, man. I was bidding 82s, I was bidding 75s. I would still like to think that Intel does have a chance to come back down. What's up?
Next, guys, absolute monster. Even as, mixed Q1 results. They lowered the revenue outlook, but they upped their earnings guidance. So that's the key. It would appear, just took out the highs from after the close yesterday. 6.5% here for FedEx.
So right there, 75, 50 doesn't hold for Apple. We got the reload a little bit tighter. We got 45s in there, but overlapping out, so we get right out of it, does not hold. Apple holding trend to the upside. 176 is rinsing. I'm still looking short the pop situation. I almost want to get back into CART. Unfortunately, I never got into ARM as it started to get back into the downside. So, sometimes you try to get in a little bit more patiently, and did not get that one. Affirm. This never broke the highs. It looks like it's making a potential lower high here underneath the pre-market lows. If it rolls over there, join trend underneath. A lot to work off of. Intel, it did tick 34.98, by the way. So it did get right to that 90 level, the even level. I missed it up there. But it definitely got right to 35 even, and I should have got an ad right at that particular price. So ARM, I still want to short the pop. Amazon wasn't necessarily at the top of my list because I didn't think it would get anywhere near 135. That's what's happening. This is now breaking down toward those lows. So Amazon on the lows. Google, I think, also on the lows. Last I had checked. Apple's, no, it's bouncing off lows a little bit. I have Intel. I still want to be in the 2 IPOs, but let's play the patient game. They keep trying to rinse you shorting those IPOs. And I'm not talking about Klaviyo or Klaviyo. It's ARM and Instacart. For me that I'd rather trade. Just a little bit better liquidity there, as they're definitely starting to roll over.
All right, so here comes the move down in again for, we just missed it again. So I was waiting. First of all, we are short Apple right now. That's 20 cents in the money, so we'll do some bangers on that one. Hopefully it does continue to fall. We did short it right there ahead of that 176. So hopefully we do have a nice downside move in that one. Hope hopefully is the key word. Oh, there it is. Okay, we get the fill right there. Yes, sir. Let's ring it. Right now. So today's been a big day already, guys. And again, like we talked about this all over the sticky note, man. We really like these plays here today. It's a short and it's in. And there we go. We actually got another Apple fill down there at 40. So we put some more money into the bank on that one. What's up, Brendo?
Some of these streaming names back to the upside. Netflix having a nice day here, 1% plus. There was reports this morning of progress being made in this writer's strike negotiations and close to a deal, quote unquote, close to a deal being reached. So Netflix up 1.3.
I tweeted that yesterday.
There was like it could be a deal by the end of the day today. But then I also heard, I did hear it on the way in, that if they don't make a deal today, that it could go on to the end of the year. So progress is good, but if they're close and don't get a deal done, it could stretch on. Netflix strong, obviously, you can see it up. This is the 400 level. I think I know what I would want to do at 400. Anyone can do their own thing, but 400 is resistance. If it goes $8, I think that's crazy, but that's just me. Marvell, underneath 55, couldn't hold it. Good, they had good news, but they're trending down toward that 52 level. So where's my first bid on Intel? It's at 70, in the mid 70s. We'll try to get that fill soon. It is coming back in. But Marvell, 52, is coming in pretty quickly. 55 was the level. Do not fight that sucker underneath that price. But I think you can catch a bid possibly at the 52. ARM is right back underneath 52. So there's the attempt to get the pop and fade on ARM. Looks like it's trending back toward that IPO issue price of 51, where there has been a defense. There's been a pretty decent defense of that level so far. There we go, Intel.
Oh, man. Intel is like, hello right now. That's going to be a big, big trade for me right there on Intel. So far, so good there as that continues to go. And, I mean, look, we can talk about this because we can. This sticky note right now today, I mean, what else could we, whenever it loads up, what else can we do? I mean, okay, load. Maybe we are having slow internet. Intel short 35, got it. Right there, 25 cents in the money. Tesla, short 260, $4 in the money. We have that, well, now $3 in the money, but still. Good plays there. And NVIDIA will watch 400 and AMD will watch 100. But right now we are staying very, very specific what we're doing. We have Apple, though, and that's starting to go back up to the upside. So a couple good outs there for Apple as it tries to retrace itself a little bit. And then there's Intel, man. We just got we didn't get our first out. We had some outs from before. But right there, 75. Just came in. Okay, get ready to get stopped out on this one. Apple making the stronger play up.
It's the strongest name.
Remember what I said, man? I was like, hey, Apple's doing some weird stuff here today, and it wasn't acting like it should have in the pre-market. So we'll get out on a 176 break right now on Apple. But hey, it just came down into the 80s there again. We're short 83, so let's see. Maybe we get some flush action happening right now. Let's take a little, there it is. Let's take a little bit off there. Yes, sir. Holy, what kind of a day are we even having right now? Let's go. Holy shnikes. We just put on a nice one right there as it's continuing to fall down, man. There goes Apple. Apple 40 cents now. Intel 20 cents. Tesla 250. Man, it's a good day to be short, and that's exactly what we talked about. We put that all on our Twitter this morning. We talked about it on the pre-market show, and there it goes right now. It's a nice bump up for sure, but some of these stocks are giving it up. And bye-bye Intel, Neil. What a big trade over here on Intel.
Just filled 60s on Intel, 65s on Intel. Google just got up to 132. That's your local high. Just grab the short pop on Alphabet. Remember, this market is trending up since the open on the NASDAQ. On the ES is actually right down on the bottom. So the ES is heading toward the lows. The NASDAQ is still bouncing off of some of those highs. If you play catch up on the NASDAQ, it gets really nasty in here. So I want to short off of resistance levels when and where we can. So Alphabet here at that 132 makes some sense. Just looking back at Apple, it gets kind of going back and forth. I wanted this thing underneath that close price and trending down. This one is still trending to the upside. As far as Intel goes, it is now flush back into VWAP. VWAP doesn't really matter at this particular point. Every 50 cents matters on Intel. And if we get down to 34, I think that's a decent out. You can see what this steps down. It's been having support at the 50-cent levels every single time. So let's see if that can't continue. The SPY is looking nasty compared to the NASDAQ. ARM's still kind of going. It's still holding 51. So the IPO issue price on ARM is held. I feel like we're going to challenge that. I still want to short the pop and respect that level until it breaks. But if we get under the issue, I think that's an obvious short. Google just took out the top there. We're short. Yeah, I just took out 132. I have an 80 short. I don't want to fight this if it's going to be trend up. Your consecutive green bars on some of these NASDAQ names. So they are trying to bounce to the upside. Let's see if we can get the back end. Intel's working nicely to the downside. I see Tesla's working well. ARM is definitely working into the downside. I'm trying to, like, CART's going the other way compared to ARM. We stopped it out once, and then we're short underneath of this high at 32. And it's like, okay, can we hold on to this resistance to push all the way down to 30? But they're going in different directions. I'm talking ARM versus Instacart, which is the opposite of what I thought. I thought if one of them could have had a bid, and like it would have been ARM off that 51 and not Instacart, which I think both of them are overvalued. Doesn't really matter. But ARM testing that low, not Instacart.
Wow. Yeah, it's not. We just got another Intel fill in the 50s. All right, so we just took it out for $4. It's not, Fabian, it's not a $1 club winner. Okay, this is 4 right now. As there it goes to the downside for Tesla. So 260 out, 256.10 there. Nice downside push there for Tesla. We're still not getting long in our long-term accounts. No way. But right now we are short. I don't know, my best day of the month was the ARM IPO, but that was because that was an easy trade. Now, we'll put this one, hopefully right now, our best start to a day right now. As look at Apple, man. Apple just completely collapsing all over itself as well. So this is another big time win right now, as there it goes. Apple downside, Tesla downside. Intel is the other play that we have as well. So, hey, man, so far so good. And let's go to Brendan. We'll see if there's any news here.
This one tried to go yesterday, but faded the entire move pretty much. AGRI popping up above that high on huge volume, guys.
Yeah, not really looking at the randos right here. Netflix is still going up, but I said 400 on Netflix. Tito Blanco. That's your obviously resistance level. 394 would be kind of like that local high from yesterday, but that's the obvious level when you get up to 400 on the higher time frame. Do want to respect that one. As I said, ARM in that 41, support till it's not. I have a stop order sitting underneath the local bottom of 50.95, and that's just in case I decide I want to go long. I'm looking for there to be a big order down at 51. I'm not seeing anything right now. It already broke once, but they are buying support down at that price level. So if I get to 51, if you see it in the long, the stop out is underneath that 50.95. Like, I'm not giving it any extra pennies underneath there. Like, there's no 5 or 10 cents under. I'm looking to scalp that trade 100% because underneath that issue price, I think it's an obvious flush potential on ARM. Holding on to CART, I have 31.25. I don't mind giving it a buck, but CART, for whatever reason, is a little bit strong. Maybe it should have been a Clavio day. I don't know. I'm going to stick with CART. We're back in Alphabet. It wicked the top there. You're right back underneath that 132, so I'm right back to the short because that's my line. And if we're looking for the short and it sets up, you just go right back into that short. So let's just hang on to this one as we are headed back into the downside. Intel's now in the 50s. I think that's going to continue flushing. I don't think ARM is even worth that defense. It could get really, really nasty. I'm starting to think about a Netflix reversal even.
Put it again. Apple now $1 as well. So now it looks like we're going to be able to get maybe 5 on Tesla. But there goes Apple just making the move down in again. So we just got 175 flat. We're at 174.87. That will officially put this thing into the dollar club. So just pennies away from getting into that club. It just got rejected, the club, denied. Right there. Yeah, join me at 4 o'clock. We'll talk about that after. We do it every single day, man. Yesterday was a big day. Again, we had a great guest on, and we talked all about everything, man. We talked about mean reversion for the NASDAQ and everything that's been happening right now today. But, hey, what a good day, man. We're going to go 3 for 3 here, and it's not like they're small trades. These are banger trades. It came up right into our level, and we've just been tweeting it out. We have Intel, $35 written on here. We have Tesla, $260 written on here. We were lucky enough to get those bumps up. That's all. Like, we also had AMD written on here for $100, but that didn't come in there, so we didn't get filled. So we forget about that, and we just move on. We are going to have to, we don't have to do anything because, Tesla's at the bottom right now. But, it could jump up a little bit now. We are getting a little extended everywhere. We did have an RSI peak really high there off the open. And we haven't really gotten back down too much into the 25s. But, again, nice play down there. That little wick bottom was 255.50, giving me some feels that maybe we should just get out if it comes back in there. Apple with a nice move back above 175. Let's put a bid on there. Take some more out of Apple. Apple as this day just, again, it's getting better and better for the shorts. Right now, you're below the 50 period moving average right now on the NASDAQ. So hopefully we can continue to make the march lower. And the thing is, even if we don't, we are now out. So again, we don't have the best out there down at 255. But we only have now 20%, a little bit more than that on our Tesla trade. Our Apple trade, we have about 25% left on this trade. And then Intel, we have the same thing. We have about 20% left on all of these. There's that fill that we got at 59 or whatever it was there. I actually thought it was a little bit better, but maybe it was a 60 fill as we get out of Intel. All of them under VWAP. So that's an absolutely great take there on Intel. And again, you know, trade your own.
It's back up there again.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm saying. You got to trade it however you think. I don't know if I'm going to average back into this one.
Only in the 90s. It's got to get back into the 90s. ARM is now at that 51 price, so this is going to be it. I got in some early, and I don't want any more unless it holds that 50.95 as a current buy. Now, the issue here is if it goes underwater in the first week, within the first week, that's not a great look for the underwriters. That's kind of the idea with it. So the underwriters look bad if it trades below that price because if you bought into this, you are looking pretty bad within a couple of days. For Instacart, it'd be a couple of days. For ARM, it'd be 1 week. It's bounced twice off this level. Trying to get more in the 10s, but it's not really giving fills in there. So I've got a bit in. I'm looking to add underneath that 51. My stop is right underneath that 95 level. Cart's still working. While that's resolving itself, there's Alphabet. It got underneath VWAP. So now we're looking like we are trend to the downside. Hold on to that sucker. If we get down underneath 31, I think we're shorting pops on Google. Let's go to Brendo. I think he's got some news.
Just looking at VFS, back to the downside, just broke actually day lows. They reported, by the way, off of the watch list, if you're wondering. So 6% downside. VinFast looking to be in Europe with deliveries by 2023 end, guys.
VinFast, it's a weird day to be talking about VinFast, isn't it?
No.
I mean, maybe
it ends in Y. I don't know.
Maybe that was the easiest short of all time because that stock only goes down.
Maybe. Yeah, that's possible.
This is headed to $10. Probably head to $10. There goes ARMS underneath. It just broke. I did not get the reversal. I paid for locates on you and I didn't get it. No, shorts are free on ARM today.
On ARM, they should be. You mentioned that. Has
They
it
are
gone
free.
SSR, maybe? Is that the problem?
No, it's not SSR.
Okay, I'm not even
Shorts are
looking at it,
free.
so I apologize.
Shorts were free when I tested. This is not a lack of preparation. Shorts were free when I tested this morning.
Okay, so they might have gotten back. Come over to me and I'll let Neil deal with that quickly because.
It's already at 70.
Okay, so it's already too late. So what Neil was talking about there is that there are going to be, first of all, man, 99 problems, and Tesla is one if you're long, but the bears reign supreme right now. We are now $6 in the money as the chef is cooking right now here today. So, hey, man, good trading today. I feel like obviously it's been one way. There has been some longs. Neil identified like Google was at the top there. And then Apple, I think if you could have gone long early, might have been something there as well. But for right now, we'll just stay in the kitchen and keep cooking. All right, so that's what's happening right there. What Neil was talking about was some shares. It won't be Tesla or anything major, but obviously new IPOs or some names that have shorter floats.
Well, I got out 90.
Neil and I are trading the physical equity. These aren't CFDs.
Oh, what a
These
short.
aren't options or anything like that. So we do have to pay sometimes for.
No, it is free. I just didn't get the fill. I got out right 95 stop. I got out at 90. I just did not get filled on the short reversal. You can see what happened when it took out that price. So went long in front of it. That was better off the open. Take the hit and then look to reverse the short. I'm still going to sit there just on the off chance it comes back to the upside. I doubt we get it at this point. That sucks because you look for that breakout, it doesn't happen. Instacart's trending up, so I'm going to take some out at VWAP there. I got stopped out early on Instacart, then jumped back into it on the curl, but it's actually holding trend to the upside. So I'm going to get some out on VWAP. If ARM comes back to 51, I'm going to be there. Monty's saying you just missed that. Hey, you're not alone if you missed it. I mean, I missed it too. You guys saw it live. I was on the stock. I was locked and loaded. I did not get the fill. Google just came back in to lower the day. Intel's bouncing a little bit. I want to go back to Affirm. Oh, that's ARM. Whoops. I know, ARM on the brain, right? Like it's still going down. You got to be kidding me. Affirm making a bit of a lower high here. So I want to play the curls on this. I missed the one here off of 2165, but now I can play VWAP off 2140. This was the other play that I liked to the short side in terms of a stock that was super strong. and is now rolling over. So anything underneath 23, I'm going to like in a general sense. And until we get to 1920, I feel like this is a trend down trade over there on Affirm. Yeah, it's going to. The thing about trading an IPO when it breaks a level like that is everyone's looking at the same price. So like maybe it's your order is not aggressive enough when you're crossing down. I don't use market orders. I use only limit orders. But I did fire all the way down to like 80s. I'm surprised that I did not get to fill there. You can't reverse on one order with us. You have to fire two. It is what it is. Like you have to declare a short, and you have to get out of the long and declare a short, which means 2 orders for us. But unfortunately, it's going to take 50. Sometimes that's how it is. If 50 breaks, I'll just have to take that if I can get it.
Yo, what's up to Daryl? What's up to everybody there today? And I put in the chat, honestly, like, I should probably just be done trading right now. We just covered some Tesla there at 254.80, and now we only have one piece left. So we'll see how it continues to go down. Apple is at the low of the day, well, at the low of the open market right now, trying to push even lower. And I just tweeted it out, like, as if Apple gave us that gift. Like, honestly, that should have never happened in the first place. Like, we were noting that Apple was acting a little bit strange, but then it gave us the 176 without actually punching us out, which was amazing. You know, like normally, and I actually feel the same way. I mean, Neil, you mentioned that on Intel, same way, right there for Intel. Like
it's
when we
now trend up.
No, but I mean, like it almost punched us out. Like I almost got out at 35 bucks there. Now I only have 5% left as it's right back in, right? And
3 cents from the stop.
That's what I mean. Like it came basically into our stop, and then it was like, Merry Christmas. How about under VWAP?
Yeah, everything's tanking now.
You know,
now
like,
carts, everything's tanking.
Yeah, so it's good. I'm glad that the IPOs are going down now because I don't want to say everything. Apple's actually coming back up. Yeah, we can look at Klaviyo at some point as well. You know what? Now that you mentioned that, let me just go over to Shopify because, yeah, is it Klaviyo, Klaviyo?
It's Klaviyo.
Claudio.
I heard someone from there. Look, I was saying Klaviyo yesterday, and then I was listening on the radio, and I was listening on CNBC, and I heard I think it was their CEO.
Or Clay, right?
And they were saying Clay.
Yeah,
so
I think it's Klaviyo, too.
That's my bad yesterday. It's Klaviyo.
Shopify.
No, Klaviyo's up.
Around. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Shopify is actually hovering
that
right
makes
now.
No sense.
Remember why I said, like, I want to, and I know Neil's on the IPOs, which is great, but that's why I wanted to stay away from them because I said, look, I already talked about the damage that we were going to try to put on, and we did do that. So far, so good on that one. You need to stick in your money into where you think you have an edge. And for me, this was not going to be on IPOs today just because it was second day IPO and third day and fourth day for some of these ones. So would rather just let it kind of chill out for a minute. But there we go, man. Maybe we have to look at Alibaba. I want to honestly, I'm going to take a minute, catch my breath a little bit here, and then figure out what the next trade is. I do not want to hop in to something right now just because I'm favoring the short. Let's look a little bit more at this because like,
ARM's already at 50. That was probably that was the easiest. If you got filled, that was the easiest short ever through the IPO issue price. I did not reverse it. You can see here. Cart's working. I just got low of the day on Affirm, but that's a nasty. Like it's a huge move right down to 50. There's size on the bid at 50. On ARM, let's go. I'm going to show it to you guys. About, what did I see, 50,000 shares here on EdgeX. There's more. It's a couple of 100,000 shares, it looks like, on the bid at 50. It's trying to hold it up, but I think you're trend down. Under the IPO issue price, I want to be looking short. I've canceled my offers temporarily that I had at 51 when it broke, but if we get back anywhere near there, I'm just looking for that 51 level to turn into resistance. Cart's now at 31. I have 31.5 to the south side. As we said, Intel kind of creeping back in, back up, I should say. When I say back in, I'm going to talk about to the upside because everything is a short right now. And then Affirm. Affirm was the one that we just got. So Affirm right back into the lows, kind of short the pop situation. Gets them out on the way to 21 even, which looks like it's going to be the next stop here. I mean, you open at 22, lower highs at 21.5, maybe 21 even is the next place we're going to go. Marvell, the Shim King says, Marvell, watch for VWAP break. That means Marvell's bouncing.
We just got some more out of Apple there. I do feel like this market is bouncing a little bit. Man, we're so happy that we got out of that Tesla, man. That's a big one here. But you know what I'm not happy about? Let's just be perfectly honest about this. 834 likes, 8,000 watching. Hello. I don't know what else. 3 for 3, big bangers right there. Let's get that like count up, man. Let's get that to 1,200 at least. Let's see if we can get a 50% move on the like count. Thank you so much for trying to do that. And if you're not going to listen to me, Kat's right there behind us, as we can all see. So let's do this.
Like and subscribe today.
It's funny, Rob was sitting there earlier. And
He was fixing a PC.
Yeah, I know, yeah. And he is bald. And someone said, oh my God, Kat got a haircut. And then I looked back and I was like, what? She got a haircut? And then it was, hey Kat, you could go to the, how are you? You did not get a haircut. So yeah, she is not bald. So I just want to bring that to everyone.
Pretty sure we'd have to get 100,000 likes.
A
million.
Oh my God.
Kat's not shaving her.
I want to say something again now, because you know what? That's just awesome. I've stopped doing this and I have to do it more. We just doubled our likes. So we went from, bad math, we went from 800 to 1.4K there immediately. So I'm going to say thank you to everybody. And if that's, there it is, there's the, pretty much the double up right there. So forget about, everyone's favorite Sharifs. But this was well done by everybody. Thank you so much for that, because we do the show here. We're putting out our trades. You've seen Neil in a few, you've seen me in a few. We're putting it out there. We're putting the ideas. And I want to thank everybody for hitting. There it is. Now we have 1.7, more than double right now. Spin the money. It must be a good day for everybody out there. I want to thank everybody, and we couldn't do it without Brendan. Let's go to the screen.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just got existing home sales for August here for the U.S. on a month-over-month basis, down 0.7 versus 2.2 expected there. So much less than expected on the decline side for U.S. existing home sales. Again, that's month over month for August. Overall, 4.04 million, 4.07 million expected. We also got that Conference Board leading index on the month over month reading, exactly in line with expectations there. So not a big deal. Meanwhile, that's the overall market. Yep, day lows coming into play right now. If you're with us in the pre-market, we touched on a whole bunch of things. Shout out to Luis Barbado over in Barcelona, Spain. He was with us for the first time in a while. Good to have him back. Tech, yeah, heavy once again today, following the Fed yesterday. FedEx after earnings, a huge report. Yeah, something called a $900 Neo phone is now a thing. So Neo, I mean, the initial flush was downside for NIO, but here we go right now. Back higher, thank you. Back higher for NIO, still better part of 4%. There was that note on Palantir as well, guys. Gave it all back and more for PLTR.
Yeah, Intel's starting to give it back. It's back underneath VWAP here. I'm taking some fills respecting this previous. Look at the previous high on Intel, for the pre-market high, 34.5 every 50 cents. It holds that on the way back in once. It rolls over again. If it holds it again, I want to take some profit out. And a similar thing for Instacart. Like Instacart breaks VWAP. When it runs the stop, it runs the stop, and you wait for the back end to get back into it. It did just bounce off its pre-market top. So the breakout here at 30.5, right back into that resistance level or support level. It now looks like resistance early, support now. It did work briefly under that dollar mark. Again, if you have it off 32, it's like a little bit more than $1, but you got to start to take profit. The one thing that's continuing to make lows, I mean, Alphabet's continuing to make lows, stopped it out, got right back in when it wicked that top. Now you're getting to the 130 level. I'm going to park at 130. I like support. I said Google support at 130. This is what I mean here. You go to the daily chart, you're kind of at that 50 period on the daily. So if we're wicking underneath that, the 130 level comes into play. So arrows to the downside, bit of a miss, like not getting that fill on arm. It's going to happen, but it is starting to curl back to the upside. I do want the short underneath 51. Ideally, it's tighter to 51. So I'm sitting at 90 to get a first fill. If it does dip here, maybe I get in a little bit at the 70 to 80 range and then get a little bit more in front of that 51. So it's still looking arrows to the downside. The NASDAQ, the ES is at 4,400. The NASDAQ is at the low of the day, down 1.5%. If we shoot 2, then you want to stick to the shorts.
So if you haven't got enough of us, make sure you check us all out on socials. And here it is right here on Instagram. Yeah, make sure you hit the like and subscribe as well. This is a risk management strategy cheat sheet that I just put out. So you can go find this. Bears vs. Bulls will put it up. I'll put it on Twitter as well. You can go over and over and over to find all of this. Follow me at TraderTV Sean, both on Twitter or on X and on Instagram. Go find it out. Leave some comments. Let me know what you guys think about this mastering risk right now. If you want to talk position sizing, it's all right here. So anything you want to do, put this together myself. So thank you to my wife, Marissa. I hope you guys all like that, and we'll see what kind of traction that gets. But follow us all on Instagram and on Twitter and all of that. So I really like that. Thank you to her for doing that. Make sure you go check it out. All right, so we had questioned what exactly Apple was doing, and then right now it's still bouncing off the 200 period. I'm thinking about putting another out right now. Again, the market has made a big move to the downside. We can all clearly see that. So we'll have to now start to recover some of this, right? So if you're looking at the NASDAQ here, and we're almost, like I said, we only have 10% left on Tesla. We talked about getting out at 254.50 there. And then you're just coming into some levels. I still think we can go a lot lower, but that's 14,900 that it seems to be bouncing off of. I don't think a retracement back to 15,000 is out of the realm either. So there is a couple decent plays there, including shorting any possible pops that have moved up right now against this trend of the downside. So every stock does have its day in the sand, and right now I feel like that was a really decent flush. Now we only have 10% left of everything. Intel was well spotted by Neil that it was pulling back there into the 60s. So now that I see that, and I see that that's where the 50-period moving average is, let's just still respect everything, because I'm noticing right now that I've given back about 10%.
It's a bounce.
Yeah, I've given back about 10% of my net here on the day, which is fine. Just by holding these, I haven't actually executed against anything yet. So, so far, that has been a good one. I see there from Ken H that AMD possibly having a bounce. So, yes, a good one. Right back up to the 50-period moving average, which does coincide with the bottom of that day break right there. So the pre-market break of 98 there is pretty much where the 50-period moving average is. Good check on that one, Ken. I do like that play for sure. But
look at the candle on Intel right now.
Yeah, well, I was going to say the candle on Tesla too is a nice move to the upside right here.
Got one fill.
200 period 258. Maybe we get out.
Yeah, I got one fill at 69. And then I put one down there at 62 to look for it. It bounces off of 63, and it's like just flying back in. You know what? I was offering in front of 35 again, but I'm not going to stand in front of 35. If it fails 35, maybe I'll look for the back end of the trade. But can anybody notice that that's higher lows and all that good stuff? This looks like it wants to break out. So we'll let it do it. Like if you get the short,
there
great.
It goes.
But it looks, it goes right through it.
See ya.
Bye-bye. There's the stop. So, I mean, ARM hasn't gone yet. It's still holding around 51. Affirm's in the pocket. CART, oddly enough, like Intel's flying. I want to look at Marvell in a second.
Intel is flying.
CART's under VWAP, so that's okay. Alphabet is still holding underneath VWAP, so that's okay. Marvell, is this not at 55? What is going on here? I thought if there was a bounce back in the chips, Marvell through 55 was going to be a good line. It's just still holding the lows. This is an Intel thing. What's Micron doing? Why is Intel so strong? I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Micron, Micron at 69.
It's not Intel Innovation Day today. That was the other day.
Micron is trying to hold on to big support at the 69 level.
Is NVIDIA bouncing? No, it's really just Intel, which is kind of strange, which is fine. I don't know. Maybe if there is anything over there, Brendo, I don't know. I mean, Intel.
You can see me just like
longer than the rest.
I don't want to break out though.
No surprise there, I guess. NVIDIA did make a move, so maybe that was part of the pop. NVIDIA goes all the way back up to VWAP as well of 416, 417, and then gets faded. But yeah, that Intel move. I don't know if Neil. I think he had it on his screen, but look at that. So we just got the rest of our fill at 98 and then out at 01. So we take literally a 2-3 penny hit there on that. But there goes Intel right now ripping back up to the upside. All right, that's Intel. Let's just talk quickly about a position that we will add to, and that's going to be Tesla. 258.50 out 259. So we are back up to the 200 period moving average. I actually, ooh, wow, that's too bad because we were waiting for 258 and change right into there. And then if we break through 259, we will get out. But this is a trade that I don't mind. It is, we should have put something on maybe at 257 and change there. But remember what I said, let's take a breath and just make sure that we are the right way on whatever name we're looking at. And that Intel, now it just came all the way back, by the way. So that's a funny right there because that came all the way back in. So Intel back in, Tesla as well. Look at Intel. 99s, it just hit 04s there, or 88s.
That's a huge volume
aggressive
candle. If that candle's real, that volume candle's double the open on a rejection of 35. I did wet the because I was kind of like, you know, when you're thinking out loud, it's like, okay, well, Micron found the support level that it had on the daily, and it looked like a breakout. I'm like, do I really want it? And like, I still feel like the short's the right way to go. So I did jump in, wet the old beak. I'll give it to the local bottom. I don't even feel like adding to this after what I just saw on Intel. Like, that is a heck of a liquidity grab candle if it's not going to get back up to the high. Like, that's insane if it's not dark pool. Like, look at that. That does, like, what do you look for in a reversal candle? Monster volume and a blowback underneath. If this cannot get back above 35, then why isn't Intel just a short again? In the absence of any decent reason why it went through. So this could be one and done for Micron, which was half in sympathy of that play. Realistically, I saw Intel going. I'm like, Micron's at a big level. But yeah, Intel, if it gets back under 35, it could still be a short. The other thing you're grappling with is 15 Dow on the NASDAQ. So zoom in. This is the bounce. If it holds underneath 15,000, it makes it a heck of a lot easier to jump back into that short. I mean, Affirm's still in the money, ARM's still in the money, CART's still in the money, Google's still in the money. It was Intel that blew to the upside. And it looked like it did so by itself. Well, the market's going up, but it looks like it blew out by itself.
All right, 98. We are not going to be stubborn. NOT on AMD. It's ripped our faces off many a times. Has AMD, and including yesterday, where we traded it just too many times. So what the hell, Apple?
What? Intel just flew back up again.
Apple just took 176. So we only had 10% on. I mean, that's okay. There we go, man. The rally be back on right.
Did you just see Intel?
I have it up. Yeah, I know it's flying through
What the
25s
hell?
right now.
Oh.
I think it's
That's
I think it's just the market. Oh, there it is. 95 magnitude. What Apple is using Intel chips. Could we double check that? I mean, have they always been? I don't know. It just 9 to 5 Mac editor in chief tweets. Apple is using Intel chips. So I'll leave that. I'm just telling you what I saw.
There's a line from like that Adam Sandler yelled out. But anyway, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, I don't know what that guy has to make or lose on that, but we'll see. We'll see what does happen.
So I
with
gotta
that
get out of
one,
Micron
right now. Yeah. So Brendan's there. So if there's anything legit on that, we'll get it to you. And if not, let's just continue to trade right now. Okay. So again, for myself, ye of little faith. There goes AMD back down to the downside. So we're trying to have it again. Let's go. Let's see if we can get another banger on this one. Although the market is not really falling down, let's just put a bid there.
Everything else is still a short except for Intel.
Yeah, and maybe all of these chips, it seems like. I don't know. We'll have to go back and double check with NVIDIA as well. That story may or may not be the reason, but let's go see what Brendan has to say.
Is that tweet? I don't see anything else. Here is that tweet, guys. I can show you this picture. So it's literally a picture. Wow, Apple is using Intel chips again. There's the chip, but down here it says, somebody else please open their new iPhone to verify this. So there you go.
Nah, because Apple could verify it, right? Like, why,
Yeah, like
why
that's
would that
very
be a secret?
fugazi.
And like, why would Intel, in my opinion, why would Intel not come out and be like,
They'd be
boom,
more than
like
they'd
that
be
would,
more than happy.
like they just had their Intel Innovation
They'd
Day.
be more than happy.
You think that they would have said like, yo, you know,
Let's just say
we're
fugazi.
in the iPhone.
I'm just gonna not trade.
By the way, AMD.
I'm not gonna trade Intel. Everything else is working. There's no point trading Intel at this point if you don't know what's going on.
No,
I'm not gonna fight it. I've got my stop on Micron. I took that break. Looked like it was a good break on the Intel if it was moving other things to the upside, but I'm not going to fight it if it goes to the downside. I got my stop underneath 80s. We did get the curl on ARM underneath 51 is the issue price. 50 has still held. Got some 50 halves. Now looking for 50 20s. That continues to the downside. Affirm. That rolled over again, so stair step to the downside continues on Affirm. Like it was just Intel that was kind of messing with everybody there, unfortunately. And then Micron. I'll give it a chance. I mean, if it wants to hold on to VWAP, fair enough. But if it can't, forget about it. I like the R&R here because I think you could see 70 if this was more legit, but I'm not trying to lose more than 30 cents on that. Now, Intel, that was absolutely wild. AVGO's back at 800. Now, remember Broadcom, the news with Broadcom was that Alphabet might be moving in 3 years or 4 years away from their chips and possibly over to Marvell. So that's in the future. It's holding on to 800. I don't have to tell you what this looks like if it breaks 795. That would be a flat bottom break. Even if you have a relief rally, if the market continues to flush, at some point, this probably sinks too. So that's your 795. We don't really trade the stock because it's 800 bucks, but if you're looking at the options market, it's probably not a bad place to trade this. And if it takes out 795, it looks ugly. Holding on to 800 for now, but Affirm, ARM, CART, Google, all working. Even Intel's back underneath 35. Maybe if that's Fugaze, we should still be looking at that short, but sometimes that happens, like a random tweet, and what was a great trade, you had to be able to get out of. Brendo.
I don't see anything, there's not much of a reaction on this, but Snapchat, heads up, Bloomberg reporting, guys, they've reached 5 million subs for their $3.99 a month Snapchat Plus service.
Is that good?
Is that good? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sam's like, it must be, right? 5 million for $3.99, adding some,
That seems,
adding some value to the name. That's good. I actually bought some Snapchat there about that $10 mark on earnings. Let's just check out what it's at now. I think it's $9.50 or so, is it? Oh no, $8.50, $8.76. Okay, so it's been another disaster move. Buying on earnings there. Snapchat had a nice, where was earnings? There?
oh, my thing doesn't.
Yeah, I think so. I think that I must be long in and around. Was this the earnings day? July 27th? Yeah, and then we had a nice pop. Yeah, and then a drop. Yeah, so right now Snapchat looking like it wants to keep going lower and lower and lower. So this is not a name that I'm going to be averaging into. Yeah, that is for sure. But right now Snapchat is making that lower move right there. So maybe it's not the greatest number that they thought in the world either. All right.
By the way,
AMD,
D's.
Yep.
Sorry.
Go ahead, yeah.
I got to finish this thought.
Sure.
I don't mean D's in the chat. I'm talking to D's in the chat. I'm not saying your full name. Regardless, Intel is a great company and is rebuilding with the help of CHIPS Act. Plus, American company North America needs to keep its edge on tech, and Intel's recovery is key. That is pretty much, if you had to write a short summary of why I have Intel in my long term, recently bought a bunch of 25s, although someone got called away, which now looks really good, but didn't at the time. I tend to agree with you on that. What we're getting at here by looking at the short was simply a key level. It's been rinsing after it flushed on the daily. Like, it's been a short the last couple of days, and it broke the 50 period. So back into the 50, I was just looking for the short, and it was looking fantastic until, like, look, if that tweet is the reason for this to happen, and it's not a big deal, well, then you just got wicked out. On the 15-minute where you calm things down for a second, it could still be holding underneath 35, but it's trend up. So I'm just going to stay away from it for now until things look a little bit more clean. Like, everything else is going to, affirm, short the pops. It's at the low of the day. CART's still holding the bottom a little bit. Hey, I'm missing a bunch of, is my 3-minute okay there? There we go. CART's still holding underneath VWAP. I stopped out 31 short. We got the curl at 31.5, and that's holding underneath VWAP, so that's still making sense. ARM, we got some out there. That's Affirm. Hit enter twice sometimes. We got some out there on the recent short off 51 at 50.5, did not get the 50 fill. If it rolls over again at VWAP, like pop 51, fail VWAP, get in again, play toward the low. If it's under and challenging the IPO issue price, I do want to look for the short. I mean, KVO, that one was looking actually relatively strong. I want to give it some respect. Then the last one I'll get to, and then I'll throw back, is Alphabet. So Alphabet, early stop. Now you're making a double bottom. This is the point where you either break this low. You're at the low of the day as the market's still bouncing. So I think, Alphabet's obviously relatively weak, but the market's now putting in a couple of, green candles. If we reject 1,500 and go down and we don't break the low on Google, I'm punching out because that's what should happen. It's relatively weak. It's at the lows. If the market rolls over, this should be breaking the bottom. That's what I expect. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm just going to get out of this one, take the win.
All right. New position alert right now is going to be JP Morgan against 149 right now. Nice move up for JP Morgan. It is positive on the day, so we are going to hold this one a little bit closer to our chest than normal because it is a nice move up. And right now it's only 10 cents, but if we do get a pullback, that was a nice little gap there. I don't know what was up with that, but here it's coming back in just a little bit. So let's put something on the bid, take out some profits. Holy crap, man. What exactly are we on right now? That was another one right there. It's a small trade for sure, but I was not expecting that kind of a pullback immediately there on JP Morgan. So we took it actually twice there up at 149. So a nice pullback right there for Mr. Morgan as it's trying to go a little bit lower as well right now. So yes, let's go, man. We've got this trade on as well. So far so good right there. Now, we just reloaded AMD as well. There is some meta news here about differing platforms. That may be, Brendo?
I was going to talk about Microsoft, but I'll look into that as well. Here goes Microsoft as well to the upside, guys. They're going to roll out their AI Copilot on September 26th, which is ahead of schedule. So a lot of people were saying it was going to be that Clippy guy again, but I don't know, September 26th for that.
Okay, so a couple of things just to update. We just hit 15,000, and I trailed out of. I said a Google bounce from there. I wanted to get out some off the bottom. 50.5 bounced again off arms. We take some out there. You don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. Like I said, it was a couple of green candles on my 15 on the Nasdaq, and you could be taking out 15,000. So, Google resolved to break back up. I still don't mind going back to the short at 132. We'll do it if it gets there. Affirm, we're hanging on. Affirm's bouncing as well, but we got a bid in front of 21 even. And you play 21.5 to 21 even. That's nothing crazy. I like the quarters. I like the 50s. I like the evens. If this continues to make lower highs, I think we can still work with it. Intel seems to want to hold that 35 level. So I don't think that could just be a strong one. Maybe it's just a long on Intel at some point. Tesla could get back to 261. Now 260 was a great level. I had 261 marked off from a while back, and this closed at 262.5. So you're red on Tesla. I mean, overnight until you get to 262.5. That's a long way to go. So it could break out the top here and have a couple of dollars of upside if this is indeed a liquidity grab downside. So the short's fantastic. Just make sure you took some profit. And if we break 15,000, you got a lot of room to overnight resistance. Like this could get to 15.1, roll over, and still be a great short opportunity. Just understand we got some room to go. Right now, 15,000 is on watch. We have to only be looking at that. If you're looking at big cap tech, every time we get back underneath it, I just think about where am I going to short. I know I like Affirm. ARM's still underneath 51. Google still trend down. I'm staying away from Intel. I keep seeing questions about AMC in the chat. I mean, it's like it wicked underneath $8 and then held yesterday's low. So I understand why look at it. This was a great long off this level yesterday when it recovered $8. It looks a little different today. It looks a little weaker. Maybe if it bounces here and breaks 8.10 and then you just risk 10 cents to go long at 8.11 or something like that would make a little bit of sense. And you know what? It's 10.20. So let's go to Brendan for the small cap recap as we were just talking about one.
Yeah, surprisingly, a few moving around here today. We'll touch on a couple of them. NEPT, one that we mentioned with Lewis this morning, if you're with us in the pre-market at 8:45. Neptune Wellness, was a lot higher than this in the pre-market. We were touching on the fact that it had already come all the way back to 550, which was that initial breakout in the pre-market. Here we are now. Not really doing a heck of a lot. There's also this one, MURF, M-U-R-F. Which is a SPAC. The other SPAC moving around today, UPTD. They extended their deadline for the initial tie-up for the SPAC deal to get completed. So it's tried to go a couple of times already today, up to 1850. We're on a bit of a pullback right now. Very, very thin, though, once again today, guys, for UPTD.
Yeah, I mean, those things are dangerous to trade, man. UPTD and the Avenger was the other one. There's a couple of others, and it's just watch out. Just understand you want to trade them around like high liquidity levels, and if you get hauled, sometimes reopen is pretty good. So firm bouncing back in. We did get a bottom fill there. I'm looking at the pre-market lows. Let me zoom in for you guys. Pre-market low. The hump that we missed at 2170, this is where I would look for the curl and the pop. But we're at 14,991, so we're still hanging around that 15,000. Don't want to jump in too early. Like you want to let the push to the upside, get you to the level, and then get yourself a good price. The other name that I'm in, ARM, is still looking okay. CART, still, it's under VWAP, but it's bouncing to the upside still. We'll see what happens. I mean, Tesla at 258 maybe. Oh yeah, I knew there was something I was forgetting. Meta.
It's still doing nothing, isn't it? I was looking at it.
Meta?
Yeah.
But
Kind of just hovering.
I don't know, like it's lower highs. Think about it, like anything that looks like this, like the market got bottom essentially to the top of the open range while this is making lower highs. So if the market's right at the high, same high from earlier, and this is now $3 off of its high, that means Meta for the time being is relatively weak. So that just, it kind of tells me like maybe short off VWAP here, like I was thinking with Alphabet. And Alphabet's already at the lows again.
I mean, by the way, guys. Yeah, okay. And now we're hearing everything in our ear now, so it's like, what? All right, look at JP Morgan. I mean, how does that look right now? 70 cents now. 50 cents now in the money. I'm not sure what that owes. 70 cents against where we were going to get out. And this is what I mean about, going 1-to-1 at least, right? So we're short at 148.81. We were trying to get some more shares as well, but my out was going to be O's, right? 149. So right now you're 3-to-1 on the risk to reward on this trade alone right here. So, so far so good. Let's let it just continue to bleed down as well. AMD, I mean, okay. We're reloaded right there. So we reloaded it, got out again. Now we wait for AMD to drop down. So like we're just like sort of undercover right now, making some of these nice plays. And I mean, we just missed Tesla as well. We were at 258.50. It went to 258.30. I was trying to be patient with it. Obviously, it does make that move up there. We didn't get the short, but that could have been a really good one as well. And there comes AMD right down there. Oh my God, right now we'll go a little face slap action right now as we're starting to get going one more time. And we can't do anything without seeing Brendo. What's up?
Just quickly, Sean, you mentioned Meta there. There was a headline suggesting that you can now have multiple personal profiles across all Meta platforms. Good to know.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to know. You could always, I'm actually surprised when I thought about that, you could already do that on Insta, right? Like you can log in and out because I have my own personal, the business, the Tradertv.live one as one. You can go back and forth. So
I didn't even realize you couldn't do that on Facebook.
that's what I mean. Like, I don't know.
I don't use Facebook. Like,
because then what would Kevin Durant use? He's got to have all of those.
it's hilarious when those guys
burner
make that
accounts?
mistake of like, you got the burners and then you do like the wrong one. It's like, oh no, everyone knows now
exactly.
that you can't handle it when people talk trash about you. That's fine. Some people, I feel like he's the kind of guy that like that kind of insecurity gives him drive. So it is what it is. Like he just channels it into being a fantastic basketball player. We were mentioning Meta. It doesn't really matter the news. I just saw the lower high as the future was making the same high, not a higher high, but the same resistance level. So future's at the top, Meta making a lower high. Play the curl up and down, 95, short 294, 94. Kind of an accidental price. I think I actually was putting 95s. It doesn't really matter. Now we're headed back in. Want to take profit into the low of the day. We reloaded on a firm as well. Look for the liquidity grab over VWAP there. So comes back in, liquidity grab to here. Take the short back in through 2150 where we're shorting before. And now rinse and repeat back down into the bottom. It's not just that sort of thing. Like we're talking out loud, sort of like this is what I'm seeing, this is what I'm thinking about, this is what I like, or this is the setup. And then kind of on the fly coming up with a plan or just going back into that plan. And as I talked myself into Micron, remember when the Intel thing was happening? I'm like, okay, this is a break. Micron looks really strong if Intel's going to go. Well, just get out. Now I stay away from it because I don't know if that Intel story has any juice. It's back underneath 35. I think if it was a real story and it's the only reason why Intel was going up, then there was no business being in Micron. But if Intel was going up because it was dragging some things with it, Micron was at a good level. So we just jump out of that one, go back to the well, which is the shorts, which continue to work to the downside.
You say you want to short on Intel?
What's that? No.
Okay,
No. I went back into Firm. I went into Meta, but I'm still sticking away from Intel. Let's go back to Brendo.
On that, guys, that same account, Chance Miller, @ChanceMiller on X, just tweeted, "This is a joke. Do not buy Intel stock based on this tweet."
Right. So, I mean, we deciphered that earlier.
But it
right?
ran the stops. If you had a stop at 35, then that tweet ran your stops. And that's just, look, it's part of life. It's annoying. It's frustrating. But that's a part of trading. And we've seen that before where like a random story, whether it's good or not, it wicks you out. And it is what it is. This probably, you know, I guess it is still a short off the 35 level. Maybe we can now get back into it. But that's irresponsible. But people are going to make jokes like that all the time. And
Well, it's not. I think it's okay because you know why, Neil? Because he's not a CEO.
No, it's not
just
illegal.
Someone that
No, it's
tweeted out.
not.
He had when we called the story up, it had 2,000 views.
I actually didn't even see that part.
Yeah, I saw that because I was like, who is this 9 to 5 guy there?
But that's a good test. If it's nobody,
Yeah.
I don't mean no.
Like,
I don't mean nobody. You know what I
but,
mean?
No, but
It's
there
not-
is a nobody.
If it's not somebody that
Right.
would regularly report on it,
Like, it's not like
and would-
Elon Musk saying bought deal secured.
Exactly.
That was hilarious when that happened. Okay, so
It's still making higher lows somehow though.
what Intel? Yeah, I'm surprised. So we just went short there. We went short before that story, but again, it's only because I was trying to play off 35. Like whether or not it goes down now, this is not even very good risk to reward. As soon as Brendan reported that, I just bid it out immediately because I wasn't sure where the story was going to go. So we get a piece out, and then now it's just doing this. So obviously that was just an editor of a magazine or a website or something. So NBD, as the young kids say. Is that what they say? All right, so we just got out some
Don't
more at
ask me.
Intel at 80 there because I put a bid there. I got another piece out. Tesla right now is way back into the money as well. We'll fire off one of my favorite animations there, the hot dog cannon. So there it is right there because Tesla continues to make a move to the downside. Let's see if it can hold that 255. We want lower. I mean, we have, and again, you know, a lot of this is luck, right? Because this doesn't happen all the time. We have the high of the day short Tesla, and we have the low of the day out for Tesla. We do have other outs in between, and that's fine. But that's what we're doing here, and we're doing it every single day, man. The last time I did this, we got almost double. Well, we got more than double the like. So let me see if we're at 2,000 yet right now on the like count. So 1.9K. If you guys are still watching, it's only 7,000 now. But if you can, hit that like button. Let's try to set some records here and get over 2,000. And I have no idea what the record is. It's not that. But let's see if we can get some more likes going, not lights going.
Without bots, it's three
here
something.
today. Yeah, without bots. Yeah, exactly.
There was the time.
Bye-bye JP Morgan. Let's not even bring that up. 148 and change right now. There goes JP Morgan. Now 80 cents right now in the money as you continue to ride the bears here today. And what a good day it's been.
Yeah, it is one of these types of days, and you actually had to stick with it. The market is red, if anybody hasn't noticed. There was a bit of a relief rally that just gave you an opportunity to get into more shorts that you might like. Like I said, 95s into Meta. I want to see low of the day at this point. Carts over the buck. ARM is, I don't know, it's holding on to 50. Like it liquidity grabbed underneath $50, so it broke $50 to the downside and is back up. But we're short off 51, so I'm not terribly concerned with it. I just think you're just trend down until you're not. I still like Intel off 35. Obviously, that news story. It just, I wasn't punching out on the news story. I had a stop order that just got filled no matter what caused it to break 35. But if that's Fugazi, I think we short that level again. Let's go back to the desk with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, markets downside, equity markets downside, crypto markets downside in a big way today, coming off of the Fed yesterday, coming off of this morning as well. We got Bank of England, we got a few actually throughout the European landscape. We'll also hear from the Bank of Japan coming up overnight tonight, and a lot of liquidity, a lot of overnight liquidity and trading happens from both Japan and that region in general in crypto land. If you are wondering as far as interest rates are concerned, since 2016, the Bank of Japan has held their interest rate steady at plus or minus 0.1%. And the 10-year, it's going to be more, long story short, it's going to be more about what is said in this release coming up overnight tonight from BOJ. There's Bitcoin on a daily chart back below 27,000 and then some, trying to hold on to 26.5 right now to be exact. That's that last little consolidation on the daily chart. But yeah, 2.3%, 26,500 coming into play. Ethereum back below 1,600 firmly as well, 1,580 coming into play, down about 3%. Pretty red top to bottom here, guys.
All right,
Just a little bit of house cleaning here because we got right back to a key level on cart. So early short, stop, get it on the curl, take some out VWAP. takes them out in this channel at the open, which is pre-market high to dip high, and it just got back to the bottom of that channel and bounced, so I take a little more out there as well. I have a bid in front of 30 in case we get it. I said ARM was bouncing. Now, if I had not covered some ARM in front of 50, I would be doing so now, but I've already made that fill, and I'm still looking for the trend into said downside. Meta, I think we're going to let that roll. Affirm is the other one. You know, we got the liquidity grab above VWAP. It's now holding a potential higher low. I'm not going to say that just yet. You could still be stepping down, but if it were to hold on to 20s and take out the high, that would not be a reload situation. Now, I'm not going to reload this if we make this higher low in the face of a market, which technically speaking, like you're massaging your short positions that have worked, but the NASDAQ, hey man, on the 15-minute, that's still 3 consecutive green. Like we are technically bouncing. Just remember, we've rejected 15,000, so your shorts are off this 15,000 rejection if you're looking at big cap tech or just tech in general or risk on in general. I have not touched Coinbase this week, which is weird, not to have traded it on a Fed week. I'll kind of defend that because, for me, Coinbase was the short above 80. Like it's in the 83 to 85 range that you like it short. And then once it was in the middle, I don't want to touch it. It could be getting to the bottom today. And sorry, the recent bottom. That's at 71.5. If it were to take that out, I mean, watch out below. The 200 period sits at 65. I think you could see that. If you broke 70, you could see 65 today. Just don't know that I want to short. Maybe 75, maybe if it gets above 74 and you can short it off this 74.5 level. But I'm not chasing that move to the downside. Plenty of other names that look fantastic to the short side that have already worked today. On a red day, you can get a little picky with the shorts. Like there's plenty out there working. Like it's not been difficult finding shorts that work. If one doesn't perfectly set up, you don't have to trade it. And I feel as if I don't love coin and trade it anyways, then it doesn't work out. So I'll stay away from it. Cart, ARM, Affirm, Meta, I like them all. Intel is weird. It's not even moving anymore. I don't know what's going on with that. Why isn't it flushing if we know the story's bunk? I don't like. Why not? It should be flushing.
I went back into it, and I just want to say to everybody, I just put this out, man. This JP Morgan short now working now $1 in the money and heading lower. We talked about this on our daily recap show that we do every single day at Trader TV Live as a potential trade idea. So if you're not watching, the show every day at 4 o'clock, it's me, it's a couple traders. We talk all about different ideas. We recap the daily show as well, and we talked about sectors, earnings reports, and everything. And yesterday I was talking about the XLF, I was talking about banks, and I was saying that we need to short it. We actually did something this morning as well for an Italian bank, and we talked all about trade ideas, and I said look to short some of these banks. So there it is. It's a nice move right there. We let it pop up. I mean, it's not weak today at all. It's actually the opposite. It's strong today, right? I mean, down 0.16, like, considering what the ES is doing, 0.93 right there, and the NASDAQ 0.1, but still, nice little dollar trade club rate. Oh, yeah. But we got to do this, though, because it just bounced off $1 and starting to go back up. So as I lean in here to see what exactly this price is, what is that price? Right there, 148.10. Okay, let's switch our stop. So this one, R to R right now, is 5-1 risk to reward. And I don't want to spoil Brendan here, but if you see me in Coke, it's for a reason. Is that what this is about, Brendo?
Go to my screen. There it is. The Bear Cave guys out with a short report on Coke. Really?
No. So I saw the same thing. It hit on the Benzinga Newswire, and I was like, all right, I'll just short Coke. So I am 0% in the money. I mean, I shorted it at 58. It did go down. So what I saw was, again, I think it just came out. Like I kind of was just sitting here watching everything, and then I saw the news report come out. So I was like, let's short it because it didn't really make any move down. And I thought, okay, maybe I'm just early to the story, but that story's now been out for 5 or 6 minutes, and it's not doing anything because I guess whenever someone tries to short Coca-Cola, Warren's coming in. I don't know if he's Pepsi.
You're fighting the wrong dude.
They're all.
He's Coke.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what that Bear Cave report is, Brendo. I don't know if there's like anything substantial in that.
I'm trying to quickly read
maybe, yeah. Well, that's what you do. You put that into ChatGPT, right? Let that summarize for you. But anyways, nice move down there, or not nice move down. No move whatsoever for KO. But now that we're talking, now that we're talking about it is when, as the market goes up, Trader TV Live, thank you so much to everybody right there, because that's the power of the community. Nice move to the downside. Thanks, Brendo, for reporting that. We'll see if we can get, there we go. We just got a 94, Phil, so we'll slap our face a little bit and understand that this should be down even more right now. And then JP Morgan, good trade there. That's Coke, sorry. We want JP Morgan chart up. If we break the 50-period moving average, we are going to get out of that one. So 148.12 right now. But what I was talking about with this one is it's 5-to-1 risk to reward, because we were risking 20 cents. It's now in the money 80 cents, so 4-to-1.
It's looking like they're taking a shot at some of their influencer marketing, it looks like.
Okay.
Just a quick update here. So, always going to structure a trade. If you bounce off support, which is what happened, you're uptrend in the NASDAQ. If I'm shorting into VWAP, you bounce off support, get out. So took profit halfway, took the profit off the low for $1 on Meta, quick in and out. I don't mind going back into the reload at 95 and VWAP here, but hey, it's still that 15,000 mark. If we're blowing out 15,000, I'm not reloading a short, right? Like if we're blowing through here and getting the 20s, not gonna fight that one. That works for all of the shorts that are working back into the upside. Affirm did that same thing. Remember I was talking about how it's looking like it's making a higher low? Futures started to break out. Okay, we're at support, take some more out. No need to reload, just take your profit and run. That's what you gotta do, right? Like, the market's been bouncing off of the lows. So there have been opportunities to short, but the market has been bouncing higher and higher. And now we're challenging and breaking that 15,000. It's the same thing with ARM. If it fails VWAP, fair enough. Great. But if we get above that if we get above that quarter, I'm just going to get out of this sucker. We got it down to the low. Now it's wick to 50 level. It's back above that IPO issue price. I'll respect it. Instacart, market's bounced. The market's bouncing and this one's actually holding the low, so that actually feels fine. So I'm not really doing anything with Instacart right now. If it were to bust back up above like 75, 80, maybe I take another leg out. But with the market making higher highs on my 15-minute, if this doesn't start going, I'm just more confident that it's going to get back to that 30 level. As far as stocks breaking out, I'm not really seeing anything I love. I'd mentioned maybe there was something on AMC, but that would have required it holding that $8 level and breaking out. Well, it broke 8 to the downside. So sometimes you want to squeeze stock to break resistance for an entry point as opposed to just get a better price. Because you get a better price when it's falling, I want to join momentum on a squeeze name. I don't want to be sitting there on the bid hoping it goes up. I want it to be breaking out and then I join the party to the upside. AMC's still going down. Sorry, guys.
Hey, there goes Intel, just broke O's, so we tried to short again there. We were short initially, we got some out, we didn't get it all, and then we took it more, and then it just broke O's. And now, of course, the market wants to fly down a little bit, but we'll take the L there on Intel. We tried it one more time. Out, still a positive name. We have no red stocks today whatsoever. Apple, we just should have reloaded Apple, I guess. Not reloaded it, I guess understood that it was pretty strong. We talked about the relationship with Apple in the market today. Apple positive 0.4 against the NASDAQ down 1%. So we should have done a little bit better on that. But hey, still, man, a red name, a red name. Green name is a green name. AMD, we're up on that today, as you can clearly see. Intel, we're up. We've already talked about that. JP Morgan, there it is, man. We are now out of that one. So we'll just go props up for that one because that was a really good trade there anyways for me on that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4. And then Coke, position pending, but I'm already out. We just got an 85 fill there, or 86 fill, something like that. So I'm already out at 30%, probably going to get out if it breaks back above 58, because if the story is not what it is, it's not what it is, not going down. And then, come on, we don't have to discuss Tesla anymore, do we? Because that's been a good one. We're going to take a 58 again here, but look at the NASDAQ. We're right back to days high. Well, yeah, I guess we are back to days high. Since we've been open, this is the highest spot right now. For the market, right? And so if you're going to draw some of those bottoms, there's the bottom of the market. And some people like to do this. Shout out to Dan Emmons, looking at the first, the initial ups and downs,
like that first
and where we are right there as well. So far so good here, man, as we continue to trade. So it's not often we go 6 for 6, but today we are, and we just missed Tesla up there at 258. So that was a short that we could have had. But Tesla's already been a banger today, man. That's been a big stock. We talked about them. Excuse me, dripping down a bit yesterday. So far, so good. But right now, we're going to talk about some different sectors. there has to be a sector up today, right, Brendan? Let's go over.
Cybersecurity's up, but I don't know if that counts as.
Is that a sector?
I don't know. It's not a sector, but it is. I mean, cybersecurity names are up.
All right, let's go find what's good on the board.
Health services, positive on the day. Here we go. Down here, right down there. It's not big, so not going to be a big influence, but UNH, ELV, to name a few here, all green on the day. So yeah, there is a few individual names as well benefiting overall. We had that Rupert Murdoch story this morning, our headline. Obviously nothing to do with Comcast, but I was trying to find Fox A on here, and it's not popping up. But CMCSA, notably strong there as well. AbbVie positive, Bristol Myers positive, those types of stocks on the move to the upside. Energy names, a few of them anyways, back in positive territory. To the downside, yeah, there's a lot to choose from. Amazon, one of the worst off there, 3.2. Google, almost 3% at the lows as well. There's Coke even with that. I mean, it was down about 0.9, I think, at last check, but really not doing anything as far as that bear cave note is concerned. Pepsi as well, about the same downside today. Tesla, 2.4%. So, yeah, red, but there are pockets of green, guys.
Calls off that. I don't know. It's just. I saw UNH up 2%. And I was like, come on, Lilly, be bouncing. Eli Lilly maybe should have sold some at 600. I'm talking personal account. Don't really day trade that stock. But yeah, look at UNH back to 500. There is some strength somewhere in the market, but overall, I think we've been sniffing it right at that 15,000 level. So don't fight the 15,000 level. When things come back in underneath, you can work the short back off that level. And I like it. And we're going to go back into meta. If we get that push down underneath, I want that meta short underneath 295. Like ideally, you're back under VWAP if we're taking that 1500, and then just keep going back into the same. So we sniffed that one out, got the bottom out. That's what it's all about. You're live trading here. If you're watching us, we're day trading. I know some people might be swing trading, but what we do here is in and out. We're not holding anything past the day, and sometimes we're holding it for minutes, sometimes we're holding it for hours. That's what it's all about here. But I always say one thing and one thing only. Sometimes we got to take care of a little bit of business. And I'm hitting this one for you, Sean.
Good, good. Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs. Oh, man. I didn't even
It sounds like Super Mario or some kind of video game. Oh, that's not Super Mario, like Contra or something like that.
Yeah.
Like something back in like the original system or like the original Sega Genesis. That's what it sounds like to me, and I love that one.
I've never heard that before, so.
But the gist of it is if you like what you see,
Yep.
if you like the show, like the show. And if you want to grow the community, the benefit to doing so is I can't tell you the number of times that we look at a name and it's like a great trading opportunity comes from the chat. Like if you guys say something's moving, I'm like, let's have a look at it. Let's see what's going on. Maybe there's a trade, maybe there isn't. But the bigger the community is, the more ideas that we can work off of and the more opportunities for everybody and the more everybody can learn from each other. Trading is a lonely enough business when you're sitting at home. We're on the floor. We have the benefit of it. We have lots of years of experience. We have lots of traders to bounce ideas off of. And now we have more. Quicksilver, Contra, I am old school. You can't tell? I got some gray. I got some gray out there.
Barely any.
Oh, I mean, that's why I shave the head now. I got more gray than you, bro. That's for sure.
Way more.
Way more.
No, I'm just
and
I mean, first I said you had none. Come on.
I mean, like.
I mean, we got to play against. We got to, you know.
I got to keep it real.
We got to blame the camera. You know, puts on about 100 pounds on you. The camera does. So that's why I look like this.
I have more gray than my pop.
What?
Yeah. No,
you must be using that formula then.
No, he's not. If you see my pops,
I'll have to. But didn't you say he's trying to go, or he's bald now, like purposely?
No, he does. So we both did the COVID shave our heads, my dad and myself, and then he just still does it. Although he pays the barber to shave his head. Like when I was doing it, I'm like, I'm buzzing my own head.
Yeah. We talked about that yesterday. I couldn't do that.
And no, it has nothing to do with being a day trader. I had zero gray hair until I started sleeping less when my daughter was born. That's just facts. And it's not.
Yeah, but that's also age.
No, but yeah, it's age,
Yeah.
but I think sleep actually matters. And I sleep a heck of a lot less. Well, at least it changes your life when you have a kid. Back to the market for a quick second. The market may be trying to break out, but Instacart's back to 30. So it's right back at those lows. Let's flush that one down the toilet. I did get stopped out early. It happens to you. And I said this was similar to yesterday, where Instacart was trying to rinse people at the open, and you had to be willing to kind of stick with it, allow the hump to happen, and just make sure you get back in on the other side. So despite getting stopped out early yesterday and never going back to it, I got stopped out early and did go back to it today. And now you're at that 30 level. Instacart, the IPO issue price is 30. So anybody that bought the issue, you're underwater under that 30 bucks. So if it breaks that, I want to hold on for dear life there, to be sure. And Quicksilver, you're right, man. Contra was a fantastic game. You know they made a crappy movie out of that?
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
Back
I
when
didn't
they
watch
thought
it,
you could just, no, I made the mistake of actually watching it.
you grabbed
I'm a
that?
sucker. Like if something's nostalgic to me, I'm just going to watch the movie when it came out. So I've seen all the Mortal Kombat movies and I saw the Street Fighter movie and none of them are any
I
good.
didn't even know there was a Street Fighter movie. Okay.
You never watched the one with Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Oh, now I never watched. Maybe, but now that is ringing a bell now. Man, that's old school. All right, yeah. What time is it? 10:48. Okay. Well, you know what, guys? It's about that damn time. Let's go. Everybody wants this. Neil's calling chicken right now. And if you are calling chicken, guess what? Right now, there it is. It's a chicken dinner winner, but not today.
It's not?
No. Today
Okay.
is grilled AAA sirloin burgers with woodland mushrooms, aged cheddar, and to top it all off, you get the seasoned fries. So there it is right now. And I also already know tomorrow's.
Market may be down, but the lunch is on fire today.
Must wait.
I'm getting a salad anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
All right. And so, you know, if wisdom has aged us, then I am fine with that because we have a couple wise trades on here today.
My daughter's favorite tomorrow.
It's your daughter's birthday?
No, it's her favorite thing to eat.
Oh, good.
I won't say it because
yeah.
I don't want to spoil tomorrow's, but like it's literally her favorite.
I'm not
thing
here
to eat.
tomorrow, so it's going to be on you to do that tomorrow. All right, so just real quick, man, look at Coke. Nice. Right there. We are out of 60% of this trade for 25 cents. I mean, look, this Coke. What's the average true range of Coke? I mean, right there, 25 cents. It's now in the money. Boom shakalaka on that one. As you go, of course, shout out to, in my opinion, a better game than Contra, NBA Jam coming through there.
But that's not, they're both good.
Yeah, they're both unique in their own ways. So that's a good one right there. Obi will be filling in for yours truly there tomorrow. So shout out to Obi and thank you so much for that. Obviously, you're still going to have Neil on board, so everyone is in good hands regardless. But there's the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ right now just bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So that's come into play right there again. We'll see if that can do anything. I still think the market's a short. It really does suck that we missed Tesla again up there at 258. Like, it literally goes to 258 flat, which is what we're sitting. Like, I'm sitting at 258. Oh, no, I'm sitting at 258.04. Oh, I thought we missed it by a dark pool wick, but it looks like we just missed it because we're not at 258 flat right there. But anyways, here comes Tesla downside. I feel like the responsible thing to do is just to sit in these shorts. So Apple's tricky. If I was you guys, I would stay away. And a shout out to Brendo again because we'll just go. Because this Microsoft name that he gave us it right here when it announced, I don't even remember what it was, but something to do with ChatGPT or a solution there. That bumped up huge. That went from 318 to 324. That went up $6 in a straight line in 1 minute. So watch out for that as a possible top right there, 326 or so on Softy. But again, good shout out there, and just another reason why you should be watching us here at Trader TV Live.
Exactly. I want to do something. We haven't really zoomed out on Coke to give you an idea where the stock is at. I always find it hilarious when you have a short report that comes out after a stock has done this. It's like, now you're releasing the report right when it's at a consolidation off the bottom. So 57.5 on the daily looks like an obvious zone here. If it doesn't break that, I think Coke's along off this level tomorrow. Like if you get a double bottom, I always say a double bottom off a short report, you make that low, so you hold that low, and then tomorrow you're long off that bottom because it's exit liquidity for anyone that puts those shorts on. The market just rolled underneath 15,000. What did I say I would do? If we got back underneath 15,000, look for a re-entry. This is, if Intel's going to still be at 35, I like the short off 35.05. I don't want to give it to that nonsense high. That high to me was off that tweet, so I don't know that it matters that much. So I still want to play tight to the 35 level. Just go back to, just kind of almost like pretend like it didn't happen and go back to the levels that mattered before. As we go to Brendo for Money Talks, you had a bunch of rate decisions in Europe, so you know the currencies are flying around.
Just be aware, guys. Palantir's CEO on CNBC right now. So they're talking about AI but just be aware. Anyways, possibly a 10th positive week inbound here for the dollar coming off of what happened yesterday. Yet another hawkish pause coming through from Fed Chair Powell. And as Sharif was mentioning this morning, once again, the dot plot showing 4.5% to 5% right through to the end of 2024 now projected from the Fed. So there is the DXY. Haven't cleared that high quite yet, which you got to go back to March of this year. We were up at 105, almost 106 there, 105.8, but we got really close early on today. So the march higher continues here for the dollar, guys.
It does. And there's a name that I've seen in the chat a lot. I know a lot of you guys have been talking about EBET. And we always say, like, show me something that's setting up and it's fine. But when it's not doing much, not that interested in it for a trade. Well, suddenly this doesn't look that bad. Maybe I'll go away from the 3-minute quickly here for you. The daily chart on a penny stock, they all look the same. It's like flush and make some ridiculous lows. This one underneath 10 cents. I think 10 cents is a great breakout on the stock, just from a technical standpoint. But if I look at what happened here, it's like hold a 50 period at 6 cents, right? So you failed the first move up, then you held support right around that 6 cent level, the 50 period on the daily, and now you're working into a breakout above 7.5. Like the 8 break looks pretty solid here. I didn't think this necessarily yesterday in a bit of a vacuum, but now you have a higher low that didn't clear 6, and an 8 break doesn't look bad. Now, the way I trade, you call it paper hands all you want, but penny stocks are penny stocks. I like an 8 break to 7.5. Like, I don't like an 8 break. We're not swing traders. I'm not holding this for a week or a month or anything like that. It's a break of 8 that I want to get to 10. It breaks 8 and gets to 10, great, but I'm out if it gets underneath 750. I don't want that out. You got to work right away, man. And if it works right away, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Oh, we're going to be gone in about 5 or 6 minutes, and we're going to fire you guys off to the professor and Obi that do a fantastic job.
Sure.
But I'll be back at noon for lunch money. Maybe we'll talk eBet there. Maybe we'll talk some Coke there. I'm going to line up some names for you that there may not have been trades on earlier today that I see for opportunities. That's what lunch money is all about. What are you doing for the rest of the day? What can you do during lunchtime to make a little coinage or to set up for the afternoon? So stick around. We'll be back for that. eBet is setting up. I'm going to probably get my order right there at that $8 break, 8 cent break. Although when you're trading these, move the decimal places a couple cents. That's all it is, right? Like pretend 8 cents is $8 and trade it like that. Treat it like that, and then you can make that coinage. One more to get back to you. The reason I went into Intel instead of Meta should be somewhat obvious. Look at Meta. Like we failed 15,000.
Is it ripping there?
We're still under 15,000. This is my 15. Let's go to my 3. We're actually about to the high of the day. The reason I like Meta originally was you're making lower highs when we're testing 15,000. Now all of a sudden you're supporting 295 and breaking back out. So I'm not testing Meta back in here because it looks too strong. If anything, it's like wait until we get to the top. If you want to still short this, wait till it gets to that 298 level. I think that's a much more reasonable play for Meta. Now all of a sudden looking relatively strong, where before it was relatively weak.
So I mean, look, I'm down with lunch money, but we just made a little bit of lunch money right there as we just reloaded again and gave one more.
Another one.
Right there for AMD. So there it is right there. Reshorted, you can see where we're short now at 76. We just covered some at 60 at VWAP there. And then here, okay. I mean, like I said, man, sometimes when it flows, man, and we're just banging them out here, left, right, and center for you on the show. So hopefully you are enjoying it. Okay. We got a piece out of Coke because I thought it was going back up, and here it comes, just retracing right back down. AMD, a good one. Tesla, a good one. So you do not see me average into Tesla. I feel like the market does not want to do what we thought it did. I canceled my 258. If you're in it and you're like trying to follow me, just punch out right now. I'm not in it. I'm still in my normal position. We're going to try to go some short here at 258.40 up. So I'm just changing the price. We've always talked about waiting for this and then into 259. If we break above 259, I'm not even giving it that wick. I'm just giving it to 259. Okay, so I'm going to give it to that. If it comes back in, good. If not, fine. We will wait to see where we get going here. There it is. So now we're short Tesla. We've already talked about our position on this one. Let's see where we can get it. I mean, if we could take a piece out here at O's, maybe we'll do that on an instant flush back down. But right there, the reshort on Tesla. There it is. Let's see if it works. And it's already working to the downside. Hey, there's 50 cents. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. We only have a couple more minutes left on this one right there. Yeah, join me at 2 o'clock, first of all, and at 4 o'clock, as we'll be back, and I'll put my 6 hours in live on the air for you guys one more time. But there it is. Nice push down on Tesla. Let's see where we go here. There it is. It's 50 cents in the pocket right now on TSLA. Watch out for 257 on that reload.
Here comes the break. The eBet's going to break 8 any second now, so I'm going to have my order locked and loaded ready to go. The other thing I'm looking for, obviously, we just mentioned Meta. Allow it to get to the next level. Next level almost reached. I mean, it got to 297.5, which was early resistance. Now you're making a bit of a curl here, so we'll look at that half, maybe give it into 297, play it into VWAP here. So I'm grabbing that short out of the corner of my eye. eBet might go. It's at 7.9. It's kind of creeping up there. It could break any second. You'll see it pop in for me, to be sure. The other one I wanted to get back into now we got into Meta is ARM. I mean, ARM, we took it out when it got back above VWAP, but it's making lower highs still. Respect the fact that it held 50, but it's underneath 51 is where you're underwater if you bought the issue price. So that's still going to be a key one. Instacart just continues to flush. So I'm just going to hold on to that. But I see re-entries in ARM now working off that high at 52. It's a short till it's not. And as far as I'm concerned, it's still a shorting opportunity underneath that 51 price. Klaviyo, I don't know if that's going to be much of a trade for me on Klaviyo. It's Klaviyo. I don't know if that's going to be too much of a short. I've stuck with ARM and Instacart, and that's been the right decision. Klaviyo is just not nearly as liquid, and that's the reason why I don't like trading it. It wasn't as liquid yesterday. We're starting to see Intel get back underneath 35. I just want to see us underneath VWAP, and then we're jumping into ARM to add into Meta, which we just got into. Already 50 cents in the money, but if it can't break 295, we jump out. 295 went from resistance to support. So if we're shorting in here, and all of a sudden we're holding a higher low, we just jam out. That's what you do. Scalp trade, get in, get out. We got 20 seconds to go. It's been a fun one. I see, Tisha, you're mentioning you're mentioning a stock to me. I'll get into it in a second. If I get a shot, MDBH, that's like a recent IPO and halted up. Those ones are insane. If it instantly halts after an issue opening, then remember, it's because it has no liquidity. So be very careful trading anything that opens for the first time and halts instantaneously. If you're not in early, I don't chase those things at all.
Chasing it today, dangerous. I just want to thank everybody, man. I'm kind of chuckling here because thanks to Adam, thanks to Justice, thanks to everybody. We just put $1 in most people's pockets, I hope. We waited very, very clean for that. We just got out at 257.50 for another dollar trade club there. So thanks to everybody that's watching, man. And thank you for just sort of noticing what we've been doing here today. We just reloaded it. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. It's been so far so good on this one. I mean, check out this AMD trade. Once, twice, thrice, real nice. Downside right there, boom. I mean, this is really the kind of day that we wait for, and today's a big one here. And I just want to, again, thank Neil, thank everybody, thanks Brendo, Ramin, Fabian, and everybody, and most importantly, thank everybody out there that's watching as well. Not only do we have that, we have Coke on the watch right now, Tesla, like everything is just good bangers. Like honestly, they're not even scalps today. Like they're scalps in our relation, but like 50 cents on AMD right now, $1 on JP Morgan, 25 cents on Coke, $6 on Tesla, Apple with the big banger trade. I mean, it's just today, although the market actually today, guys, and I'm going to throw it over to these guys in a minute. If you look at the market, it just had a huge move down, huge move up, and then now we're just lasting in the middle. So the fact that we're able to clean this all up, put that money in our pocket, and now we just get to go phone our wife, amazing. Great day. Couldn't be happier. I'm disappointed I'm off tomorrow, but I am. Did you want to, you said you wanted to answer somebody, or it's all good?
No, it's just like that IPO doesn't have liquidity on it. So even looking at it, again, like we'll probably talk about it at some point, but any new IPO that halts instantly, you know it's got no liquidity. There were no, like, ARM never halted. It went nuts. If something's moving 10, 15, 20% right away off an open, then you know you should be very, very careful with it. I am an EBET. EBET broke that 8, but it's past 11 o'clock. You got a couple extra minutes out of us, and I see that Obi is in IBM. That was a good
Ooh, I
stock
like
yesterday.
that. Hopefully long.
You know, he's in the shorts. I'm interested to hear
Obi!
because IBM had a fantastic day yesterday, relatively speaking. Let's
I'm
go to the
just
midday
playing
and
around.
see what's up with that name.
Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks at Search Trader. All right, Obi, tell us all this about this IBM trade.
No, not much, man. We saw how great it was yesterday, so I saw that it was in and around VWAP. It's about a little bit of a downtrend here, so again, let's see if it kind of follows in. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Hope your morning was good. Mine was all right. A little bit of RVol on Amazon today, so I took a couple of shots at it. A little bit. We made some good trades, made some bad trades, so we can talk about them. A little bit of a chop fest, a little bit here. So I'll bring it down to the 1 minute because it was quite a bit of a chop here out the open. It was doing like 4 RVol out the open here. I can show you guys right here. So yeah, it was doing some significant RVol, like 3 to 4 I have here. Yeah, just right out the open. And then it is doing some RVol today, kind of using VWAP as a bit of resistance. And then we're kind of teetering on top of this 130 as well on Amazon. So let's see how I executed. And not the best, but again, so quick scalps here. I tried the long. I was like, I like the long off the 131. Chased it a little bit here. I got it in the 35. So like 35 pennies further away from that initial reaction low. That might be a little bit of a chase. Stopped out into the dips. Tried the long again, chased it, and then that's so lost on these. Tried the long again, lost on that one, and then finally started accumulating some longs here on top of that 130.50 hold. Didn't really hold it back into VWAP. So again, gotta work on holding some of these positions that are working and not getting so jittery. And I think the fact that like the first 1, 2, 3 trades, the fact that the first 3 trades were a little bit of losing trades, I have to learn to preserve that mental a little bit and kind of stick with the trade, right? And then not let that jitteriness. We were talking about letting that emotion get to your trading yesterday. And yeah, I definitely got a little jittery right there. Just took it off immediately, was a little aggressive. But as you can see, it gives you almost a full point in the money if I had just held on to the support level that it's been forming on Amazon there. It came back again, tried it again. So I held a little bit longer here, but then comes back into VWAP, start the short into VWAP, and then bring it back down. So a bit of a range type of day happening here. Its price is kind of compressing into that 130.50 on Amazon. Again, a little bit of a catalyst today. So they are doing a little bit of RVol as well. We know the 15th thou, that was the key area on the NQ that we kind of were kind of consolidating and breaking underneath that level today. And then same thing with that 45 from yesterday on the ES. Take a look at that quadunk that we had at the end of day. Today we are just teetering on top of this 44. So going forward, that's what I'm looking for. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading today. What is it saying? Where's my tag? Well, I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean for at in the chat? Okay, yeah. You know what? I'll make a specific account for that for you guys soon. But yeah, Sharif, how was your morning?
Good. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the divergence here between the NQ and the ES, because the NQ, despite the fact that it's down more than the ES, 1.16 for the NQ and 0.99 for the ES. Have a look at the divergence in the charts here. So you have a bit of a double top, but then you have a higher low, right? So you kind of troughed out at that 14,919, then look, the second descent over here doesn't break that 950. Whereas when you're looking at the ES, you kind of have a double bottom going on here, both equally the same low off that, general area of 4,400. So the other problem with that too is you have constantly lower highs as well. So right at the opening bell, you had that 44.18 touch. you dip down into 44.15, and then you dip down again into 44.13, and then, you know, we haven't even come close to that point. And you have now VWAP at 44.11. So it's interesting, different divergence here, or different look for the two index names. We'll have to wait and see if this 4,400 level presents us with an opportunity to take along. It's a level that I talked about this morning on the futures recap. And so far, you know, it's holding for the most part, despite the fact that we've broken it strictly down to 43.98 3/4. So a bit of a different look here on the two futures contracts. Let's see if we can reclaim 15,000 in the way that we're holding for 4,400 on the ES. So some things to look out for here. With respect to the big tech names, let's have a look at what's strong and what's weaker. You saw the guys this morning, they were talking about how Apple was relatively strong, and I'd have to agree with that. Look, Apple's essentially flat on the day, 0.03%. You have a series of higher highs and higher lows. So this one, if the market gets going, could really break out. Look at this trough over here at 174.5. And then you have the newer trough that we just made at 175.25, all the while making higher highs with a 176 and a third top. Obi alluded to this earlier. Amazon, you know, a bit of a, it's very weak on the day. I was going to call it a dud, but it's actually quite weak. 3%. It's been really kind of given up the majority of the gains that it made in the earlier months today. We got a headline that the FTC was proceeding with the antitrust lawsuit. They've done some things to try to mitigate that somewhat, try to scrap the fees that they were going to charge some of the sellers that were not using their shipping service. But that may be too little too late, and the FTC looks like it's already proceeding. I think CNBC reported today that they were proceeding with it. All right, Microsoft looks quite good here. It's funny because Microsoft actually had a negative catalyst or headline yesterday. Accidentally, they uploaded some very private or like sensitive data with respect to Xbox on the website of the federal court in which they're being sued. So we'll have to wait and see how that one ends up doing. In any event, it bounces off that 315, and it gives you about more than $10 worth of range, 325 and a third. It's up 0.75%, much very different than the overall market. Tesla very weak as well. You saw Sean involved in that one. It's trying to hold that 258, 257 level. I don't have a trade on that. Google as well, very weak on the day. I don't see a specific catalyst though, but it was down over 2.25%, but held that 130 quite well. So 130 acting as a good level of support. Those $10 levels tend to do that. So we'll have to wait and see what the market presents us with today. NVIDIA, I didn't have anything on that, down 1 1/3. Yeah, a lot of range on this name, and yeah, it's given up a lot of the move since the nice earnings day. Look, let's have a look at that. The earnings day was what? Yeah, this definitely was it right over here. We got to 520. Now, you know, we're almost going to touch 400. So about $120 worth of move there. I don't know what percentage that is, but yeah, big tech definitely weak on the day. We'll have to keep an eye on those. I don't really have much for small movers. Let's have a look here. UPDT was on my radar. Palantir, Marvell as well. I know it's not a small name, but it's not one that we often trade. It's holding yesterday's close here quite nicely. So if the market bounces, we'll be able to get something here off Marvell. Closed out at that 50, just sub 53, 52.90 and change. Cisco as well on my watch because of the acquisition of Splunk. Coke, obviously on my watch as well. That just came in recently. A nice bounce off that 57 1/3. And then Broadcom, AVGO with the catalyst there. Contrary to Marvell, they're getting dumped by Google, or so the headline goes. So we'll have to wait and see. So far, though, what I'm keeping my most attention on is that 4,400 on the ES.
Yeah, man, the 44 is testing as we speak right now. But yeah, let's see if this acts as support. It's acted as support a couple times since about 10 a.m. I think. Yeah, 10 a.m. right there. It's acted as support, that 4,400. So let's see if it continues to act as support, or we continue going to the downside here. We are pretty heavy on the day, as Sharif mentioned. Tech stocks pretty weak. Again, coming off of the FOMC rate decision yesterday. as expected, no change. So maybe sell on the news event because it was just as expected. So everybody was not really surprised about that. I think it was like a 99% chance of a no change. So yeah, we got what we expected, and now we're selling off a little bit potentially off of that. Now I want to remind people that, like, what was it? Was it like last month, or it was a few weeks ago? What was it? The whole country was downgraded, right? The whole market was downgraded, and I think we were talking about how statistically, whenever that happens, things tend to sell off for a few weeks, at least a couple of months. In the past, I think that's what's happened, and we're seeing more of that, more of the same here, kind of coming into fruition. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but yeah. It seems like that is that's one of the reasons why we may be catching a bit of a sell here, but yeah. What are you guys trading? I didn't really get a chance earlier to take a look at the chat, but yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. As always, right? ARM is definitely a good one as well. Let me just pull that up right here. Okay, so ARM, we know that some key levels on ARM that we've been working with was this 52 area, and coming in today, again, a trade that I missed here. ARM kind of sells off of that 52.30. So support from yesterday morning acting as resistance today morning. So a classic example of support turned to resistance here on ARM. We were talking to Max about some of this price action, Sharif, is very like, it's like vanilla trading, right? Just like over, under, support, resistance levels, certain trend breaks and everything. So it's, I think I'm definitely missing out on some of these opportunities here on ARM today. But yeah, we'll go back to this. I think I also had the 50 level as well, kind of a level of interest on ARM. And then we have the other IPOs as well. We got CART, right? We got CART and KVYO. That's the recent IPO. So we can take a look at what some of those have been up to as well. Similar story here on CART, Maple Bear, kind of a funny name. CART, so again, same story, 31.50 was support yesterday. Coming in today, maybe you get like 30, 40 cents above that level, and then that acts as a resistance, and then you're back down to the 30 level on CART here. So the next one was KVYO. Let's see how our buddy KVYO is doing today. So yesterday, pretty crazy off that 37, 36 break, kind of faded all the way down into the close, and then interestingly, right at 354, 355, it wipes up $3, 3 points right away off of into the close. So that was definitely an interesting look. And coming in today, we're kind of holding the areas where it kind of wiped up into as well. So I'm keeping that in mind. Now, again, I had on my sticky note, I have KVYO 30 as a level of interest. So that hasn't really come in as of right now. I don't know when or if that will come in, but when and if it does come to 30, just yesterday's low, right? So the first day low of this IPO, we want to see what price action may or may not do in and around those areas if we can even get there on KVYO. But yeah, I know Sean was talking about a short report on Coke. Coke might be the better short here. Maybe there's some sellers incoming on through VWAP there on Coke. So as it is right there on VWAP, right as we speak, I think I like the idea of a potential short here on Coke as well. So let's see if that comes into fruition. Again, the short report, I haven't really looked into the short report here. But wow, insiders sold shares worth $5.3 million according to recent SEC filings. So very interesting there on Coke.
I like that trade, namely for the technicals. Look at this. So you have this area, this trough right here, obviously an area of support, and then we're back right at that $58 level, the area where we troughed out. Now we're cresting at, so you could get in here and give yourself just a couple of pennies above 58, and that would be good risk to reward because we are at 57.96. And you could easily see a 57.75 touch. So I like that trade, Obi. I'm gonna take that one with a 58.05 stop. I'll give it a couple of shekels above that level. But yeah, good call on that one. I think it was the Bear Cave or some short name like that with the hit piece on Coke. So if you guys want to go read that, go check that out. Just give it a quick Google search, and I'm sure you'll be able to find that no problemo. So we're gonna give that one a try, and we'll have a look there to see what is up with that. The other one here, EBET, I believe. Yes, EBET, reliable. Rudy, you want me to have a look at it? This is a multi-day runner, so let's have a look at the 30-minute chart. Look how it moved yesterday, just a little bit above that half penny. Let me zoom out here a little bit. Give this an opportunity to load. The day that it really got moving was the 18th. Today is the 21st. We kind of got off that 40 penny area and got into the 70 penny area that same day. Made a newer high yesterday at that 75 penny area. Now we're made another newer high at 81 or 82 pennies. At the moment, we're just a smidge below that 80 penny area, 77 pennies. It is a good look, but it is forming a bit of a double top here. So careful with this did I say 75 penny? I meant 7 pennies. This 7.5 penny area is the neckline of the V, so be careful with that. If it breaks down through there, I mean, that's the confirmation of the double top. So I would, tread carefully. But at the moment, you do have a bit of a compression pattern until otherwise, because you do have a higher low, and you also have a lower high. So keep in mind, yeah, this one is quite bamboozling, but it is up 18% on the day, and it's a multi-day runner. So we'll keep our eye on that one. But this Coke trade, we're going to give this one a try, Obi. I'll send it back to you.
Yes, sir. We are a little bit in trouble here on our Amazon position. I had it on the 1 minute chart instead of 3 minute chart that I usually do, and the perception was a little off there as we test day lows right now as we speak. So the ES and the NQ kind of looking a little heavy right there, and yeah, so Amazon kind of broke through its day low right there. So kind of want to get a little involved in this trade right now. But yeah, so let's see if we can kind of manage our way out of that one. Coke kind of, so we got filled on Coke underneath VWAP here. So yeah, let's see if we can kind of continue this sell-off that we've been having on Coke. Shout out to Sean for pointing out that short report. I was not aware about that earlier. So yeah, maybe some sellers coming in potentially. I haven't really read the report yet, but yeah. So I guess if I had read the report and I was very convicted on the trade, I might be a little bit more aggressive with this one. But let's just first observe if it can sustain above or below VWAP. And see if there's any institutional traders like to interact in and around VWAP, right? So if bigger players are using that as a level to kind of offset their Coke position, unload their Coke position, then I guess we will see if that'll come into fruition there. But yeah, so let's see if Amazon kind of bounces off of this low a day here, right on top of the 130, kind of a key area. Let's see if it can even get there, or we kind of bounce off of that day low, looking like a bit of a lick grab underneath day low, as we can't really get too far past that, what is this, 53 area on 130.53 on Amazon there. And look at that, we wipe right back towards that 31. So interesting look.
Yeah, the other one here is AVGO, Broadcom. We talked a little bit about this one to start, but it is making a nice recovery off the bottoms that it made here. 3% still south. It closed out the day at 830, just a little bit above 830 bucks. Now it's finding some resistance at that 810, coming back down in 805. Very expensive stock, obviously. You're probably really not going to want to size in too heavily into this one, but it was a good hold here near VWAP and that $800 level. You kind of did a little bit of a dance with 800, and you were rewarded if you were able to kind of maintain the risk. Comes up to 810, so $10 move there, but coming back down now, breaking the 7-period moving average at 805.5. So be careful with this one, but an interesting name to keep an eye on, especially for the long-term accounts. A lot of people were loading up into this one as an NVIDIA substitute. A lot of people that couldn't stomach the NVIDIA valuations were kind of hoping that this one would be the savior, so to speak. The other one that I want to talk about, EXAI. This is a small cap gapper. It's done only 1.18 million shares, but it has an excellent pattern and it's quite stable in its ascent. Broke 5 not that long ago. It definitely had trouble breaking through 5. But when it did, look at that retracement right back into 5, and then the buyer stepped up again to bring this one. Now we're trading at 5 1/3. So good move up. That's a lot for a $5 name. Like I said, 17.25%, 17.5%. And the stability on this one is not too bad. The float, though, let's find out a little bit about it. First of all, the company Excentia PLC is a United Kingdom-based artificial intelligence-driven precision medicine company. So it's AI medicine, very interesting. The float on it, it's larger. It's about 89 million shares. So what's the market cap? About 660 million market cap. So sub 1 billion. Definitely in the small mid-cap size area. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to jump into it here. Maybe that is. Maybe that will. I'll regret that later. But I'd rather get it off a discernible level. So, I mean, if it dips into 5, maybe we'll look at it there. But good one showing up on my scanner, but not enough volume to kind of, I guess, get a lot more people involved. It's already done more than the average volume that it's done over the past 5 years. 562,000 is the 5-year average. It's done 1.21 already on the year. It's at day's highs as well, so it's not a bad look. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so that's the look there. And with respect to Coke breaking back into that $58 level, I'm giving it to $58.07. So we're going to risk a little bit more than I wanted to over here, but we'll see what it does in this consolidation area. A bit of a double bottom, so that's kind of a bullish pattern. But I like this area as resistance. But like Neil was mentioning on the morning show, Uncle Warren involved in this one, so you never know what kind of buy programs start coming on at whatever levels. We'll see whether he likes it or not. And by the way, guys, I'm not in this ES long. I mean, the board is wrong, so it's fine. I already mentioned that in the chat, but I just don't want anyone thinking that I'm in this ES long. I'm not. We'll leave that one. I think the guys in the production are trying to fix the board, so they'll get involved with that. Obi.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good look. What if Warren Buffett's just like, hey, a discount, you get a couple of short reports, you get to add to your position at a little bit of a discount, and then knowing Coke, it's probably going to be a back up to where it's at in a few weeks to a couple of months, if not. I mean, if you take a look at the chart on Coke, it's like perpetually just uptrending, pretty nice slow grind there on Coke, similar to some of the staple companies, like Walmart, Pepsi as well, kind of looking very similar to Coke. But yeah, so we are bouncing. We're getting a little bit of a bounce here on Amazon. Let's see how far we can get. Still got Coke short here, right underneath the 58 mark, underneath the VWAP there. So let's see if that one stays a little heavy. Greg Newman saying AMD to 93. All right, let's check that one out. AMD to 93. Let's take a look. Okay, all right. So maybe 93. So you're looking for the short, I'm assuming, all the way down. So more than a 3-point move to the downside is what you're asking for, I guess. With that one, I don't know if that's a valid expectation. Let's just take a look at AMD's ATR real quick there. So AMD does a 4 points of ATR, so we kind of rejected that 99 in the morning, and then now we are right at 96. So 4 points of ATR would mean it would mean around 95. Now, are we doing RVOL is the next question that I'm asking. We are doing a little bit above 1 times RVOL, but let's see if it's enough to give us a 2x ATR on the day on AMD. But yeah, the break of this load seems like a decent look on AMD. We know that chips have been selling off. We saw that Intel seller off of VWAP yesterday, and I was looking for that for the same trade today off VWAP to see if VWAP stays a little heavy as it has been for the past couple of days. We know they had that what was that conference thing that they had? Intel Innovation, right? But they called it something. They called it siliconology or something. Siliconomics. Siliconomy, right. So since their siliconomy presentation there, they caught a bit of a sell for a couple of days, and today it seems like VWAP is churning and holding as a little bit of a bid. So I kind of stayed away from that one there, as it did act a little bit differently than I had expected. I even wrote down there's a potential seller on Intel. Take a look-see at VWAP to see if it stays heavy and kind of you see some nice price action there. Not really seeing that, but seeing it in the opposite direction as dips into VWAP keep getting bought up on Intel, a little bit different than AMD here. Let's take a look at NVIDIA real quickly and see what our friend NVIDIA is up to. Okay, so we've already made kind of a bottom on the day, a little bit of a higher low than pre-market consolidation here, and then it seems like we may be setting up for even a higher low than that one potentially. But as you can see, we've made lower highs as well. So price kind of compressing into this, into a VWAP churn on NVIDIA. Again, it's been sold off pretty significantly. And yeah, now that I look at this, I remember, what was it? I think it was last week. I wanted to interact with that 420. We never got that 420. But lo and behold, take a look at the price action today. 420 is the top. You got to risk about a point, which kind of makes sense. It's if you're looking for that intraday swing, right? I think risking a point or two on a $400 ticker is very fair and valid. Obviously, size accordingly. But yeah, so off the 420, you risk about a point there, and it also coincides with some of yesterday's after-hours consolidation there, right on top of that 420. But yeah, and you get about 6 points on the fade back down towards this 410 area here on NVIDIA, Sharif.
Yeah, all right. What's his name? David Kovacs wants me to have a look at Square, and looking at the half an hour chart, you can tell exactly how I probably feel about this one already. We know that some headlines came in there the other day with respect to the Square side of Block being let go. She was only there for about 6 months, and it looks like Jack Dorsey's going to be there on an interim basis. So, that's not what you want to see if you're bullish. Now, with respect to an intraday look, I mean, what is there to say? We're bouncing off that 45.50 and rejecting now off 46. So it's a tougher look. I don't see any trade here. Let's look at the 1 minute chart. Yeah, I mean, you're below 46 and you're at that 45.90 area. There's really no levels off which to work. I mean, if it gets down back into 45.5, you could try a long, but I don't like this name. I don't like it for a couple of reasons. One, I mean, we'll have to wait until crypto really gets going here. We'll see what this whole ETF business is, a spot Bitcoin ETF and the other crypto exchange ETFs. But the other side of that equation is Square itself. My brother-in-law uses this for his business. He loves it. But when I had a longer conversation with him about it, and I'm asking him about like what was the possibility for them to generate more revenue from him, he's like, there really isn't. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for newer ways from which they can generate revenue, and it looks like that they haven't done that at the moment. This is the hourly chart, and you can see we kind of double top there at $80 in mid-July, and it's almost lost half its value since mid-July. It's down quite a bit. So you're going to have to go up 100% off that 50% loss. So that's how math works, and sadly, we'll see what this one does, but what's the daily look like here? Yeah, and you've also broken below a key support level at 50. I mean, this takes us back to October lows when we kind of held that 50 level. Now we're below it. So I got to tell you, not seeing too much in this stock for the long side. If you're looking to go short, though, I think you're onto something here. But maybe keep your eye on that 57.5 level. That was also an interesting area here former area of support could act as resistance. But I have nothing for you on the long on square. But it looks like this Coke short is paying off, so we're going to wet our beak here with a little bit of profit. Nice rejection off 58. This is what I liked it for. This was an obvious area of support, and then we know that support typically becomes resistance on the downside. So nice rejection off 58. We'll see if we can get a little bit more.
Yes, sir. So we managed to work out a little bit of that Amazon all the way out of it right now. We got to rip past that 131. The initial test kind of came in. You wiped back down another dime. We know our average was 130.90, and yeah, I understood I was not in the best position, but yeah, we ended up managing it all right there. On that price action rebid back up, we saw the failure to follow through of the pre-market low. Apologize. The opening, like the morning session low, I guess, the 10 a.m. low there on Amazon, and then we kind of pop back into this 131, pushes into the 131.10s. I piece off into that strength right there, and then as it kind of rebids on in and around that 131, I just want to get out right now again. We got rid of the bad shares initially, and then we got out of some of the good ones there as well. Coke, yep, Coke is working out decently. Seems like there is a seller off of VWAP right now. As of right now, look at this clean. Like every time it kind of pops up into this area, pretty clean selling, pretty directional, and then you can observe the bids getting a little smashed on the tape as well. So a little bit of confirmation of price action. We're confluencing with a little bit of technicals, and then you also have a catalyst there. So that's a triple whammy right there in terms of confluence on Coke there. So yeah, decent trade. Let's see how far it can fade off, or if Mr. Buffett comes in and says no, and wipes it back up to the other side. If we get a strong buyer, is what I'm trying to say there. But yeah, if this 131 holds and kind of pushes back up to this 131.20, see, ideally I'm looking. I guess I should have been looking for a VWAP there, but as I do understand and notice that we are making lower highs. Right now, again, this is a line on the chart. I'm not making trades based off of the line on the chart. It's more to manage the position rather than to initiate the trade there, right? I guess VWAP is a little bit stronger area to interact with for entries and exits or to watch. But yeah, moving averages and trend lines and whatnot, I don't think, I personally don't necessarily use them as like points of entry or exit. But there I still use them for different reasons. I think you can sometimes find liquidity in and around those areas there. I see that Amazon is bidding right back up, kind of back into this trend that we're having. But again, VWAP is more than valid, right? We can come back in. There's horizontal support and resistance on the day today as well. Just take a look at the intraday kind of resistance area here, 131.70s-ish, and then kind of that support that we were looking for. Sure, we got a little bit of a lick grab, but again, I'm a little familiar with the Amazon, so we kind of like to sidestep the fugays that may go on this name every now and then. And sure, there's a little bit of luck involved as well. But let's see if we can push back up to VWAP. I was definitely a little too early piecing it off just within the dime on top of 131, and then we're pushing at the 20s. You know what? That's fine. Next trade, 131.40s. Or 131.30s I have as VWAP on Amazon, so maybe a potential area to get a little aggressive with that selling again. But take a look at the ES and the NQ. We are bouncing off of 4395, so only a 5-point violation of that 4400, and then we wipe back into it. So a bit of a churn off of that level. And same thing with, or not the same thing, but similar kind of action, a bounce going on with the NQs there, but we're making a relatively higher low on the NQ there. So a bit of still well within consolidation. Take a look at this range. This opening range is pretty choppy, pretty wide, and it seems like we're doing a little bit more of the same. Let's see if we kind of compress into the median here, just in and around 9.6-ish area. Let's see if we can do a little bit of an over-under in and around that. But if Coke starts to make some higher lows as well, I will definitely reconsider this position here. But again, I guess I wasn't too aggressive. Again, I didn't read through the report necessarily, but the thing is, we observed the confirmation in the price action underneath VWAP. So let's see if we can see more of the same there. Altman saying AMD volume moving green. Okay, let's take a look at AMD real quick, see if it's doing anything different. You know what? I like the potential of AMD staying heavy off of VWAP. Take a look at that. Doing a little bit of what Intel did for the past couple of days here. We talked about, remember how Sharif mentioned yesterday that AMD and Intel are a little decoupled, right? So AMD and Intel.
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you, Obi.
What's going on? How's it going, Arun?
My man.
We are back from vacation. Thank you, guys.
How was your vacation? Yeah.
Fun time, you know. Europe's a great time at this.
Nice. Yeah, chat's
Chat about to go buck wild.
Got money to make. I don't care about a guy who just came back.
I don't know about that.
But yeah. So yeah.
Throw up ones for my man Arun. If we don't get like 10,000 ones, we're shutting down the show right now. Let's go. Come on.
How many people are watching?
I have no idea.
How was the vacation, bro? Southern Europe, right?
We did a little bit of Italy, a little bit of France, and what's the other one? Spain, yeah, Barcelona. Well, not Spain, Barcelona. Barcelona specifically. Luis, you told me Luis came out?
Luis this morning mentioned that you were there, and
I just visited one time, and he took me out and had some like these drinks at this one spot that overlooks like the city. And shout out to Luis. That's all I can say.
you hit the beach?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hit the beach?
Walk by it. No.
It's pebbly, right?
No, it's not.
It's not pebbly?
Yeah, Luis gave me a nice little historical lesson on that. They had it all nice and prepared for the Olympics back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right, 92 they had the Olympics.
Yeah. Shout out to Luis for the history lesson.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was a fun time. I mean, I'm back now.
You
And figure out what to do.
last time you and I talked, you said you were kind of slowing trading down a little bit in the summer, doing a lot of watching. You have anything for us?
Be patient. I mean, I'm almost saying be patient, right? I mean, trade what you see, really. Yeah,
I hear you. I hear you.
Do you have any outlooks?
Yeah, Luis, right? That's hilarious. You just told me about that. Yeah. Just be patient. Trade what you see. Don't force stuff because this market's not going to be there to force stuff, right? It's not going to work out well if you try to force stuff that's not there.
Yeah.
Wise words.
I mean,
Gotta go with the flow, you're saying?
you got to go with the flow. There's times to be aggressive. There's times to be patient and wait.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times, I mean, if you guys remember when I traded, it was a lot of waiting. But if there's that moment for you to do stuff, that's the time to go. It's like no hesitation. You got to go. And then you back off and let it do its thing. I don't know what stock this, TKO, whatever. It's on your screen.
Yeah. That's the UFC thing.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. There's nothing to do right now. There's no way you can force a trade on this until we make a move, whether through the lows or bounce back up into the high points from this morning. But that's what I'm talking about, right? Be patient, find the right spots. When it's time to go, put on some gloves, do some knockouts, and then you back off and go to the change room and just wait for the next opportunity. And that's how it is across all these markets. I think a lot of this is actually a conversation I just had with Steph too, is like everyone was so used to a certain style of trading for the last 2 years, 2.5 years. And when the markets change, which has changed back to normal, this is how you have to kind of build up your trading arsenal, is just like how to trade, right? How to trade these markets, because this is what typically looks like, and then you'll get a special, I guess, bonus where it's easier for a little bit, and then it gets back to doing what it normally does. So be patient, learn the skills. When you get free money, take it. But this is typically what trading is like. And it can be a grind. You guys know this. It can be a grind at times, right?
It's tough, man. It's tough. People were saying they're having trouble hearing you, but I think you're good now.
I also tend to be on the lower volume scale too. So you probably. I mean, this is pretty right up in my face.
I'm sorry, bro. I mean, the people demanded. Usually I'm yelling, so they turn my mic down. But you're more softer spoken, so you need to probably turn his mic up a little bit. But yeah. So anything else for us?
I mean, what else you got? I only
Do you have
answer
any
questions.
future, like going forward? So we just had the rate decision yesterday, right? There was
You
a
guys
pretty,
just had the Fed, yeah?
yeah, pretty crazy trade
Yep,
yesterday on
yep,
the futures.
yep.
But going forward from now, also we were talking about the downgrade that the market got which we hadn't seen in I don't know how long,
Okay.
where they downgraded the whole market.
Okay, so here's the one thing I will say though. When I'm on vacation, I'm on vacation. So all this stuff is new to me.
Okay.
I flew in last night. And
okay, so it's fresh, still fresh.
I'm like, yeah, this is my first day out here in Toronto, first time I'm driving and stuff in a while. So when you're telling me market downgrade, I haven't heard about this. I don't know. I woke up and I came in, I had a meeting, whatever, but like now you're telling me market downgrades. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I gotta get back into it, read all this stuff, and figure out what the market's doing. But yeah, for overall, when it comes to stuff like this, it's market downgrades, Feds. That's when you're going to get these volatility moves, right? Like these swings that just go further than you think, and then they'll reverse course or whatever. Those are special days. Momentum trading on those days is not the same as momentum trading on normal days, right? So just kind of temper your expectations a little bit on what to expect going forward. Keep in mind September, obviously tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's the third Friday, or was that last week? I don't even know.
We did triple witching last week.
But end of the month is also quarter expiration. That'll provide some volatility on the final day of the month. So stuff like that, you're going to get volatility, so you can get some more momentum movement. But overall, expect this style of trading. If you look at the weekly charts, I mean, this market's been obviously up for the year, but it's now stuck in maybe a 5-week, 6-week range here. It's a wide range, but nonetheless, it's still a range, right? So expect to trade the wide ranges, make some money. If you are in stocks and equities, then you choose the ones that have news. But again, like TKO, because it's in front of my screen right now, it's only short. It's a short-lived thing, right? It was great for the first, 15, 20 minutes? Yeah. And then it's just kind of died off a little bit here. So that's just kind of how the game is played. So if you're going to trade like that, trade like that.
I think they got a mic for you on it here. I know you probably don't want to hang out with us much longer. You're a busy guy, but.
I got a lot of stuff to take care of before I
Is it on? Yeah, you're good to go.
Yeah. So I got a lot of stuff to take care of before I get back. You know.
I reached out to you, like 2 weeks ago, and you're like, buddy, I still have
we're getting
week and a half.
we're getting a gym session in this week, okay? Sunday.
Sessioning, baby.
Listen. I've been. How do I put this nicely? Bulking.
I'm in my bulking phase, bro.
I've been in my bulking phase. I've been carb loading for the last five and a half, 6 weeks. Is it on?
Yeah, I think so.
No
Yeah.
mic. People are saying mic's off. Mic's off. It's not. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're good to go.
All right. Well, I've been like I've been saying, I've been carb loading.
You're gonna have
Prepared.
a lot of strength.
I'm gonna have a lot. Let's hope I have a lot of strength. But yeah, I gotta get back into it. Man, after a while, you just like
Did you hit the gym there?
no,
You didn't touch?
No,
Really?
no.
But I know your wife's also.
He's on
very
vacation,
into the
man.
gym.
Yeah, none of
didn't
us.
touch it at
No,
all?
bro, we were
Damn.
carb loading.
Okay.
Carb
Okay.
loading.
Okay.
There's a lot of. I want to say keto. It wasn't keto, but there was definitely a lot of cheese and a lot of fats. But there was also carbs and sugars. So I don't know what you want to call that as a diet, but that was definitely a whole lot of everything. What's that?
The Europeans stay so slim, even though they have a lot of
They
fats and
they
carbs
run a
in the
lot.
diet.
They run a lot.
They do. All right.
Yeah, it's not like us tourists who show up and eat everything. They just eat they eat what they need. And they go for a run. I saw a lot of that. But and they work out outside.
They do.
Yeah, man.
Right?
I
And the
saw.
weather was there. It was good when you were there.
It was nice. I mean,
hot.
what are you talking about? Barcelona?
In general, like Southern Europe, like I got a friend.
It was
who's
nice,
living
yeah.
in France right now, and she's like every day
It's nice.
Great.
It's nice. Milan was stupid hot though. Milan.
humidity, Mediterranean humidity, baby.
Milan's absolutely beautiful, but it's ridiculously hot. But Barcelona, man, it was a fun time. Luis, shout out again.
Luis.
He's got a great office too.
Yeah.
So anybody who needs, honestly, I saw the way he runs his office, and I saw the way he trains his traders. If you guys are out there in Spain and whatever in Europe, I would definitely, yeah. He's got a pretty good setup in how he trains.
Teaches them small caps. It's like usually small cap stuff.
I mean, in terms of exact strategies, I don't know, but it's just approach. I was like, that's pretty
interesting.
solid.
Maybe we got to
approach.
take a trip to Barcelona there.
Yeah.
You should.
field
You
trip,
should.
yeah.
He's got a lot to
Actually
teach,
get
man.
traded in if you're.
Yeah, I think I heard the conversation because it's an affiliate office. Like we can just transfer the account over and I can hop in and just log in as if I'm sitting right here. That's beautiful.
You just got to
almost, right?
request Brandon there,
Yeah,
and
of course.
you're good to go.
All right.
And, you guys will definitely learn something. So his approaches out there is solid. You guys are, what are you guys up to? I mean, I showed up and I don't even know what I'm looking at. I got so many things. Coke? You
My
guys
trading
money?
is a work in progress.
this one's good.
Chopping up
yes.
a bit of Amazon here, just based off of what I'm seeing here. We've been selling off. It also has a catalyst. It's holding underneath VWAP. So I got a little chopped up initially, but got with the trend kind of, or the regime on the day right now for now. But like I don't know what I'm doing going forward on this. But Coke is also a good short. They had a short report, and it's holding. There's some resistance underneath VWAP as well. But yeah, just trying to improve the playbook, I guess.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this, and I think this would be helpful for the viewers too.
Yes.
What have you guys learned in the last month trading the summertime markets? Like, what is like the big lesson here?
Volume's a lot lower.
Well, yeah.
That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, September holds up to its reputation as being usually a negative month.
Okay.
Where there's a sell-off. And yeah, I mean, those are the two takeaways unless I think about it more. How about you?
I think for me, it's been a lot more of similar to what you just mentioned, is like precision in my trading, understanding where you can and need to be aggressive.
Yep.
And where you should kind of pull back and just hold off, maybe not even take the trade, or significantly lower size if you do want to take a stab at it. But those moments where I cannot, like, I'm taking trades where I'm like, okay, after the fact, I could have been a lot more aggressive on this because of how it's set up. And then I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, how many levels of confluence do I really need to, or what factors I really need to be confident on the aggressiveness.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm pushing to.
One thing I would say, because I just had this conversation, is when it comes to trading, right? And like building up, I guess, confidence, or even not doubting your ability, write it down. Right. What your approach is, because the way I look at it, and this is my opinion, trading has three things. There's the entry criteria, what gets you in, what's your approach. You may have like one or two approaches to entry, right? Breakouts is one, bounces, support bounces. Like, what's the criteria that will get you into a trade? That's part one. Part two is, what's your exit criteria, meaning what's your stop location? Like, how are you choosing your exits if it goes wrong?
Okay.
Not if it goes right. If it goes wrong, how are you going to choose your stop locations?
Got it.
So you write part one down, part two down. Part three is probably the most important one, because it's also the harder part is, well, it could be the easier part because you're like, oh, well, it's easier because you're winning, but it's harder because you don't know how to get your wins out.
Where to take profit.
Like, how to take profit.
Okay.
Write it down. So if you got 500 shares, you maybe take out 100 or 200 shares. I mean, everyone has a different criteria. If you have 50 shares, 10 shares. If you got 5,000, 1,000, whatever. Portion your exits out. So if 500 shares, 100 here because of X.
Right.
100 here because of X. Trail stop here because of what reasons. If you can write it down, then you have a clear understanding of what your approach is.
Right.
That means it's easier to follow.
And you're less impulsive. Right? The whole thing about writing it down is that you make it easier on yourself, so you don't have to think so much about whether this fits the criteria of what it is that you need to do. You already know what the criteria is, so you just follow it. Right. So I think that's the easier approach to make things easier. I mean, trading is hard as it is. To make things easier, if you write it down, if you can define it, put it into words, and you can read it back and it makes sense, then you have a solid strategy. If you put it down into words and you're like, what am I talking about? I think maybe you need to revisit that approach and kind of just clarify things. Because odds are, if you're reading it back and you're like, what am I talking about? Then that's the same thought that's in your head. Right.
And you're confusing yourself, because on day one, you might do one thing. Day two, you do something completely different because you're talking yourself out of it.
And
right?
there's no consistency off which to get.
Exactly. You can't build confidence that way.
Here that I got to share with you.
What's up?
I don't know my voice going. From Adam, he says, I remember Arun's advice about volatility days. Please say that I have set up a new business, and I thank him for his guidance and knowledge, please. Here you go. I don't know exactly how you helped them, maybe some advice that you gave along the way, some of your pontification.
At the end of the day, I'm just talking about based on my experience, right? So if hearing that, and I think we try to do this all the time, we read books, we watch YouTube videos, channels like this to learn something that can potentially help us grow and get better. So if something I said
help somebody, then the goal has been for that one day has been achieved because it reached the person it needed to reach. And it helped them think a little bit differently and build up some success, right? I mean, at the end of the day, these shows are all about, well, this show specifically is all about education. We talk about it all the time, right? And education come in the form of trading, seeing what we're doing, at the same time, experience what we've said, the way to think about processes. So, Adam, shout out to you that you heard something and that you took the initiative to use that and do something for yourself. And at the end of the day, I think that's all we can really do, right? To get better using what we've learned from other people. At the end of the day, it's a shorter process. It's a way to make the process shorter to learn things, right? By watching other people do it. I mean, we read books all the time for this reason, right?
Well, that's one of the biggest things I hear is to cut the learning curve.
Exactly.
The mentor that you actually have. I mean, it helps really cut down the learning.
As much as we say that, though, people have to actually do it. It's one thing to say, you know, I'm going to read this and look at this and watch this, but to actually take that information and apply it is another step that I think everyone needs to take. And in this business, you got to put in the work. The reality is you got to put in the work. It will not be carried for you. And I feel like a lot of people who may have been able to kind of get around that for the last couple of years because it was an easier time, are now learning that lesson that you got to put in the work. There's a grind to it, right? And when you change market conditions on somebody, and it's not just you or me thing, it's an everybody thing, right? Yes, at different levels, everybody is going to be kind of learning how to deal with the new market. And it's a race to the finish in some way, but it's like a never-ending run, because once you finish, there will be another change that needs to be made, and then another change that needs to be made. So at the end of the day, you're just trying to stay a little bit ahead from, I guess, the rest of the pack a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, the way I would look at it is if you were ever had to run from a bear, you don't need to outrun the bear. You just need to outrun the other person.
Exactly. I knew you were going
that's
there.
all it is.
I knew you were going to go
right?
there. Yeah.
So if you can outrun the other person in the world of trading, that's just how it is. You just got to outrun whoever's around. You don't have to be first, but you just can't be last.
You can't climb trees either with bears. They climb.
They climb trees. You're screwed if you climb a tree and the bear's like, okay, I see you, and I'm gonna climb the same tree. What are you gonna do now? You can't jump down.
You do something. Come up.
I mean, you gotta go from tree to you gotta go from tree to tree or something. But yeah, it's been a fun time, man.
What are we working out on Sunday, man?
First workout back. I like to do. Typically, I do like to do legs.
Okay.
But Sundays are going to be tough because of how busy it is
at
the time.
Right?
So you want to do back?
Sure.
I like to do two big muscle groups.
Okay. We can do back and chest. You want to do back
listen,
and
if
legs?
I go down your workout schedule,
Yeah.
that means you got to work out with me every time.
I can vary every now and again. It doesn't matter to me that much because
I have my own workout schedule, like how I pair my muscle groups.
Look, man, I'll do what you do. How about
Let's
that?
do back.
We're on your turf. LA is your turf.
Yeah.
We'll do what you do.
Let's
The
do
next
back.
time you come on my turf,
All right.
we'll do what I do. Deal?
All right.
Damn.
All right. We're just setting up
my
our workout
favorite guys
schedule.
right here.
There we go. You guys got
favorite guys.
lunch money.
Yeah. Neil, he's the
Yes,
bully.
sir.
He takes people's money. That's the way it is.
He's eating, man. There you go.
He gets so offended by it.
He's not trying to take your money. He's trying to give you some money for lunch
I love Neil, man.
at the end of the day. But yeah, it's been a fun time, man. I gotta.
You have no idea the kind of comments that I've been reading here. I don't know if you have an opportunity to go
I
back
have
and
not.
look, but people really do miss you, and people really goating you. There's been a lot of goat comments in that chat. So I just want you to know, man, the love for you around here is real, and you're missed. Put it that way.
I thought you said you're a mist. I was
No,
like,
no, you
you're a mist. Okay. Well,
Yeah, for
it's
sure,
fun.
right?
It's been fun. Again, I just got back, so I'm gonna be taking my time, get back to trading. I'm still trading. It's not like I'm not. I'm just not doing here. I think I mentioned to everybody too. I'm just like,
Arun still would day trade the world.
I'm
guys.
still here. I'm
Yeah.
still trading. I'm just not doing it in front of the camera because I just need to focus a little bit more.
All right.
But that's been a fun time, man. Hey, you guys,
Appreciate you,
guys
homie.
have a fun time.
Appreciate you.
You guys, best of luck for the rest of the day.
See you Sunday, man.
Yes, sir. And I'll message you.
Yeah.
I'll message you. We'll talk about it.
Take care.
Chat. Fun time, guys. Learn something. Neil's got the info. I know Neil's been around for a very long time, so listen. Listen and
Listen
follow.
up.
And shout out to Adam, right?
Adam Duluth.
Adam with the the business plan that worked out for him. So hey, just keep it going and just keep listening to these. Not listen to the advice, take the advice, digest it, and then hopefully you guys can make use of that.
Appreciate you, Arun.
Thank you. Wow. Arun
Go,
with
go
the
coding us
wisdom.
those
Yes,
presents, man.
for sure.
When I saw him back there when he was with Brenko's, I was a little shocked. I was like, oh, he's back. Because I messaged him not that long ago, and he was like, no, I'm still in Europe. All right, man.
Right, so,
we got
let's see
Phil
what's
here.
going on.
Go for it.
Back to our regular scheduled programming.
Right.
Yeah, we're just seeing how I'm seeing how Amazon is holding that kind of low and kind of consolidating here. Good. I guess it was a good reason to get out. I missed about a dime there. It couldn't quite get to VWAP right away, but we are observing after the lick grab. We're kind of holding this 130.60-ish, 130.50 area. 130.60, 130.65-ish area here on Amazon, acting kind of as a support for now. Again, price seeming like it's compressing. Maybe we're going to get that VWAP test now as we made a little bit of a higher low. But again, this is the dominant trend that I'm seeing there. It's kind of carrying on from yesterday's very strong trend that we got. Right, you got the morning move, you got the lunchtime consolidation, and then you got the end of day continuation right off of VWAP. Let's see if you're going to get a little bit more of that 130.50. Seeming like it's a key area. I know I got 130 as well on my charts. It seems like Coke here is catching a little bit of a bid here. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing a bunch of greens pushing back towards VWAP, right? So let's see if that thesis stands correct. Of VWAP staying and being a little bit heavy here. VWAP right now being just under 158 there. I see that Sharif is in a similar position as mine on the Coke short as well. So yeah, I guess we're both waiting for that VWAP just to see if that's going to stay heavy. A lot of things staying heavy across VWAP there, Sharif. I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's go across the board real quick. I just want to make sure and see what all these tickers are up to here at the same time, observing that the ES and the NQ are kind of pushing towards their lows. A bit of a chop fest here on Apple in and around VWAP, like we said. Just doing just over one RVOL there. Softy, let's see what Softy's up to. 330. Or actually 330 was a level, 327 as well. I can't really get there quite distinctly there. 325 kind of acting as resistance as of right now, but we are holding above VWAP, so let's see where that will take us today. Microsoft looking kind of a little bit strong there. We have been selling off for the past couple of days, right? Especially yesterday was a huge sell-off, and we've reverted a piece of that move today after kind of dipping lower and not being able to follow through on top of this 317, 316-ish area here on Softy. So Google, let's take a look at Google. We know that Amazon is respecting a little bit of VWAP, doing a bit of price compression into that 130.50. So we don't necessarily need to look at that one. But yeah, Google, bit of a strong trend as well. I can kind of draw this line in as well just to give a sense of, if it'll let me, give a sense of a bit of a trend here that's happening, right? That's the overall trend kind of, and that's just continuation from yesterday's pretty strong selling right into the close printing the lowest price on the day there, and then the open obviously the highest price on the day. Right out the open, you get that straight quadunk respective VWAP underneath consolidation, break that consolidation, slam, and we're getting a bit of a continued selling there. So let's see if Google stays heavy on the VWAPs today, along with the rest of the market, right? Let's see how that goes. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print? It's a fresh candle right there on the NQ and the ES. So a bit of a tightening consolidation there. You can see that you can see the heaviness a little bit better here on the 15 as well. So that consolidation out the open is acting as a resistance and a bit of confluence with VWAP as well. So if it does look heavy there, I'm not necessarily watching the tape, but if it does look heavy there, a bit of a decreasing volume as well on Google. Let's take a look at our next friend, Tesla. But before that, before we continue, we're going to pass it over to Neil for lunch money.
You didn't do the whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take your money.
He's going to take your money.
Man, Neil's not that.
Oh.
He's not a bully, man.
Send it away.
Welcome to Lunch Money in here. Oh, you're going to see our positions in there. The problem with the position board being on myself and Sean is if I don't get a fill, it's not going to load up there. But one thing it can do apparently is just go short in Coke, because I see both of you two are in it. But the idea here is to give you some new ideas or some things that you might not have looked at in the morning, or maybe you did and we're looking for a different style of setup. So, we've kind of looked at what happened in the early morning here. It was a flush to the downside after the Fed. You have been bottoming and bouncing a little bit in the overall market. So that's the context of what we're looking at. Now, obviously, I'm going to get it out of the way because I might as well, I'm going to talk about Coke. I actually have it on the list here, but I want to show this one up. I know a couple of people, you're looking at that short report from the bear cave and currently looking at a 58 short, and that's what everybody's in right now, very likely. I'm just going to try and full screen this so you can see the 3-minute. I want to get to the bigger chart, the daily, almost first here. Because if you look at it, and I said this in the morning show, oftentimes short sell reports are going to be, oddly enough, timed to seem like a bit of exit liquidity for whomever does the short sell report. So, I mean, Coke's been pulling back on the daily for quite some time. It just recently rolled over through 60. So you're in a downward trajectory, which is getting to a pretty interesting support level on Coke. So you look at the mid 50s in here, down to 58, and that is exactly when the story comes out, when we hit that 58 level. Interesting coincidence. That's, I expect that that's a level, if it holds a couple of days, you can get a little bit of a bounce zone. And from going to that 58, rightfully so, you play the momentum, the trend is your friend. That's the trade that has already happened. Now, what I'm always looking for is what's coming next. Now, if there is someone putting on a short position, I'm not saying that's what they do at the bear cave. I'm just simply saying, on the off chance that there is somebody that put in a position and then they put the report out, well, they don't make money unless they start covering. And the way that you start covering is to sort of buy on any push to the upside. If it breaks the trend, then shorts like to cover. So that 58 was a level on the daily. That 58 was a consolidation in the morning when it dropped. That 58 was resistance before. If it takes out 58 today, I think it can be a reversal, a little bit of a relief long. You're looking for the exit liquidity of some shorts, maybe not necessarily day trading shorts, although there will be some as well. But you're looking for that exit liquidity of the bigger shorts to give you a bit of a push to the upside and a nice little scalp trade through 58. So ride the trend is your friend. I don't think you want the long today unless it's breaking 58. I wouldn't be trying to pick a bottom. Whatever bottom it happens to make today, if it double bottoms off that, that's a setup that I've always liked. Short sell report comes out. If you hold the same low the following day, I like longs off that level on the third day, sometimes even on the second day. It's just worth the risk to reward. Square was a perfect example of that. It was an easy long once you double bottomed it on the second day, and I think you got a nice little 10% within a couple of days of that. So I'm going to go from there to somewhere we've been pretty much all week. Stay on the weed, although today's the one day we haven't been trading it yet. I emphasize the yet. There you go. We need a couple more of them graphics. I love them. You got to keep it real. You got to keep it fun sometimes. Look, these stocks have been coming back in. Everybody knows all about the run that CGC was on, breaking $1, getting to $2. Everyone's happy. You're going to get all your money back from the cannabis names that rinsed you. Not so much, not so fast. Back under $1 yesterday. It was a great short off of that level, but it's on to the next here. I was looking for an obvious bottom to get put in. That would be, okay, well, the last time we broke out, this would be the 60, 69, 70 cent level here. When you broke out from that level, it was support. Would have been easy peasy if you hit 70 cents today. You didn't, but you got pretty darn close to it. We'll pop the 1 minute chart up so we can see what's happening right now. You got to about 77. If you'd been beneath 75, I would have been looking long at that 70 level. It just never got to the key price level for a bounce, but you are putting in a higher low. I like the fact that you're seeing that higher low. If we do press downside, I think you want to support the 70 level. But if we're going to see a higher low into here and try to regain the 90 level, I know you're probably looking for the long here. Sorry. I'm looking at two opportunities for the short. Strength in the higher low, but I want to be fading this off 90 than I want to be fading it probably, I think closer to the 95, 96. If it gets to $1, I wouldn't want to fight that. But I think it's a little bit early to be getting too optimistic that you're getting a great rebound here. I want to give it a chance to get into a better support level. It went 10% away from what I think would be the logical support off of a $1 break. So I feel like it's still looking for that downward trend on CGC. If you like scalp longs, you could almost risk half a cent to try and work along in there. That's up to you. I'm not a huge fan of that, but it is pretty darn good risk to reward. Like it over ACB, just a matter of preference. I mean, the fact that CGC is closer to that dollar gives you a nice natural resistance zone. And I like the levels better on CGC. Till rate just hasn't moved enough. I think I'm always going over to CGC. Percentage gains, good liquidity, and good levels. That's what I care about. You can look at the entire group. You can talk about fundamentals. I don't care about fundamentals when we're trading, especially day trading. And I got another one that was a big mover. Notice how we're going to be talking about some stocks that were fantastic trades earlier in the week, but when big tech was moving this morning, you were ignoring them. Well, another one here is NEO. Just one early thing. They did not report. Just a bit of an issue here with Trade Ideas and the earnings indicator. It was not a report by NEO yesterday. I think we all know that. Okay, so they had news today. They're coming out with a phone. Who cares? Nothing burger. I certainly don't care if they're coming out with a phone. Maybe you do. That's great. We're here to trade the stock. Maybe it's a fantastic phone. I have no idea. But you have made support at 840. So it got absolutely hua-dunked the other day. We all know that off the convertible bond. And now 840 has held support. It's a good level on the daily. And when we put up the minute chart, it actually looks like an even better bounce today. Because what just happened at that 840 level? Liquidity grab right underneath 840. Hold higher low at 840. This is why you look for things like this. Right off that 840 level. Now it's holding an 850. I just want to be looking long off the 840 level any way that we can. Maybe we dip 850 and you get another shot at this. It's almost a better trade for it to hold the 50 level and take out the top here at 860. So it's kind of lulling you to sleep a little bit. This could be something that sets up in the afternoon today. I say this every single time, and if you're watching the first time, maybe it's the first time you're going to hear this. Chinese ADRs slow down in the afternoon. So this is something you want to see start to go, typically before 1 o'clock, still in the pocket when it hits 2. But if we're not moving by 2:30, 3 o'clock on a Chinese ADR, shut her down and look for the setup tomorrow. That's generally my attitude. Sometimes Alibaba's a pretty good exception to that. NEO here, I'm kind of it's almost a hard and fast rule. Like I'm not taking a breakout on NIO at 3 o'clock. It's just not going to happen. BABA, maybe. BABA's a big maybe, but NIO is going to be a no-go for me. We got to talk about some IPOs today. And there's been good opportunities on them. I'm not going to complain about what we've seen. Instacart's already been good. ARM, I missed a 51 short reverse on ARM. It is what it is. And then Klaviyo, actually not that bad. And we'll get to that one actually right after here. But you don't have key price levels on IPOs. What do you have? You've got the issue price, you've got the open price, and then wherever the heck it trades in the first couple of days. So this is an obvious one. This is not that difficult. You got yesterday an obvious push on CART where it failed the 30 level right at the end of the day, only to recover it. And then today, this morning, right after, you're holding back at that 30 level over and over again. So the breakout already happened. If you're short early, congratulations. I had the short. I'm actually out of the short right now, just so you guys know. I covered this position in front of 30 because look at what has been happening. Support is back in at the IPO issue price. That means the underwriters are defending that level so they don't have to suffer the embarrassment of their early clients who bought that price and bought that issue being underwater in a matter of days, right? So they're defending that price. A lot of times there'll be iceberg orders there. There'll be refreshers. There'll be buyers that step in anytime it goes under. anything and everything at that price level. So you can scalp trade this. You probably have to give it to 95 for the long. Here's your issue. Yesterday, right at the close, you were getting 30 cents on that bounce. Right now, you're getting 30 cents on that bounce. Like, it's done it a couple of times. So there's nothing wrong with that. In that particular case, you really want to make sure you're getting a price underneath 10. You're talking 1s to 9s maybe, and then that way the risk to reward isn't bad. If you're getting 9s and 10s and you're not getting better than 30 out, not a great trade, because your average win is going to be in the 15 to 20 cent range, and if it breaks evens, you might lose with slippage 15 to 20 cents. So I don't like that setup because it's trending down. But if you can get tight to 30, not a bad trade. The other way to play this, and kind of what I want to be doing today, I like the short. And if we cannot hold 30, and I see 29.90, take that short. So I'm looking for the short, break it down. If support gets completely taken out here and the underwriters lose, I want to be a part of that dump. And the reason I think it can be good is simply what we saw over in ARM. And I'm just going to throw up ARM just so you can get an idea of what happened when ARM broke the 51 level this morning. So there's the bounce off 51 all the way to 53. There is a defensive 51. Now I missed the reverse here. Didn't get I fired the order, didn't actually get the fill. However, we're fortunate enough to be able to short it the second time through. Third time, not a charm. Market looked pretty strong. And look what's happening again. So break, lower high. Once you're back under, it's just instant resistance when we're at that IPO issue price. And again, trending down. So you have a double bottom on ARM here. So you're still looking to short 51s. 50 breaks setting up on that one. So ARM and CART, IPO issue price is going to be in play for sure. One, we got to do some big tech, right? Like there's no chance. You can't go throughout all of lunch money and only talk about IPOs and let's slam on NEO and let's talk some weed stocks. Let's at least get some names in here that, yeah, were traded in the morning, but are showing you some things this afternoon. And one of those is going to be Alphabet. You can see here on the daily chart, nobody's having a good day in big tech land. Alphabet's at the 50 period, which is just above 130. We mentioned this earlier as a pretty key level, 130.5 or so is the 50 period on this pullback. So it's a decent enough support level. You can expect there to be some buyers there. Have some trouble pushing through that during lunchtime, especially on lighter volume. When and if things pick back up, you look at what's been going on here, you're still stair-step into the downside. You're still putting in lower highs, so the big picture looks really good. What I like about the downward trend on Alphabet here is even as the market was stair-stepping up for most of the morning, Alphabet maintained its relative weakness. We stayed underneath, as people like to talk about, the opening range. I like to look at that like second hump that you make, like where is support and resistance at 10 o'clock. That was down here at 130, 130. We did have a short off that same level, and that's now holding up. So I think you want to short above, forget about VWAP for a second. I think you want to short it, take the fills above, look at the 131 quarter level, and play it into that downside. Because if you do break down here, this support that's been put in since about 11 o'clock, now you're talking about the 50 period on the daily. So if you short above there, you're short into a key level break. And if the market goes back into flush mode in the afternoon, you've got something with explosive downside where you're not taking and wanting and hoping for that break level to go, that 50 period. You're short into it with resistance above it. So I like that setup because it gives you some serious runway if we get a further flush. But if the market stays strong, at least you have an established level that you're working off of. Prefer that a little bit to something like an Apple where it has been a little bit of a stronger name. You have this nice downward trend on Google or Alphabet that's been helping you out. Okay, I actually said I was going to ignore these ones, but then I saw the move that happened in UPTD as Arun was dropping a little science for you guys and then talking some working out with Sharif. By the way, Sharif, just so you know, everybody wanted you to arm wrestle Arun, and I thought this is the thing, like on this show, like we're about the people. Generally speaking, like Sean will dress up in a hot dog costume. I will put an Italian flag on my face. You two guys won't arm wrestle for fun. It's neither here nor there, but I enjoyed the segment. I love the fact that everyone came in and dropped some science. He still is trading. And I saw that while it was going on, UPTD was making a very interesting move. And it was the nature of that move that I thought I wanted to talk about here today. Look, anytime you see one of these runners go, you understand it can be a bit of a liquidity issue at certain levels, right? And it runs away from liquidity points, from one liquidity point to another liquidity point. And that's the point I want to get to here. Because what happened while you guys were talking was completely insane. And anybody that spots this, you should really be looking. If you're trading this stock, and this is the stock you're looking for, this was your golden opportunity. And I think it can maybe yield something for the afternoon as well. So you had a support level the last 2 days, which is down around $14.50 to $15. You can see it set up here on the 1 minute. Then this morning, you wicked underneath that level, supported under 15 to 14.5, and just shot up. So if you're looking for a long here, instead of sitting around saying, hey, there's the buy support on a liquid stock, let's buy 1620, 1630. When it breaks that level, you're not getting out at $15.99 and risking 35 cents or 34 cents. You're probably getting rinsed under here and getting a really bad fill because it's so illiquid. So the way to play the long is to say, I'm willing to miss the move to make the move. And that is liquidity grab underneath that holds support, and then you get the long back up through like a 15.20, throw a stop through the low of the day. You're going to be risking about 60, 70 cents, maybe even a little bit more than that, but you've got explosive upside as demonstrated before. It makes a consolidation up here, which is great. You can probably take some profit and then shoot to the upside. Now, if I'm going to think about this stock for the afternoon, not necessarily off that double bottom. If it challenges that again, third time I'm not sure is a charm. But if it were to pull the same flush down in, where should we be looking? Right in here where it consolidated before. I'd look to see it take out that 18 level. If it takes out 18, look for a wick that holds 17. Try to get in on the way back in. You got to be staring at the stock when it happens. You got to be on this one. You got to be fast. And you're looking to get something in here where it consolidated and had liquidity before. You get that, you've got people that have trailed that along, so there's less people offering on the way up. You're trapping some shorts underneath 18 at that particular point, and you can risk 50 cents, and all it has to do is recover to go 2-1. If it gets through the high of the day, you can hold some for the dream. The key thing about setting these up is trying to find good risk to reward trades where you get the R&R, where you know there's decent chance at liquidity. You can never know for sure. Decent chance of liquidity because there was liquidity at those levels before, and then take an entry where you have an obvious out. Those are the things I look for, or I'm just not going to trade it. But UPTD has been a nice mover. I don't want to completely ignore it. It's up 50% today. Sometimes SPACs are worth the trade, even if they're not worth the investment, is one way to think about it. So that's today's lunch money. Lots of opportunities out there for you. Be patient, be disciplined, and go get them, boys. Arm wrestle him, Sharif.
There you have it, folks. The biggest bully at the biggest desk there. Thank you very much, Neil, for that. And another awesome lunchtime lunch money segment, guys. This is what he was talking about, UPDT. I definitely like this, guys. Look at this bull flag that's forming here, a bit of a pennant. Looking for this one possibly to resolve to the high side. Typically resolves in the direction of the trend. We have a 20 break, but it's a perfunctory break as you get into that 20-40 area and you retraced immediately. This is the type of stock where it's not going to hang out at that level for very long. So you either have hotkeys and are staring at it, or you have resting orders to take profits at those levels. But one thing that I have to note about this, it's a 5-penny spread, and that's not to my liking, as you can find yourself, crossing your level and not getting filled. So, the chart pattern looks fantastic, but again, look what happened here. You break up, and then you break right back down, and you lose about $1 or almost, about $1.50 right there. Even, more. What am I saying? Got to 20.40 and then hit 18.20. So $2.20. So you got to be really quick with it. And as I'm talking about it, it's breaking out of that range. And we could see another 20 test right here. Now 60% to the good, but the spread opening up to 17 pennies. So that's what I mean when I talk about this doesn't spend long in the zone. And if it does, you got to take profits real quick. Just alerting you to that. UPDT making a nice move now, breaking through the pennant. Look for a continuation. So I want to alert you to that. The other one that I'm in, we're taking profits on Coke now. We're about almost 20 pennies in the money. I've got another profit taker here set up in front of the $0.75 at 76, but we've been wetting our beak on the way down. So that's a look. I know essentially he's got a better price than me by a penny, which shout out to him for that. But essentially the same trade here. In case you're wondering why we're in this trade, there was a hit piece by the Bear Cave coming out. I haven't read it, don't know what it's about, but the technicals are sound. You have this area here that was a trough and obvious support level. You break down, and then you come back right into that area and you double top and you sell off. And then it's been one series of lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. We're looking for a flat bottom break. We'll see. I mean, I don't know the veracity of the hit piece, and you know, a lot of these hit pieces that I've read have been absolute trash and you know, very thinly researched, to say the least. So I'm not going to speak to it here, but this one is headed down. I just got the fill at 76s, so this one is starting to print newer lows. The trade is sound, whether or not you know, the hit piece is sound or not. The trade, the technicals are sound at the moment. We're going to continue to ride this one down. With an ultimate low, looks like we wicked here at 68s or so. So we'll wet our beak again at right in front of the 70s. So good trade there. Let's look back quickly here at UPDT, see what it's up to. Yeah, it's breaking out of that pennant. Good continuation. I guess it hasn't rejected yet, but keep an eye out for that 20 pop and then drop, because it did it before. You know, maybe less likely to do it again. It's not off the table though. Okay, but good move up there through 19. You're 80 pennies in the money if you're able to get out at the ask. 60 on the bid. Not a bad look. But this one is the one I wanted to look at as well, which is TKO. So this one, we know that this kind of was the merging of UFC and WWE, and there's all sorts of big names involved in this company. But on the day, it's down about 14%, was down worse. And the reason it is down is, according to the Dow Jones Global News, is that it was the moving from SmackDown off Fox. So here's what they're saying. Shares of TKO Group Holdings fell after World Wrestling Entertainment said it would bring the Friday Night SmackDown back to USA Network, which it had been for some time after airing for several years on Fox. The stock was down 12% to 88.76 in early trading. Shares of the newly publicly traded company formed by the combination of WWE and Ultimate Fighting Championship began trading last week. NBC Universal's USA Network said Thursday that it had brought the premier WWE television rights back in a 5-year deal valued at $1.4 billion, according to unnamed sources cited in the report by, you guessed it, the Wall Street Journal. The new deal takes effect next fall. So keeping an eye on that. And I just got a message from Brendo here with respect to Affirm. Let me have a look at what Affirm is doing. Here it is, AFRM. All right, so Affirm, not sure what the percentage is on the day. I'm going to have to look it up here. AFRM, what is it doing on the day? It is down, wow, 8% on the day. Okay, here it is. Affirm exploring subscription to guarantee 0% APR on purchases. Okay, there you go. So now they're looking to get a subscription model for that 0%. And I've mentioned to you guys before, this phone right here is being financed by Affirm. It's not exactly called Affirm. It's a company called PayBright. It's a Canadian company, but it is owned by Affirm. And I don't pay any interest on the financing of this phone. The only way that they will get money out of me is if I miss a payment. I don't miss payments. So now they're looking to kind of, okay, well, we built up our business model. Let's try to extract some more revenue from our users, from our client base. So market not liking it for now, down 8.14%. Yesterday's close, let me put the ticker in so people don't complain. AFRM. Yeah, yesterday's close, 23.10. Today's low, 21.05. This is after the stock had done quite well as of late. Let me see if I can get more deets on the news item here. Yeah, exploring subscriptions to guarantee 0%. Okay, Affirm services would also boost rates on savings account. Okay, so it's a bit of a tit for tat. They're going to give you They're going to give you more on your savings account with them, but they're also going to charge you a subscription if you want 0% APR. Does this say anything here? Shares of fintech companies fall a day after the U.S. Federal Reserve benchmark. No, that has nothing to do specifically with a firm. So there it is. That just came in at 12.22, so we could possibly see more price action to the downside here on the buy now, pay later name. And there, look at that reversal candle, right? You pop up, 22.15. I guess that maybe was the algo spike or so, and then comes right back down on a firm. So keep your eye on that. And as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this, TKO. A bit of a smiley face here going on TKO. You have a bit of a double bottom off that 85 level. Now we're retracing into VWAP at 88. So this one initially sold off, again, like I just read to you, off the news that they are removing SmackDown off Fox into USA Network where it was prior. And now we are coming back into a possible resistance level here at 88 bucks on TKO, still down 13% on the day. Let's move back into Coke. It's an absolute print factory here on Coke, so we're going to wet our beak with some more profits here as we break down through the $0.75, and now we're looking for 7.
Yeah, man. The futures, I was thinking like it looked like it was doing a bit of a bounce there. So I guess I got a little longer there on top of underneath this previous low here on Amazon there. But it seems like we might be getting a little weaker than expected. But let's see if these the futures kind of do a little bit of a bounce here and kind of continue. I got about what is this? Throw on the 15 here actually. Okay, so about 3 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left for this 15-minute to print on the futures here. So let's see if we can kind of get a full print of this green candle that we're potentially making here. Adam Abu asking, did we bottom out on KO?
You gotta say his name
Any
right,
key
bro.
levels? Okay, sorry, yeah. Sure.
Adham.
Okay.
Adham Abu Sahil. There you go, bro.
There you go. Sharif knows how to do the pronunciations a little better. But yeah, okay, so did we bottom on KO? I have no idea. Just let's take a look left real quick on KO there and see where there's potential support. So there is a little bit of support right here looking left from Monday. So week low on a Thursday getting tested. So 57.64 is kind of the week low. We made almost an attempt to get there on this initial drop, and then we rejected VWAP, and now we're pushing lower. So I don't know. Let's see if we can break this 57.65. This heaviness underneath VWAP is stacking the probabilities in our favor for sure. But let's see what happens on the tape when and if we get to that level there on Coke. But yeah, so no reasons to sell, no reasons to cover. That I've seen as of right now.
Look at the longer term picture.
Yeah, so I just looked a quick left just for the weekly, right? Okay, so we can take a look at the hourly as well.
We're not even close on the hourly.
Yeah.
We're not going to have levels, are we?
So,
no, we're not.
Yeah, so looking left, we are pretty, okay, more. We need more.
Yeah, we need more.
So we can go to the day chart. Actually, you know what? Let me do a little bit of this. All right, so looking left, where's the next level of support? Potentially 57s I see here, but yeah, we kind of cracked that. We cleared a little bit of, okay, look a little bit further left here. This, as you go further, this may not be as relevant because you've already kind of violated, but again, you can potentially look for liquidity to show up 57.50s as well on 57.50s-ish. Yeah. So just on top, just below the weekly low. So almost a double stack of that level, 57.60, 57.50. So if we can convincingly get through this, I think we have. Look, there's a bit of a gap as well here. So maybe let's see if we can get to the 57 mark. Now, Coke does not necessarily do that much movement during the day. So let me just look up what the ATR for Coke is right there. I should be doing this even before I get into the trade, as that stat is definitely a little important to execute effectively in and around some of these names. I have here, as you guys can see, This is funny. You buy something from Eddie Bauer once, and all you get is like their ads. So
Look what he
Google,
said.
Google is all over this. This is for Sharif's awesome pronunciation. Nice, man. Good stuff. All right, the ATR is 0.65 on Coke, and today let's see what we've done on Coke. We have the opening price, so let's just say here. So 58.50s, let's call it, and now we're testing 57.50s. So we've already done almost a little over a full ATR there on Coke. So
Okay,
we're also doing RVOL as well. Yes, Sharif has an announcement to
Brendo
make.
sent. It's not an announcement. It's an
Okay,
update.
go for it.
Here it is, guys. Brendo sending me this right now. Tesla will now allow drivers and users of Jaguar EVs to use its supercharging network. We know that they have been opening up their supercharging network to other users. I believe Ford, GM, there's others. I believe Honda jumped on that bandwagon as well. So now Jaguar on there. I think Jaguar is probably the least important of the bunch because I don't see too many Jaguars on the road, hence why I got one. I don't like to follow the crowd. But yeah, there you go, guys. Tesla stock not moving on the news. Obviously, that's not a big catalyst. But Brenda, yeah, it's moving actually here. It's bouncing into 259. Okay, yeah, I stand corrected. A nice move there off that 254.25 bottom. And let me show you what I'm looking at here. You guys can follow along. There is, it's kind of looking a little bullish here. I'm not going to lie, especially if we can clear that 259 area. Yesterday's close on Tesla, that's an important level for me always. The closing print, that's where the more committed money stays. 262.5, that's where we are from yesterday. Still down 1.42% on the day, but we're dancing with 259 right now. So yeah, another name here. They didn't say anything, by the way, about Jaguar. I mean, about Land Rover. But I don't think Land Rover has any EVs, do they?
What's that?
Does it Land Rover? Because it's JLR, Jaguar or Land Rover. Does Land
I
Rover
think
have
isn't there?
I know there's the
Evoque.
I-Pace.
The Evoque has an electric version. Maybe.
I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I think I may have seen one
Fact
around.
check me on that.
Yeah.
Do we have an EV or Land Rover? I know that there's the I-Pace. The I-Pace got canceled for Jaguar, by the way. They're not making any more of that, but they are on the road in any event. No, only hybrids, says Maximilian. Thank you for that.
You know what I miss about the Jags, man. I know you have one as well. You remember the emblem with the Jaguar? You have that option.
You can do it aftermarket.
Okay.
Yeah, they're sold
I used to love those as a little again.
Steal 'em.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing with the Benz ones, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think
seen the Rolls?
Yeah, the Rolls is the
Try to
best.
touch it.
You try to touch it, it pops back in.
Exactly.
I've seen some other ones where, pretty funny ones where it's like you go to touch it, it pulls back in, and out comes a knife and stabs twice. I was like, wow, that's actually hilarious.
Do people put that after?
Of course, aftermarket. Yeah. No, I'm sure Rolls is not selling that as a feature.
Calm down,
But yeah, you touch the Rolls, you might get some shanking action there. But yeah, so a bit of a bid here happening, like we said. So the NQ, kind of a bit of a curl, second consecutive green happening right now. Let's see how far it can get. We're a little bit break even here on this Amazon position. 57.7 on Coke seems to be bottoming for now. That was a bottom initially. Can we expect some problems to be there for the short? Yes, of course. Now let's see if we continue to make lower highs or we do a proper bounce. I'll be watching out for that. But taking a look at Amazon over here. Following the trend. The trend is my friend today, and yeah, we are kind of. I guess I'm not really short. I'm taking the longs off of these bottoms here, back up into the top of the trend. Now, if the trend breaks and we retest VWAP, like we said before, right? Sure, this is just an indicator. I'm not necessarily structuring my trades in and around this, but I am observing what price will do in and around some of these levels here. But yeah, if we can get back to VWAP, as VWAP has been acting as a little bit of a magnet here, we keep on failing to follow through some of these lows, but we are respecting this dominant trend here. But if the market can get going and pop back up, maybe retest, maybe towards, again, we're pushing towards that 15 again. Let's see how far we can actually get. We're about 45 points away from that 15 thou on the NQs. And we're just testing, knocking on the door of 44 on the ES. So let's see what we do from here. We know it's lunchtime. Things go a little sideways before they kind of tend to continue the trend. Well, we saw that happen yesterday, right? We don't know if the same thing is going to happen today. But yeah, let's see if we do some sideways action during lunchtime here with a potential magnet towards VWAP.
Sean took the Tesla break there, guys, off 258, and now we're knocking on the door of 260. I think we're about to break 260 here on Tesla. So good trade there, Sean, and nice catalyst again with Jaguar. The other one I wanted to look at, guys, was AVGO. Look at this VWAP retracement. I got into this really quickly and then got right back out. I wanted it to hold VWAP strictly, and I feel really stupid because it went $20 off that 800. Look at that 800 dip on VWAP. I mean, it dips back. Yeah, sure, you had to give this a couple of bucks into 798. But look at that move right into 820. It literally moved $20 off VWAP. So that was a mistrade for me, but good continuation. It's been holding VWAP kind of the majority of the morning after that dip back down. Here's what I'm talking about.
What?
So here is yesterday's close at 8:30, and then we gap back down. Essentially, the opening print today is at, well, right here, 9:30 or so, 784. We get up to about 8:13 or so. Look at the dips back down. We hug VWAP quite nicely here and move back up into 810. We reject 810, come back. This is where I got involved right here, around 800. Didn't give it enough room. And then boom, we make a new high a day, 819.66. What's up, Obi?
Nothing much, man. That action was a little too fast. We talked about what may or may not happen.
What happened?
In and around that trend. So we popped back up into
on what?
On Amazon.
Oh, okay.
So we popped back up. So the market looked like it was doing a bounce, and I started piecing off as it started to slow down, and all of a sudden you start getting crosses into the bid, and I'm like, yep. GTFO of that one, because we're about to go down, and take a look at that. We've wiped back down to the 130.40. Good thing I recognize those reasons to sell right away, and we took a quick scalp off of that, off of that move there. Now we're kind of headed back into the downside. Let's see. We were talking about that consecutive green, and look at that. Things can change on a dime, right? So you have to be on your feet, fast AF. You know what I mean? So yeah, you gotta stay on your feet as much as possible there. The fugaze is definitely real here, but a bit of a heavy selling, obviously. So here's the thing: retrospect. We do this a little bit every day. How could I have potentially taken this move a little bit better? We chopped it up all over the place. We were down pretty nicely out the open, 3 losses in a row. Damn. And then we go back to it. We get a little reserved on the long. Got to work on that, right? The previous trade should not affect your mentality for the next trade. You always have to kind of preserve that mental. Now, I'm not perfect at this, but I know that is the goal that I'm trying to achieve. So I'm just reiterating that. But lose on the first 3, you scalp back a little bit here on the move that it's giving you. I was a little too early to exit the positions as they kind of go, and then we kind of chop back in. But take a look at the overall trend. We identified that, right? Now, I chose to take the longs instead of the sells, but clearly the sells are a lot more forgiving, right? You kind of quadung, and you have the confluence of VWAP as well. So, you know, some things are working, some things are not. As long as they work, I'm realizing you gotta rinse it as much as possible until it stops working. Arun just talked about how the market is ever changing, right? So that adaptability, that quality of adaptability, is what I'm trying to bring into my style of trading. You know, expand my range of what I'm able to do with the changing market. We talked about more arrows for the quiver, right? As many arrows as you can get, so that you can stay adaptable in any kind of market. Those are kind of the things that I'm learning from the greats, such as Neil, Sean, and Arun here every day. So yeah. Just a little iteration. So it definitely could have been a little bit better on the shorts there. Recognizing the trend is the first step, I guess. Executing and being confident on some of these ideas is something I need to get better at here. I think these consecutive lower highs definitely give you that chance, that opportunity to size in pretty decently. As again, it's a large cap. So it's quite difficult to kind of oversize for some of these, but I don't know. That's just me. I'm 100% sure there are traders out there with the kind of BP that can slap this stuff around, but I'm sure they're not going to be doing that, as that wouldn't be the best kind of risk management there on a ticker like this. But yeah, so next trade, let's see what we got here. We're looking a little bit weak here, so I guess I will wait for that 130 if that does come in. We're about 50 pennies away from that. On Amazon, let's take a look at some of the volume gainers on the day. Let's see what's doing some serious volume today. Tesla obviously being the first one. We said that Sean was in the long?
He was in the long.
Nice. So yeah, we saw that consolidation break. We saw the consolidation break. We saw a little bit of expanding volume. What's going on here? Okay. All right. We're observing. This is a new screen. Okay.
I mean, what's happening?
All right. Okay, so anyways,
the broadcast.
yeah, the broadcast is, I think it might be on, nice, Google Power Move. All right, so I'm going to continue talking about Tesla, I guess, once we get the cameras. Okay, all right, thank you.
Our screen?
Oh, it might have been just our screen. Okay, so,
cool.
Sorry about that. All right, so expanding volume into the consolidation break, 258.50 Tesla. Nice move there with that volume, and I think Sean said it was on a catalyst as well. So you get a little bit of a catalyst on midday, and then you break that consolidation, so it gives you a couple points, which I think if you were there and if you were fast enough, you could have caught that couple of points back into the high a day, which in that moment could have been very high probability of a trade there. So nice look there on that one. Palantir, another one doing some RVOL today as well. So a bit of a sell-off out the open. 15 finally cracks. Let's take a look at the longer time frame here on the daily. Okay, well, 15 has cracked a couple of times, and take a look at where we're bouncing from. This is why I think it's always important to look left and take a look at the bigger picture, because that's not always the intraday short-term moves can be pretty great, but if you confluence it with a little bit of looking left and volume, you can see that every time Palantir has come into this this 1360 area, it's caught a pretty strong bid back to the upside, and it's doing a little bit of more of the same here on Palantir. So on RVOL as well. So that kind of tells me that maybe there are players who are very interested in this price, because this price action may kind of rhyme again, where this area acts as a bit of support and we push to the upside. So it's done it twice. Let's see if it does it thrice here off that 1360 area on Palantir as we hit that bottom, that RVOL kind of picking up. So maybe some accumulation potentially happening. Now our friend Amazon is number 3 on the volume gainers list. So definitely a little bit in play today. As you know, we are breaking that low. Take a look at that. We just broke that low right there, kind of wicked back in. So maybe a little bit more time to consolidate. But like I said, now I'm kind of done. Price is kind of compressing pretty nicely here. I don't necessarily want to get involved into the compression, but when that pressure kind of releases, I may or may not be involved if I'm there for that trade. So next one is AMD. We talked about AMD earlier as well. It continues to stay a little heavy on the day there, teetering back into the bottoms as well. VWAP staying pretty heavy throughout the pre-market sesh and yesterday as well. Now Apple 176 I had as a key area, and yesterday we finally broke that 176 into the close, and coming in today, what do we do with that 176? 176 is resistance. You can risk 30 pennies to catch about a point there with what it's given you off that 176 there. A bit of VWAP churn. We are kind of holding this 175, 174.70 area there on Apple for now. But yeah, we're going to stay observant, see what it does here. So catching a bit of a bid again. So that candle that we talked about did print green last, and now we're potentially starting another green candle here, the third one in a row, if it does manifest by the end of the 15 minutes. But it's only been 30 seconds since we started printing this, so let's see where that will take us. Coke still kind of holding this this low of day right now, starting to consolidate. So I'm gonna keep a closer eye on it now. Just to see if it's going to come back into VWAP there. That's fine. We'll take some more, but we might want to piece off some of these profits as of right now. If the market does seem like it wants to curl, I'm going to be watching the ES specifically. That 44 is very interesting to me, and yeah, let's see if we can get a little bit of confluence off of those levels.
I'm telling you, if Friday
Drinking
comes
game?
along
Yeah.
and you and I are on the show. We're going to have to make a drinking game out of that because it's like, it's funny. All right, UPDT, OB, is
Yes, sir.
bull flagging a little bit, kind of, yeah, it's a flag, not a pennant anymore because it broke out of these ranges that we had. But look at the range that we have, an 18 and a third bottom and essentially a 20 top. So about $1.70 worth of range. Wicks up, wicks down, wicks up. Which way does it resolve? Well, it's up 57.5%, 59% now. Typically, this resolves in the direction of the trend. The nice part about it is the lower end of this range just happens to be this crest over here at 18, you guessed it, and a third. So you always want to see, well, I always want to see when technical levels make sense like this. This was obviously an area of resistance. Now it's an obvious area of support. And it's almost to the T here, plus or minus 5 pennies. So if you're able to get anything off that 18 and a third, you know, maybe give it to 18. You've been rewarded with $1.70. That's way more than 3 to 1. So good range trading while you wait for an eventual breakout or breakdown, whichever way it resolves. But anyway, it's been an interesting one to look at. I haven't been involved in it, but definitely one that I've been keeping my eye on. We're still nursing this Coke trade, but like Obi said, you know, we are getting to that point where I'm keeping my eye on a possible higher high. If we get that higher low and higher high, then, you know, you start questioning whether the trade is still valid and whether the trend is still intact. In this case, we still haven't gotten it. We haven't gotten either a higher high or a higher high or a lower or a higher low, pardon me. So I'm going to stay put on this trade and don't want to take too much out. I drew a rudimentary trend line here, essentially, off the highs, a downward trend off the highs, and you can see that 58.45, and then the other crest here, 58 and a third, and then another crest here, 58 and a quarter, and then we all crest at 58, and then 58.90, and then, you know, we kind of broken it just a bit, but, you know, these trend lines are not, you know, hard and fast. They are general areas of, you know, support and resistance, so I don't want to put too much stock in that. And it also hasn't really broken through the 50 period, and that's another one that I tend to look at. But essentially what I'm looking for, the most important thing for me is if it breaks above 57.90, because that's the crest over here on this retracement to the high side, right? If it breaks above that, then I really have to question whether the trade is still valid. Now, I will get out of everything if it does make a higher high over here, but that doesn't mean that I can't get into it again if it comes into 58 and rejects, because we know for a fact that 58 level, zooming in, that 58 level is the reason why I got into this, because it was obviously the trough over here, then it double crested, the double top over here. So that 58 level, to me, is valid until it's not, right? So if it comes back and makes a newer high above 57.92, I'll get out. But if it ends up rejecting, comes back even higher into 58 and rejects, I'm going to reinstitute the trade. So that's my look on that. And then as I look here on the side screen, UPDT The TD is going again. Now, it just made another higher high, 2050. I'm looking at the book. We got 40s on the 48 on the ask, 30 on the bid, so it's quite spready. We're not able to break that 50 level quite yet. Now we did. We printed 62, so we technically have a new high of the day. This one's continuing to go. If you got this one at 18 1/3 to 18 1/2, I'm going to have to clap for you because that was absolutely a good trade. I didn't see that till after. I didn't see this crest and the corresponding troughs. But be careful. I keep mentioning it about these small cap gappers. They don't stay in the profit-taking area for very long because people that are trading this are trading them intraday. This is not something where you're going to see institutional money probably hang out until the close, and that's why we usually have these higher wicking candles with small bodies because we pump it up intraday, and then the money, the overnight money, the real money doesn't hang out. It takes off, right? So keep an eye on that one. Anyway, let's see, maybe we can hang out above 20. If 20 is an area of resistance previously, which it was, if we can get it as an area of support now, this may be a very interesting trade. So far, we're holding 20. So I'm not going to get involved in this, but looks good for the small cap gapper traders. Looks real good, by the way. AVGO continues to go here, guys, to the high side off that 800 VWAP bounce. Now we're talking about 1816. It did wick into 1820, but didn't close above there. Again, it's an $800 stock, so you're not going to get too much day trading in this one, but the fact of the matter is there was a lot of profit to be made on there, and that's one I really paper-handed. I should have definitely given that more room. My idea was to take 800 VWAP, but with an $800 stock, I'm going to have to give it more than $1 worth of risk. I didn't, and I was made to pay because look at that move right back up. So anyway, down 1 3/4% on news that Google will be dropping them as the maker of their microchips, the tensor processing units, TPUs, in favor of Marvell. Marvell now is also down 1.5% or 1.42% on the day. Google looking to design it in-house and have Marvell make it. We'll wait and see, but that's by 2027. So we'll have to wait and see if AVGO is able to come up with an alternate plan here. We know that analysts have been talking very well about AVGO as a possible NVIDIA substitute. Now on the day today is not doing well, but if you're a believer in this one, this might be a time to get in, right? Big move down, bad negative headline, September's weak, NQ's retracing. We'll have to wait and see. All right, I'm looking at the NQ, by the way, and I'm seeing a nice move up on the NQ. We're still south of VWAP. We're also south of 15,000, but we did a nice double bottom at 14,925. Here's what I'm looking at on the NQ. I haven't looked at big tech, by the way, in a little bit of time. This is at 14,925 double bottom, trough, and we move back up, but no newer high. So probably Dan would say, we're still in no man's land here. We're not above the IB high. No question about that. The IB high is at 15,020.
Yes, sir.
We'll wait for that, Obi. And what else do I have to mention here? That TKO is kind of doing a bit of a smiley face pattern. Let me get to TKO. Here it is. Yeah, so that double bottom, again, like we talked about, off 85. And if you were in this one, now we're talking about 89 coming into play here as we move up into that, what is that, 88 2/3. Blue, I probably need to change that. In any event, we are above VWAP now, so it is an interesting trade. And when we broke above VWAP and retraced, we did bounce off VWAP. So interesting look here, that 88 level acting as support, but it's still very much a counter trend trade to take this one long as it's down over 12% on the day. Chris, Google isn't carrying anything Microsoft is. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're talking to somebody else. I wasn't.
Yeah, the relative weakness.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't mention anything about Google or Microsoft, so I don't know what he's talking about. In any event, yeah, back to KO. we're kind of consolidating sideways a little bit here at that 50-period moving average, and we haven't really broken it. I'll keep my eye on this one for a higher high.
Yeah, I was looking at the chat there. I saw that I think it was Ponzi Fonzie and Atlas, a little bit of a points battle. I wonder what's up with that. And now I'm even more incentivized to I guess join the chat there. I want to get in on the games there. Vadzim, 10 euros. Sharif, you look great.
Thank you.
I love the glasses, man. Looking spiffy there. All right, so yeah, market pumping back up a little bit there, but catching a bit of a sell as it was a little bit strong. We got that little bit of a bounce there, and then that selling comes back in. Like I said, that 44 on the ES, I'm staying interested in what's happening in and around that, and as of right now, it seems like it's a little heavy in and around that area. So unless and until we can see some different type of price action at that price, I think we're poised for a little bit of a selling action there, but again, I could be wrong. I'm just an observer here, along for the ride. Let's see if we can take a look at Coke as well. We can see that it's respecting its trend here. Not really much to talk about there. It was a decent entry there. It goes to day low, and now we're consolidating above day low. Now, in order to crack that day low, I'm sure it may take some time. That low was formed with a little bit of relative volume with respect to the volume being done at the second test of that 57.7 right there. So yeah, let's see if that trend comes into fruition on Coke there. Oops, did not mean to do that. Just shake it back. All right, so we were talking about Microsoft. So yeah, we were talking about relative weakness and see what's actually moving or dragging this market in and around, or maybe or potentially doing that. So Softy, I don't really see anything. Apple's still doing the same, more of the same, and Google. Let's take a look at Google as well. People were talking Google. Wow, Google actually revisited. Okay, hello there. So right there. So we kind of cracked this this trend that was happening. Sure, right there. That's more defined. You can see you got a bit of exhaustion of that trend there, but it comes right back in. So that trend is definitely valid in my eyes. And then you finally get a crack in consolidation above that trend, pushing past that 3080-ish, 3120-ish range that we've been forming in the morning. So maybe that's a decent look there. Maybe that's what that pressure kind of came in with. Take a look at that volume bar as well. You kind of slap back up into the top of the trend, and then that trend break almost confirms with that heavy volume bar off the break of that trend, and then you hold that price. Yeah, I like that. I like that action there. Let's see if we can distinctly push past the high of day here at 132.16 on Google, and then maybe that can drag some of these names back to the upside here. So we are observing. So what I'm observing here on Amazon, we tried to make a low. We broke that low, failed to follow through, pop back up towards VWAP, and then we attempt that again, right? And now we're kind of pressing, consolidating, and compressing in and around that price. So like I said, I don't necessarily want to get too involved right here until that 130 breaks. Sure, we'll take a quick scalp or two if we see the right kind of price action that calls for a little bit of execution there. But that idea working out decently, as well as Coke. People talk about NEPT. Let's take a look at NEPT and what that is up to. NEPT definitely a repeat offender, as I am familiar with the name. Again, pumping. It goes up and down with volatility every now and then. Let's just say that it has a habit of potentially doing this. And yeah, okay. So bunch of splits. So this is a split-ridden ticker. Makes sense. So let's see what it's doing on a shorter time frame. Then just up to. So it was split quite recently. And so now we're finally getting some RVOL on potential. Was it potential news? What's happening here? Let us know in the chat, guys. I don't know. Is there any news on NEPT today, Sharif, or is it just getting that RVOL? It's quite significant RVOL to mention. Take a look at that. It's doing almost 330 RVOL today. So maybe definitely a little bit of catalyst driven. So normally it doesn't necessarily do or has not done as much volume since the split. We got a little bit of volume here in the pre-market on what was this, last Tuesday. So on the 12th of September on Tuesday, pre-market got some significant R-vol, and coming into today, you're getting some significant R-vol as well. In between, no real volume kind of happened on NEPT.
Announced its intention to spin out Sprout Organics pursuant to the Morgan Stanley agreed to the transaction.
Okay.
So yeah.
So potential backing from a strong bank on the idea.
To spin off, I guess, is Sprout Organics. I guess maybe they own them. That's the look on Neptune there. I'm getting that here on the blotter.
So catalyst-driven R-vol today, doing some significant volume. Yeah, let us know how you guys have been trading NEPT, right, in the
people
chat.
are asking what you mean by he wrote it. This ACK person here. I don't mean to.
Yes. What's the question?
What is R-vol? I mean, you mean R-vol, R volume, relative volume.
The letter R. So it's just relative volume. So it's a simple concept of you take the average volume of whatever time period you choose. People like 14, people like 5, people like all different sorts. But you take that average volume trailing back for however many periods, and then you see how much volume is doing today. Again, simple division. How much relative volume are you doing compared to the average? So if you're doing a significant amount of R-vol, it probably means there's some interest or some catalyst or some sort of, there's interest in the ticker, right? So yeah, definitely a good factor to watch for stocks in play.
We have a big mover here. ARS Pharmaceuticals, ticker SPRY.
Yes.
It's up 30%, 8 million shares. It's really going here, guys. Good mover. It was sparsely traded earlier on.
Yeah, I traded this yesterday, man.
You did, eh?
Yeah.
So it's a
it got
multi-day
nowhere.
runner. Okay, great. Here's the look.
It's doing the move today.
ARS Pharmaceuticals investigated by Block and Leviton for potential securities law violation. Investors who have lost money. Okay, that's probably not that's not the headline. We always get these. Okay, so Wedbush maintains outperform, sadly lowering their price target to 5. I'm looking for a headline. In any event, it's moving. It's moving quite nicely. The technical breakout is there. Let's have a look at a wider time frame to get the look here. It's Spray, SPRY, guys, SPRY. Let's have a look at what okay, so this is the daily chart, and you can tell, you know, we really got going there. March 2021 made a 62.50 high. Then it's been, you know, just one symphony of declines since that time. But more of a local picture. We have definite support at that 3, 2 3/4. That takes us back to May 2022 when we troughed out there. It's been trending higher since that time. And then on the 18th, was it the 19th, we really tanked 8 1/4. We got to a high, we got to 6. We closed out a little bit below 650 yesterday. It continued its downtrend from you know, just a little bit below 6 it opened up at, got all the way down to 2 1/4, closed a little bit below 3. Looks like we're, you know, bouncing off that 275 low today, reclaiming 3, getting back into 386. So we are holding that important support level from May 2022. Let's go to the 15-minute chart to get some more levels here, and there you go. That's reflected there. On the 19th, we really tank, and then we gap down very aggressively at 4 a.m. Look at that 1 minute candle. That's a 15-minute candle from at 4 a.m. Sub 6, get into 350, and then we kind of hover the entire day just a little bit below $3. And yeah, so the close is 292. Now we're at that 380-ish and change. There is an obvious gap when you look at this chart between here and $6, maybe even 650. So your guess is going to be as good as mine how much we can curl. But if we can curl, it'll be a smiley face-esque type trade. we'll have to wait and see. Let's go to the 1 minute chart here. See if there's any levels off which we can get. That 350, 345 level looking interesting as well. But yeah, look at that. As quickly as we got to 386, as quickly as we come back down, now 365. There is a bit of, consolidative type action right in front of that $0.50 at 345. I probably won't participate in this, but interesting look here on SPRY. Big mover on the day. You're probably going to have to trade the price action, rather than any specific levels, as there is obviously a big gap between where we are now and where we may find resistance, if any.
Yeah.
So,
I think there's a bit of a squeeze going on there, man. Take a look again. We were talking about Arval, right?
Go for it.
I was trading this yesterday, and again, it was kind of interesting to me, and I saw that it was kind of holding VWAP. We had an initial halt, and I took a small trade into the $3 level right there, a little bit of a long, and then cut it for a loss when it dropped back into VWAP. Flat for the whole day, does significant RVOL in the pre-market, thousands worth, 1000x, over 1000x, making some of these tops. Goes flat for the whole day on about an average of 30x RVOL, and then a slow, steady grind up past these highs. So I think there's a bit of a liquidity trap there potentially, bit of a squeeze happening, right? Off that $3 area, that shelf. I definitely missed that trade. I was looking for a similar type of move yesterday on this one, and it seems like I should have kept it on my watch list, but that's fine. But I did take a couple notes on how this setup kind of formed on a day 2 post Arval when it goes flat on the day 1 there after a significant quadrunk, and then a little bit catalyst driven as well, right? I think did these guys get like an upgrade or something? It might have had a $3 target or something this morning. I think I remember reading on the X. Is it a $5 target by Wedbush? SPRY.
SPR, yeah. So
Yeah,
they
SPRY.
maintained outperform on ARS.
This morning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Morning, yep.
So you want to read that out?
I did already.
Okay.
But I'll read it again.
Yep.
Wedbush maintains outperform on ARS Pharmaceuticals. However, they lowered the price target from 15
okay.
to 5.
All right.
It's very confusing when they
Yeah, okay. But it's catching a bid. So
Yeah.
I guess that news brought in a little bit of volume there. If shorts were sitting on this yesterday and they were like, oh, what is this name? This is a nothing name. It crashed down on some news on Tuesday, was it? I guess Tuesday after hours, Wednesday morning pre-market, doing that volume, doesn't get anywhere, and then you get a second one today. Oh, okay, nice. Coke kind of following through on the plan there. Not too worried about it. Haven't really seen any reason to buy yet, right? We were talking about this. We're getting lower highs. We're getting lower lows, and now we're getting a crack of that day low as well. So let's see how far we can get off of this level here on Coke. We talked about looking left, that 57.7 and that 57.6, 57.5 level kind of being of interest. As we're stepping up into that level, let's take a look-see at the book to observe whether we get any sort of interesting players showing up on the tape and the book itself here at these levels. So that could be a potential reason. But look, the move is accelerating a little bit here. So we will keep an eye on that. But you know what? SPRY, I'm definitely going to go home and study this one a little bit, as I like this setup. It's a little bit peculiar to me. And going forward in the coming days, let's see where this, in my opinion, a potential bit of a squeeze takes us. I want to see if it does a stair step or a nice backside.
Good trade, Hobie. Good trade, man. I'm taking some profits here at 60. Where did I get out? I got some 65. Yeah, we've been wetting our beak on the way down, guys, and that's just the way I trade. It's very similar to the way Sean trades. There we go. Take some more out there. Yeah, and that's it. We took the double top. Obi had it too. Obi has a better price than me.
By a penny, man.
Yeah, well, we're only talking pennies here. Yeah. Coke, bro. I mean, what's a float on Coke?
Right,
like in the hundreds of millions, obviously. Yeah, 4.29, so 4.3 billion shares.
Yeah.
To move this around,
You need some significant dollar volume.
Yeah. 4.3 billion share, guys. And the authorized amount is 7 billion. Right?
Yeah. So the free float is the 4 billion, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So either one.
So you definitely need a significant dollar volume to push that around. But it seems like it's catching a bit of a sell off of that news. Let's see if Mr. Buffett comes in with the fat bid had somewhere along the lines. Again, first day news of the catalyst, VWAP staying heavy. There's the 131 on Amazon. Here it goes. The market pumping up right there. So you know what? I guess the idea of that hold, of that failure to follow through, churn consolidation, bit of a compression, and now the pressure looks like it's being released to the upside there from that compression back towards VWAP. VWAP being at 131.20s. All right, so we missed that trade there. We could have probably gotten in a little bit more when it gave us the move again. So now we're pushing back potentially towards VWAP there. If this move is going to go sideways, we can see that the ES is pushing back towards that 44 as well with some strength. The last couple of times in the past half hour when we tested this, there were sellers there, but now it seems like we are negating some of that selling here as price potentially pushes back towards those highs here. 15 on the NQ is what I'm interested in. 44 on the ES. That's what we're looking at. Short offer? Not necessarily, right? I don't want to stay too biased. I want to see what we do over there, right? If you're in long from here and you get a little bit of trouble there, there might be some reasons to sell that kind of show up there. But take a look at Coke, man. Coke is doing its own thing. Coke to the downside. Absolutely. We were talking about being aggressive on trades. This one different. Got to note this down. Can definitely be a lot more aggressive on this one. Sure, it's Coke. It doesn't move that much. But when it gives you a place where you can risk about 5 pennies and you can take about 30 on it, I think that's a pretty decent RR for an in-play name with a catalyst doing RVOL. So I think it's a decent look there. Again, shout out to Sean for pointing that out early on. Who was the report from?
Bear Cave. I'm looking it up right now. Here
the Bear Cave. I remember. So I remember back in the day when part of my playbook consisted purely of short squeeze reports.
Right.
So it would be Citron. Citron would bring great volatility into the market. I think Hindenburg also still continues to bring in great volatility into some of these tickers.
Citron
and the Bear Cave as well. Now Citron had that whole debacle where they got squeezed, which kind of made it caused some wrenches in the machine for that strategy. But you know what? You adapt. You kind of you see how the move kind of is saturated, or the play kind of gets saturated. But yeah, that's the Bear report. That the Bear Cave report. Go for it, Sharif.
So the first paragraph, guys, is an introduction. The second paragraph is where they get into the crux of the report. The Bear Cave believes Coca-Cola faces a perfect storm of new headwinds, including a rapidly changing advertising landscape that benefits upstarts, cultural issues within the company, and a future with diminished demand driven in part by weight loss drugs. Wegovy and Ozempic. Coca-Cola is now competing in a new world order where Prime trumps Powerade. They're talking about Prime energy drink. Celsius takes shares from Monster, and Liquid Death kills Dasani. In sum, the Bear Cave believes Coca-Cola is an out-of-touch bureaucracy that is positioned against the winds of progress. Okay, we get the general, and then obviously there's more that goes on over here, and then they have a female drinking, what is that? She's drinking something there, Celsius drink.
I like those earrings. Those are pretty cool earrings.
Yeah, cool. Nice leotard as well. Anyway, in any event, that's the thesis there of the Bear Cave. I don't know. I don't know exactly how I feel about that, Obi. I think that, Coke Zero kind of negates that whole thing, where if you're talking about your drinks being out of touch because they're sugar-filled while everybody's trying to lose weight, well, Coke Zero doesn't have any sugar, right? Anyway.
Yeah, but what's I think they have like aspartame, which is again questionable as well.
What's stevia?
Yeah, here's the thing.
It's a natural plant.
Oh, is
Switch
it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I'm not too familiar with that,
Yeah.
but oh, you're talking about the little pink the sugar
green.
packets?
Green.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're usually green. Starbucks has them. Most places have them now. I only knew it because I did CrossFit for a bunch of years, and it was really big in the CrossFit community before it got out because of the whole paleo diet.
Right.
Anyway, make a long story short, I don't know how I feel about that. I didn't read the entire thing. I read one paragraph, so I can't really judge. But we'll have to wait and see. But I get it.
Is it true? I've always been curious. Now, you don't do it anymore, do you?
What? CrossFit?
CrossFit?
No, but
is it true that guys that do CrossFit never stop talking about doing CrossFit? Because that used to be a rumor back in the day.
Because it's very, it's like a cult. And I don't disrespect anybody out there who does CrossFit because I did it for several years. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is I learned a lot of weightlifting principles, like Olympic weightlifting.
Right, of course, yeah,
definitely. Yeah. The big criticism of it is you're doing really tough movements with lots of volume, and that is a recipe for injury. So like these
kind of like the markets, really tough moves with lots of volume could be a recipe for injury.
Right? The point there is like you know, if you're doing these really explosive movements, there has to be a lot of rest time in between them. But my response back to that was you should be adjusting your weight accordingly. So you shouldn't be doing the type of weight that you can do a 2 or 3 rep max on a Metcon. Metcon is metabolic conditioning, and that's like the main part of the workout for CrossFit.
Yeah.
In any event, man, there's a lot of
there was that was it P90X? I remember doing that. The ab ripper X exercises. Those were pretty killer back in the day. But yeah, that was a good fitness program that I started. Maybe I should start that back up again. Getting a little too comfortable here. But yeah, no.
Shout out to Dan.
What's going on?
Dan's like the NQ back to the RTH Open. Thanks for that, Dan. I'm keeping my eye on it. We're just we're at 14,987, just a little bit below that 15,000 level. Keeping my eye definitely on the NQ. We're still down OB. Over 1% on the NQ and just under 1% on the ES, as we're now above 4,400 on the ES. Pardon me, but I still see a series of lower highs, and we're also below VWAP. So I know Dan has his way of looking at things, but as do I. I see lower high, lower high, lower high, and we just made. Oh, I stand corrected a little bit. This crest over here.
Wow.
We might be at a higher high now and a bit of a double bottom. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to jump into anything here on that, but okay, the market finding a little bit of a move back up. I'll probably just stay in this Coke trade for the rest of the show and not jump into any futures trade and get cut up there. But the other trade I want to mention is SPRY. Still going here, guys, after retracing into 365. This is kind of what Neil would call getting it on the back end. You get that big move down, then it shows you that its propensity to want to curl back up. You're going with the trend, mind you, so keep your eye on that. This might be an interesting area from which to get long. I'm not going to join. This AVGO trade is very good, though. It's continuing to go. I wonder if this is actually going to go flat on the day. To go flat, we got to get to that 830 level. That's $8 from where we are, but I wouldn't put it past it because we just bounced off 800 and we got right to 820. So it was a ridiculous move on AVGO. I'm such a moron for getting rid of that. Neil was looking at the screen. He's like, you had that long? Yeah, I was an absolute idiot for getting out of that, but I miscalculated. I needed to give it more room in any event. Anyway, good, fantastic move here on AVGO. Looking to go to 822 or so here, OB. The other one that I want to mention is UPDT. Very frustrating trade, I would have to say, for some people here. Every time you break out, you break back down. There's no continuity. It's one of those ones where you're going to have resting orders or really be quick on the keys to get your profits out, because this is, look at this zigzagging here. It's absolutely zigzagging. But finding that support off 18 and VWAP at the moment. So if you got it off there, great for you. Yeah, I see that. By the way, Dan was tagging me again about the RT high. Reliable Rudy. Thoughts on GEO flat top? Haven't even looked at GEO. Don't even know what that is. GEO group. What is this? Have a look. GEO. Okay, the GEO group is a diversified government service provider. The company specializes in designing, financing, development, and support services to secure facilities. Okay, it's a sub $1 billion market cap. It's up 1.6%. I don't have any look here. I mean, reliable today. It's done 718,000 shares, right? It typically does about 2 million on the day, and that's a 5-year average. Flat top, I guess, maybe, because yesterday the high was 760, but look what we did on the 15th. We broke above it. So I don't know if I really like that level all that much, because we did get to that 764. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Let's look at the daily maybe here.
Sorry, just
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I had a bit
I don't
of
know.
a
I
trouble.
gotta tell you, look at this double top. My God, that is nice.
Nice.
I have no look here reliable, to be honest with you, because it's just consolidative, and that's not my look.
So it took a
Yeah,
it
go
took a quick short off of again. We were looking for Amazon to come back into VWAP. We observed that it was heavy off VWAP, and then it pops into VWAP. I kind of miss it in the 20s there. It comes back into 131. I'm like, huh, that looks a little weak. We saw the ES and the NQ kind of slap back up, especially the NQ, almost all the way back up to 15, and catches a bit of a sell. I'm like, all right, time to get short. Not aggressive enough, but it comes right back in, gives you about 20 to 25 pennies instantly off the 131 break. Pretty heavy selling back into this kind of churn there. So we took that quick scalp. Again, gotta be aggressive when that really comes back in. And that VWAP selling, we talked about this, right? Sure, I'm not taking trades necessarily based off of an arbitrary line that I drew on the chart, but there's a lot more. There's confluence with pre-market low, with VWAP, with intraday consolidation, with lower highs, with a break of trend. And yeah, you kind of start to slow down, go sideways. 131.20s gives you a quick slap to the downside, crossing into the bid. I like that. And then you kind of come back in. Quick 20 pennies right there, covered way too quickly, but coming into fruition. Let's see what this 15 does. Is this 1500 going to continue to act as a little bit of trouble here for us as we've consolidated underneath it all day? So yeah, that's a decent look there. Got out of my Coke right there because, again, we talked about that 57.70, 57.60-ish, and then the ES and the NQ start ripping up, and I'm like, all right, you know what? That's a good enough reason for me. This thing has done already what we already talked about. It did a little bit over 2 ATR, and I think we're pushing really close to that 2 ATR as well today. So again, want to piece off. We weren't there from the initial selling up here in the 58.30s. But you know what? We caught a quick piece. We caught about 32 pennies, 33 pennies, give or take, on that Coke move, where we were just risking a little bit above this 58, right? Exactly. So not a bad look there. Sure, this could continue in the direction and continue to sell off.
Yeah.
But that's done for me right now. I'm moving on to the next one. Yes, sir. The next one was a little bit of this coming into fruition back into the 70s. I wonder if this base that we keep on playing ping pong between the VWAP and a bit of support here, 130.50s, 130.60s, 130.70s, give or take, you know, a quarter. There's a bit of support here on the Amazon, kind of churning in between that VWAP. So liking the range trades. When things are in a range, yeah, definitely much easier, in my opinion, to execute on them. But obviously, my executions are quite rudimentary right now, but that is something we will definitely be getting better at with practice. But yeah, it seems like that 15 thou is being a little heavy here. Again, I'm asking that same question I always ask: how much time is left to print this candle? Got about 5 minutes left to print this 15, so about a third of the time left okay, so take a look at this. I pulled up the 15 on Amazon. That right there looks pretty bearish on the 15-minute chart. And yeah, definitely good reasons to sell off of that quick move. sure, we leave about, what is this? We leave about 20 pennies on the table there, and that's fine, because what's the next trade is what I'm asking. Wow, what's going on over there, man?
Man, what a disaster.
coming back in?
Small cap gappers are, man. They are absolute disasters. Oh my goodness, look at that. Flush through 18, flush through VWAP. That's why these ones are super dangerous to trade. That's why some people, like, they give these ones a bad rap, because they deserve it a lot of the times, because it's not a stable trade. You got to be in there super quick, super, precise with your trades. You got to be watching it. Sometimes you get and have resting orders and they don't get filled because it's super spready or it just lacks liquidity. But look at this move. I mean, we kept talking about this one, doing a little bit of a dance at 20. We looked at for support at 18, and then that quickly we gave up 18 and we went down to 16. There had not been any of that since basically 11 o'clock. But yeah, that's the way it is with these ones, and that's how you have to trade them, right? You either have resting orders or you're super quick on the hotkeys. So there you go. 16 getting bought up for whatever reason, and back into 17 and 3/4, 17 and 2/3. We'll see if we can reclaim VWAP here at 1783, but yeah, not going to participate in this one as it is very, very volatile. The other one that continues to go very well here is this AVGO trade. It just made a new high, 822.50 on the day. To get green or to get flat, we got to get to 830 on that one. And then SPRY, look at that curl back up. That was what I meant, like getting on the back end. There it is, new high on SPRY. Great look there as it continues to head and make newer highs. I know the OB was trading this one yesterday. It's a third day play, 33%. If you look at the daily chart, we really wadunked off whatever levels we were at in the last couple of days, much in the same way that we're wadunking now off that new high, coming back into that 375 area. But again, it's the same deal with this one, right? As with UPDT. Small cap, gapper, volatile, doesn't spend a lot of time in the area, so be careful with that. Bring back the lucky beard, bro, says Michael Lloyd. I don't know about that, brother. I think it's gone for a while now. All right, we're going to wet our beak a little bit more here on KO as it continues to trend down. We haven't made a newer low quite yet. Last time around, we got into 60s. The best we could do was 62s. We just got some out here at 64s, but we haven't made a newer high. We've been printing a series of newer lows, newer lows, newer lows, lower high, lower high, lower high, all the while. A nice area off which to, I guess, base it has been the 50 period on the one. It's been an area of resistance for these retracements back north. So I'm not saying it's going to be a hard and fast area, no question about that, but a general area off which to get it. We're short, where are we short? 95s now, and then we just printed 60. So it's a good trade, especially for a 4 billion share float. 4.3 billion shares, guys. To move this around, there's going to be a lot of shareage here. What's the volume, by the way, today? Have a look. So today's volume on Coke, 7.66 million. I don't have the 5-year average for whatever reason. We're going to load up trade ideas over here and find out what the deal is on that. Bear market, no beard, says Mike. A good one. I like that. Just waiting for this one to load up. Remind me later, please. Yes, remind me tomorrow after one day. Thank you. All right. I just wanted to load up here and look at what the RVOL is on Coke. KO, Coca-Cola Company. Okay. So today, where am I looking at? By the way, it's got a 0.5% short float, so nothing. Essentially, 4.3 billion shares is the float, like we talked about. Where is RVOL, man? Okay.
You might have to turn that option on.
Yeah, I did. I think Michael Noss does it for me. He did it for me when he was here. In any event, okay, I don't have it on for whatever reason, but
here I can tell you what it's doing.
Yeah, what is it? What do you got over there on TradingView?
It's averaging about so for my RVOL, it's like it does it like almost bar by bar, so you can kind of tell the relative change in R-vol as well. I kind of liked that, but we're averaging about a 1.5 to 1.6 on Coke today.
People are hilarious. We are no longer in a beard market, says Sharif Beard. I love how there's someone called.
You said 20 years you had it for.
10.
Oh, sorry, 10 years.
Real bad.
10 years. Why the decision?
To cut it?
Yeah.
Just the 10
Just
year.
the fresh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because
Yeah.
did you know when
I
you were
actually
growing
had a
it, you were like, you had a whole plan, be like, I'm going to grow a beard for 10 years?
No.
And okay.
Just came on a whim. What I was going to say, the way that I dated it was I had a picture in my old convertible with my niece and my nephew that I put on Instagram.
Yeah.
And that was the day I started growing it, and it was like scruffy and stuff, and that I could tell exactly what day that was by the picture. So Instagram for the win, baby.
Nice.
FDX here, OB, is making a nice move off that 260 into 263. This was an earnings winner from yesterday. Let's have a look here because it is finding a nice move back up. This is the big move yesterday off earnings. I'm sure Sean covered that for you guys in the recap show. It was that 250 area that we were at all day, and then we got as high as 265 this morning. We continued the trend up, breaking through that 268 and got into about 268.5. But obviously, the market is weak, so we did retrace back south of 259.5. But look at this. It's been stair-stepping up. Good area here in the smiley face. The 261 support was interesting, and now look at that. We're continuing to go here at 263 1/3, breaking through VWAP. So the strength coming in on FDX, this was an interesting one, and I'll read you a little bit. I made a video about this one on our Instagram. I believe it is on the YouTube as well. So this is interesting because they missed on the top line, but they beat on the bottom line. So they missed the projected earnings, but they beat on net profit. The earnings per share came in way higher. They got $4.55 earnings per share for the fiscal first quarter, while the analysts were looking for $3.70. And the reason was that even though revenue declined, they did have excellent cost-cutting measures that was able to buoy their profits. In addition to that, they were able to take advantage of the troubles at UPS and the kind of negotiations with their labor union, and they were able to get some more clients on their side as people fled from UPS, worrying that there could have been a strike. That was obviously before they were able to lock in $170,000 US a year. That's with benefits, by the way. So anyway, good look for FedEx. Now FedEx is a bit of a bellwether. And here's what I mean by that. So in Dow theory, he was looking at, I'm talking about Dow, he was always looking at Dow Transports as a possible leading indicator for Dow Industrials. If the transports were doing bad, then he posited that the industrials were also going to do bad because, well, when the industrials do well, they have to transport that, and the transports do well as well. This is kind of the same thing. So if you look at FedEx, a lot of it is going to have to do with the health of the economy. So if FedEx does well, you have to look at it as a possible indicator about the overall health of the consumer and others in general. But that's obviously not a technical thing, but it's something to keep in mind when, whether you're going to invest or swing or whatever. So that's a look on FedEx here as it breaks through VWAP and looks to take that 263.5. Kobe?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was just typing in some stuff here. But yeah, taking a potential trade here on AMD. Not a potential. Took a trade there on AMD. Right there, just in and around some of these previous levels of resistance, is kind of ripped right back up into these levels here. And yeah, I'm just observing a little bit of a slowdown there. Let's see if it comes into fruition. Let's see if these markets also kind of come back in here. I'm watching the ES again, that 44, we can't really get too far above or below either way. So that's definitely kind of catering to the case that some of these tickers are just going to slowly grind and sell off here. Same thing with Amazon here. Kind of, we got that pop, it comes back into that 130.60, goes into 130.80, can't really get back to 131, and now we're just kind of churning, consolidating, waiting for the next move. But yeah, no, FedEx had earnings today, right, Sharif? I totally forgot. Last night, right? Last night, yeah. So today is day one. I think that's what I'm getting at there. So FDX, let's see what our buddy FDX is doing today. So I was watching this these levels last night. Didn't really take a look at it coming in today. But it seems like it hasn't gone very far, just about a sideways consolidation within this range off of their earnings report, which seems to have been not bad. I guess they down on their revenue by 0.19%, but definitely their earnings surprised 22%, so not bad. Not bad there, and we got a nice pop off of that. Now I don't know what their guidance necessarily was, but yes, a bit of a sideways churn and consolidation on that news there, the earnings catalyst. So here we are on AMD, just a little short, 97.40s is the price, and we're just looking for it to potentially stay heavy here. And if it doesn't, that's fine as well. Again, we're pushing into that into the second half of the day, the closing session here, about ending the midday session almost. So maybe things stop going a little sideways, or they go a little sideways and continue that overall trend, which has been down since yesterday. Don't forget, we got that no rate hike. So as expected news that came out yesterday from the Fed, Sharif. Yeah, let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? What do you guys usually like to trade in and around this time? I know I usually don't have too many trades, but Meta.
Have a look at that. Yeah.
Sure. You want to talk about Meta? We can talk about that.
Yeah.
You want?
Look at it?
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Here we go.
You pointed it out.
Here's the look on Meta. So yesterday we kind of closed off at that 299.75 area, give or take a couple of pennies, and we're just right back at that area now. In fact, we rejected off that 300 level exactly. Meta has looked quite strong since that morning move down. I mean, we gapped down, obviously, moving down with the futures, and we bottomed out at that 293.27. The pre-market actually brought a lower low than that. 292.70-ish was the low on Meta in the pre-market around 8:30. But look at this. Every single trough is higher than the previous one. So it's been a series of higher lows, higher lows, higher lows all day on Meta. Retracing now, essentially flat, 0.08%. It's been a good look. I know Microsoft is up, and there's other couple of names that are strong as well. But Meta looking real good here as it flirts with that 300 level. We've used 300 several times in the past, I guess, couple of weeks as an area of support. And here's the example of that. Right over here on the 12th, again on the 13th. And then we danced with it on the 15th. Yes, I mean, the 18th as well. The 19th again. So 300, an obvious support level intraday. Does it now act as resistance as the market makes a bigger move down? Guys, I think we broke August lows on the ES. Let me double check here, because when I charted it this morning, I charted it on the big computer, on the big desk, I mean. Let me look here at the 30-minute chart. No, I'm going to have to zoom out more. Give me the hourly. Okay, so the August lows, yes, we did break August lows. Okay. So the August lows were a smidge below 4,400. It was 43.97. Today we got to 43.92. So, pretty close to being a hold, but technically it is a break. Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see on that. Anyway, flipping back to Meta. That's the thing. With this being an obvious area of support previously, now does it switch to being resistance? That's the thing, right? Especially with the newer low, it's at this and that. I'll have to wait and see. Maybe if we claim it and close above it on the 5-minute chart, we'll we'll look for something here. But yeah, it rejected directly off that 300, and it's still not above yesterday's close at 299 and 2/3. So we'll keep an eye on Meta. Apple is in much the same position, but a bit of a different looking chart. No question about that, because Apple got green several times today, and now it is essentially break even, down 0.7%. 0.07%. But we did make higher lows and higher highs earlier on, but that trend came to an end about 10:45 or so, and we've been very consolidated with about a 175 bottom. Not really, 174 at 75-ish, and then 175.50 top, give or take, right? So it's been quite range bound. And that range is very similar to the range that we traded at in the aftermarket yesterday. It was essentially at 175.50 that we hung out at after that big move off the Fed, right? So Apple kind of in the same boat as Meta. And as I say that, Meta's retracing back into 300 here. So eyes out for strength possibly on Meta. The other one that I'm looking at, well, I'm not looking at, that's making a move back up is Google as well. It had that 130.07 hold, and now we're talking about a 132.25 top here. So it's retracing back up and above VWAP as well. So good move for Google. And yeah, that's basically all the look there is there. Amazon's been very weak on the day, holding that 130.5-ish level, trying to break through 131 at the moment. Nvidia's dead, below VWAP. Tesla looks good, though. That's the thing. Off that Jaguar news that we got earlier, that 258 break, 258.5 break has held up. It hasn't broken below that since, like, look at this consolidative top that we had here for quite a while, since the open, essentially. And now that consolidative top is acting as support. So former area of resistance acting as support for Tesla.
Yeah, that talking about support and resistance, that 15 still acting as a little bit of resistance. Every time we kind of pop back into that area, we get sold off. But yeah, things look like they're creeping back towards their upside here. I'm closely watching this AMD trade just to see if the pressure is going to come in. It did slow down a little bit, which got me in a little bit more. And just let's see if it continues to make lower highs on the day. We know that chips have been kind of selling off. They've been catching a bit of a sell in and around VWAP, and we're just about there right now. And straight up to the upside, right into this area. Again, looking for a little bit of relief here. But I guess looking back, I am observing that we based out pretty strong here on the 96.50s, and then we kind of pushed all the way back into VWAP as well. So let's see if VWAP kind of continues to stay a sell. It seems like there are definitely some strong sellers in and around VWAP on a lot of names as of recent. So we're just testing that theory. Let's see if we can stay adapting to some of these changing environments here. But yeah, so if everything is deciding to sell off, what is a good place to sell or interact or kind of transact on the day? If you have some decent size, it's probably volume weighted average price there. On a lot of names. So let's see if this comes into fruition. Every time this sells off, it is pretty strong and heavy on AMD. Look at the candles. Look at the red candles. Compare them to the green candles right there. So whenever we bid up, it's more of a kind of like a churn to the upside. And then whenever we kind of sell off, it's very aggressive and quite larger and longer bars there. And sure, you get some of those strong greens in the morning, but we haven't seen too many of those as of the lunchtime session. Bit of a green grind up all the way into VWAP there. Let's see if the market pulls back off. I'm seeing that 15 staying a little heavy, bit of confluence there as well. Let's take a quick look at NVIDIA and see what our friend NVIDIA is up to. NVIDIA also, let's throw that VWAP in there. Take a look at that. Sure, it negates VWAP a few times, but you get the general idea that, that this area is staying heavy underneath previous kind of consolidation levels here. there comes a bit of selling there on AMD. We talked about it being a little aggressive to the downside every time that it does come in, and then we are seeing that come to fruition right now. So let's see how far we can get to back to the downside. So just looking left here, 97.20s, 97, kind of previous consolidation. We keep kind of knocking on the door of this 97 area. Seems interesting as well. Take a look. This is definitely a key area. As it intraday, it's shown up as support and then as resistance as well. So maybe we are doing a little bit of a recycle of that 97 price on AMD. But yeah, going forward, let's see what we kind of do from with this. Again, AMD being the second largest volume gainer on the day here on this scanner. So let's see if VWAP kind of acts differently, or if it's going to be more of the same on AMD. Now, what was the other? Let's take a look at TSM, as it's another chip name there. TSM kind of doing nothing. Bit of a churn, bit of a range bound ticker today as well on TSM. And let's take a look at the semiconductor ETF. I think it's Van Eck. I forget. You know what? Let me just type in
SMH.
Yes, that's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, SMH looking kind of similar to those chips there. A bit of a churn in and around VWAP as well. So yeah, let's see if we get that selling as well. A bit of a VWAP consolidation happening across the board on chips today.
Understood. Okay. Yeah, good look there, Obi. By the way, Meta did make a new high. It broke through 300. And now it's a 326 top, and we are right back at that 300 level. Meta looks very strong, but I have traded Meta very badly this week, so I won't be jumping into Meta here. But there we go. It's showing you its propensity to head up. Obviously, there's not going to be a news catalyst. This is obviously some positioning in the stock as people take advantage of depressed prices to fix their cost basis and whatnot. But we haven't cleared 300 by any meaningful amount. So 300 still definitely a level off which we may end up short, especially if we do start getting a curl back on the NQ. And here's the look on the NQ. We just wicked into 15,000 several times, all of which were rejected. So this could, we could be setting up for a nice short in the afternoon, especially if sellers keep overwhelming buyers at this 15,000 level, and we end up breaking down and staying below 14,975. That's the range we've been in for the better part of half an hour on the NQ over here. So, yeah, go with the trend. The trend, unquestionably, is down on the day, on the NQ. On the ES, they're all down on the day, and I wouldn't bet on going long here unless you really get a decided take of 15,000. Look for confirmation. However you judge that to be, whatever methods you use for confirmation, make sure that it's clear and decisive. But to me, looking so far like we're getting into that 15,000 and sellers are overwhelming buyers. This is kind of what I'd be looking for if I was looking to go long, off a level, looking for dips into that level, and then looking for buyers to overwhelm sellers, and then, saying, okay, yeah, this looks good. So I feel it is possibly a short at 15,000 here, but wait again for confirmation. Now, if that ends up happening, Meta could really give up the ghost off that 300. Because it is an important level, I would say to you. So that's an interesting trade that you could look for in the afternoon as the volume starts picking up again. The reason I look at Meta is because it's at a really interesting 300 level, and it kind of coincides with that 15,000 level on the NQ. So if you play the two together, you could set up a nice trade, and as Obi would say, there would be confluence between the two. I'm not putting words in his mouth, just using the word that he uses a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I'm always looking for that confluence, man. So I got out on the jitter, man. I was a little too antsy. I had an order in right on top of the 97, and I was like, okay, well, I'm looking for that 97 recycle. on AMD. It comes into 20, wicks back up, kind of reserves the 20s for a little bit. And I'm like, all right, well, that's good enough for me. Quick 20 pennies off the VWAP. But then lo and behold, we come into that 97. So maybe a little bit of patience lacking from my part. But a quick 20 penny winner there. Seems like it wants to give you the whole 50 pennies if we do test that 97. Again, that 97, just an observation, it's kind of a key level intraday as we've kind of recycled it over and over again. I know people in the chat were looking for the AMD breakout. They're talking about, oh, AMD breaking out. Sure, I was well aware they could potentially break out. If we rip through this top and that 15 thou comes in and we hold above and the ES starts to go, yeah, sure. AMD could definitely catch a bid, definitely catch a tailwind from the market, and then it would also be a little bit of a squeeze off of these intraday highs as well. But again, we see what we see on the tape, and kind of confluence again with a few other factors as well, and a little bit of luck involved as well, as I guess the sellers keep showing up in and around this VWAP. So that 97 came back in. I guess what's the low on this candle right here? Yeah, it would have definitely taken me out of the position where I originally wanted to get out there. Right now, there we go. Okay, so yeah, that 97 definitely coming into play today. Again, rudimentary executions from myself. The ideas definitely need to have much better execution when they are working. And just as Arun reminded us, figuring out where to become very aggressive. As you saw, like we got into this position just a few minutes ago. We held it, sure. Was it 10 pennies? 10 pennies on our against us on the initial entry, and then 5 pennies against us on the second entry, giving us about an average of roughly 10 pennies against us. And we come back in, take a 20 penny trade there, but then we really wanted the 40 penny winner there if it on the test of that 97. So. Bit of cleaning up in terms of execution that I need to work on there, but it seems like we are catching a bit of support on the 97, as we have seen multiple times over and over again today. What's the next trade, Sharif? That's what I'm looking for. Did Mr. Bogdanov call? I don't know. I didn't hear any rings. But yeah, no, we're still trading.
We don't have Bogdanov anymore.
Oh, we don't.
We have.
Why is that?
Powell.
Right. We got Miss Woods,
and
Kathy
of course,
Wood.
the lovely, the talented Aunt Kathy Wood.
Yes, sir.
She was on CNBC the other day, and she was talking up a storm about her positions. What I really like about her interviews is that she's very thorough, and her conviction is amazing.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, I guess we still have him.
Hello.
But what I don't like about her interviews is that I never get to see who she is.
What do you mean?
She never talks about herself. She never talks about anything. And like, I like to know a little bit.
She's all about her business.
Yeah.
I like that. That's.
I mean, deal with it once, twice, 3 times, but in every interview, it's like, it's always very mechanical.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I respect it. Other people,
I mean,
you get to know
she's
a little
pretty.
bit about them.
Yeah.
You get to know, oh, I do this, so I do that, oh, my spare time, I'm like that. But not with Aunt Kathy. You don't know anything about her.
Strictly business. I like that. That's different. She runs a hedge fund, right?
She's amazing.
So she's definitely top dog when it comes to
very intelligent.
Yes, for sure.
Very capable.
So I think she's got to keep that I guess that image going, the aura of strictly business. We know what we're doing, I guess.
Cool.
But yeah,
I don't know. I just like to get to know the person a little bit. But all right, guys, we're still in this Coke trade, and we still haven't made a newer high. That's why I'm still involved in this one. Look, the out on this one, it changes, right? So we know about trailing stops, and in this case, the trailing stops, it makes it really easy for you, at least for me, in terms of the way I trade. The trailing stop is here, a newer high on the descent down. We have a downward channel. It's a very clear downward channel with lower lows and lower highs. So if we make a higher high, that would be above this crest over here, which would take us to about that 57.80. And that's probably where I'd give it. Technically, though, it is at 57.79. But I'm going to give it a couple of pennies if we do get up there. I just wet my beak again there at 65s as we look to possibly reject the 50 period another time on the 1 minute time frame. So that's what I'm looking at here. The trade is still valid again until we make a newer high on this downward channel, and I just saw a whole bunch of red come in. Again, though, guys, you have to understand that this is one of those stocks where it's going to take a lot of money to move it. We're talking about a 4.3 billion share float, okay? That's big, and it's not moved that easily. It is not a small cap capper. There we go. We just, ooh, what happened there? There we go, Obi. We're going to wet our beak there. That's our best out so far.
Wow, Coke keeps on going.
57.59, Obi.
Yeah, I definitely covered too early on that one, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good trade,
Yeah,
for sure.
so waiting for
Keeps
this.
on going. No reasons to cover.
Not yet. Well,
Yeah.
I'm wetting my beak, right? But the point is to just take profits on the way. Each one a very small out, as you can imagine.
You gonna hit the market on close for the rest of that, or what?
I'm probably just going to end the trade once I go to the big desk.
See, it looks like it's probably going to close near the lows on the day.
agree.
Look at that clean trend, man. Very strong.
Show them what
Very
you're
strong.
looking at, yeah.
We talked about this yesterday. Consistent volume on the sell-off there. Bit of a trend forming there on Coke. So yeah, good stuff, Sharif, for holding that position. I definitely covered a little too early there. Where did I cover there on the Coke? I have no idea. I don't even remember.
I like this
But
comment over here,
yeah,
Obi.
what's going on?
Aunt Kathy needs a blue jacket, says Tony Price. He knows exactly what I'm talking about there. You know what that?
No, what does that
Lisa
mean?
Sue, when she kind of had her AMD presentation for, anyway, it was a running gag on the show where she wore that like electric blue jacket. So he's saying she needs I guess you gotta know the joke to really get it. But I think a bunch of people in the chat will know what that is. So, much in the same way that Jensen Huang wears that leather jacket.
True.
So look, they're waiting for a newer low. We did get a newer low though, guys. On the 1 minute chart, we had a 57.60 low, and now we made a 57.58 low. So newer low on Coke, still holding this one as it heads south now, 1.43, 1.44% south on the hit piece from the bear cave. We read you their thesis. You want to have a read through it, I'll post it in the chat. Do I still have it? I think I still have it. I had it earlier. I don't know where it went. Here it is. I'm going to post the entire thing here in the chat. You can go and have a read. Essentially what they're saying is Coke is an outdated company. It's being overtaken by newer, more trendier drinks. In addition, they are talking about the fad, or not the fad, the kind of the trend for people to lose weight, citing Wegovy and Ozempic and Coca-Cola sugary drinks are anti that. I tend to disagree a little bit. I think that Coke has a way of maneuvering to stay relevant, especially, if they acquire, right? And, a lot of these companies that come out, they don't want to be there on their own. They get approached by Coke for a large sum of money. Coke acquires them, and they stay relevant. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with this. I think, I have to read it a lot more. We read all but one paragraph, so, reserving judgment. But just, offhand, I think it, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, man.
TJ Babushka says Dallas Cowboys suck. No, you suck, bro. So, yeah. Anyway, that's fine there. No worries. You're entitled to your opinion, and it means nothing to me.
Yeah, that 97 came in, man. That 97, it cracked that 97 on AMD. Getting a bit of a sell-off here off that 15. Take a look. We talked about that 15 being a potential area of problem, and then it's printing that, giving us the evidence that, sure, yeah, it may continue to be a problem there. And then we talked about that little bit of a market tailwind. Covered way too early as it gives you the 97, but that's fine. We're learning here. We learn a little bit every day, trying to get a little bit better every day. That is definitely the goal here. Can definitely do a little bit better with that trade. This is not even our final form yet, but that 97 holds really nicely. Okay, so I know Amazon has been teetering. Not too much to say about Amazon anymore. We talked about how, here, let me just pull up the chart. We talked about how some of these lines can be pretty, I guess, just random, arbitrary as well. Just you get the kind of idea for the trend happening, and then but the real picture here, the stronger indicator is definitely VWAP, where again bigger players look to get involved into, and if they're there, not always, right? If they're there, then you can potentially structure a trade in and around that, I guess, is what we learned today. But going a little bit sideways now. So let's see where we continue. The trend has been kind of broken. We're not really just on Amazon, right? The trend is broken for now. We could very well continue to stay heavy and come back in. I'm keeping in watch these lows right here, this 130.43, and then maybe some of these highs as well, if we can even get back up there. This 131.70s as well. A lot of volume kind of churning these prices, this range, and we've held well within this range. Sure, we try to break through, failure to follow through once again, pulling back up to this VWAP magnet. And yeah, Coke pretty strong to the downside as well today. Definitely some decent volatility and a decent moves to capitalize on today, Sharif. What's going on? Oh, it's 2 p.m.
Oh, is it? Good.
Wow. All right.
All right.
So.
All right. So I guess I won't be here tomorrow, but
Moving day?
Yeah. Tomorrow is
Nice.
moving day. OB will be here. You will be here.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I
OB
will be
will
here.
see you guys tomorrow. Same
Yes,
bat
sir.
time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Take it easy.
Welcome back in. 2 o'clock, just having a look at Apple and Disney. I'm just hearing in my ear some rumors floating around once again about Apple and Disney.